Okay guys, last night, finally, some actual big revelations came from the latest dump of Epstein files. So here are the 4 main things that you need to know about and get locked in, because this one's kind of wild. First key takeaway, holy shit, we actually got emails between FBI personnel mentioning 10 possible co-conspirators of Epstein. And that's actually a huge development because up until now, the official narrative from the Department of Justice has always been there's no one else. There's Epstein, there's Maxwell. In fact, earlier just this year, Kash Patel testified under oath that there was no credible information that Epstein trafficked young women to anyone else other than himself. In fact, it got to the point where the majority of these 10 co-conspirators were served with subpoenas by the FBI. Frustratingly though, a lot of these names were actually redacted, which also raises a lot of questions because we were told that all of these redactions were supposed to protect victims, not the alleged co-conspirators. Now, why the FBI stopped pursuing these people like they were doing in 2019 is unknown. Second key takeaway is that Trump is actually mentioned a lot in these files that dropped last night, unlike the first batch. Now, to be clear, there are a number of documents from these files which mention Trump that are either tips or just unproven allegations, but also pieces that are verifiably false, and we'll get into that in a second. But one of the most credible things so far is that in a 2020 email, a federal prosecutor spoke about receiving new flight records showing that Trump had traveled on Epstein's jet many more times than even they were previously aware of. Again, still no smoking gun, but jeez, it's starting to get dicey now. Third is that there was a wild email in these files from someone who described themselves only as Invisible Man and just the letter A. And they were asking Ghislaine Maxwell if she had found any new inappropriate friends for them yet. And we know that this person has got to be pretty important because they were at a summer camp at the time of sending this email for the royal family. Yeah. And then the fourth and last key takeaway is the pretty strange behavior of how the Department of Justice is actually releasing these files. Firstly, they broke the law by releasing these in multiple batches and not just all at once. Secondly, they heavily redacted a lot of questionable information. They've poorly redacted a lot of these pages and people are literally getting around the redactions now by simply copying and then pasting the text into their notes and seeing what's underneath those bars. And then, most bizarrely, especially from last night, they're including files that are verifiably fake. For example, there was this letter that was purportedly sent by Epstein to Larry Nassar, and there's a whole thing going into there, as well as a fake video showing Epstein in his prison cell. Both of them, they say, are fake. And so that really starts to raise questions about why or how these were allowed to be included if even they are saying that they are fake. What do you guys think? Are we getting closer or is it just, again, more fluff?
Users on TikTok realizing they can just copy paste the redacted text to read what it says.
Oh, look at this pesky redaction. Let's just get rid of that.
No way. Try it? We're going to try it right now. Open in Adobe. All right, now we're going to copy this. We're going to save it. And this is from the government website right here, justice.gov. One of the moment of truth. We're talking about this is the federal government, and they can't figure out how to put a black bar over some text.
Just for context, this is not all files, but on multiple PDFs, the government, instead of redacting the information using the Adobe function, they highlighted the text with the black marker.
Check page 41. Okay. I'm not suicidal. Defendants also attempted to conceal their criminal sex trafficking and abuse conduct by paying large sums of money to participant witnesses, including by paying for their attorney's fees and their case costs. Epstein also threatened harm to victims and helped release damaging stories about them to damage their credibility when they tried to go public with their stories of being sexually trafficked and abused. Why was that blocked? I don't know. For which Indictment Executory Authority acting on his behalf. Payments from this account totaling almost $60,000 were transferred by wire to young women. Why would this be censored? The law didn't say you can make an exception for that. It doesn't make any sense. They're redacting any mention of anyone outside the known circle interacting with Epstein. People want to know who these people are. I think that's exactly what's going on. Indike, an attorney who'd represented Epstein for decades, represents Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth and previously represented Donald Trump. So let me get this straight. The guy who was found to be wiring money, supposedly hush money to these young girls, never got indicted. He left his job. He got hired by the group that represents both the current defense secretary and Donald Trump. The files that were released now just came out with his name selectively redacted from them.
Now, if anything, everyone is now starting to actually go back and look at some of these redacted discoveries, these files that have been released, and not just with the Epstein stuff, you guys, even with the UFO stuff, because now people are realizing how the United States government is supposed to be the smartest, most powerful nation in the world. And they actually don't know how to redact.
All right, Merry Christmas, guys, because we are live. Yo, this is Set with Set Media, guys, and I'm back with another one for you. All right, guys, let's go ahead and get right into it. It's the Christmas stream, so let's not forget to double tap that screen, like the video. If you have any Christmas songs you want to send in, if you're a member, just throw it in the Discord. If you're not, just send it in through a super chat, $5 and up. Otherwise, I'll be playing my own favorites while we're also doing these video reactions. So, all right, guys, let's get right into it. And once again, happy holidays. All right, guys, let's go.
Hello, everybody. Good afternoon. Hello. Some new faces in here today. As we approach the end of the year, it is a great time to reflect on how much progress our country has made under President Trump's bold leadership. Given the complete mess that President Trump inherited from Joe Biden and radical left Democrats in Congress, what this administration has accomplished since January 20th has been nothing short of remarkable. While most politicians promise big on the campaign trail and break those promises once they get into office, President Trump promised big and has delivered even bigger. On the economic front, after inheriting the worst inflation crisis in over 4 decades, President Trump's pro-growth policies are making tremendous progress to make America affordable again. Under the painful Biden years, inflation reached a record high 9% and devoured America.
I would say this: Trump definitely beat the expectations that the Democrats set, especially when it came to the tariffs. Like, as soon as the tariffs came in, these guys were talking about a recession. But we've been seeing positive GDP growth. Stock markets have been seeing record high. The only thing that's concerning is the job loss that's been happening throughout the year, and that's mainly due to AI.
Purchasing power. In President Trump's term thus far, inflation has dropped to an average of just 2.7%, marking critical progress. The Trump administration is working hard every single day to bring down the cost of living through bigger paychecks and lower prices. Real wages are finally on the rise again and on pace to increase to roughly $1,200 for the average American worker this year. To put that into perspective, real wages declined by almost $3,000 under the Biden administration. That means Americans right now
and it's not like we lost, not like you got paid less. The problem is things got more expensive. And due to the fact that you weren't getting paid more, or if you were, it wasn't outpacing inflation. And that's what we need. We need wages to outpace inflation so people can afford things. Like under Biden, the problem is that wages weren't stagnant, but inflation was at 9% and prices was outpacing it. And we were losing buying power by the month. And overall, we lost about $3,000 in buying power. And we've only got back about $1,200 to $1,500, AKA we're still in the hole.
Are on track already to make up 1/3 of the $3,000 in lost wages under Joe Biden. There's much work to do, but this has already been significant progress. President Trump has also delivered resoundingly on his promise to end Joe Biden's insane war on American energy and make sure our country has reliable and affordable energy produced right here at home. As a result, the nationwide average for regular gas just fell to its lowest level in nearly 5 years. According to data from Gas Buddy released on Monday, average gas prices have now dipped below $3 per gallon in 37 states, below $2.75 per gallon in 22 states, and below $2.50 per gallon in 5 states. Just a few years ago, we saw record high price gas of nearly $5 per gallon, American families faced constant pain at the pump, and those costs caused the price of everything else to go up as well. In fact, the average cost for a gallon of regular gas in the country was the most expensive price during a presidential term in U.S. history under Biden's disastrous leadership, even with them recklessly draining our strategic reserves to try and artificially decrease prices. But thanks to President Trump, those days are long behind us. In the months ahead, Americans can expect prices to fall even further. We know that when gas gets cheap,
Yeah, gas price has been falling. I mean, what was it? Maybe like a couple months ago, the national average was at $3. Now this month, I believe the national average is at 280, which is impressive. You got to give it to Trump when it comes to gas price. That did fall.
cheaper, everything else gets cheaper too. And that's what this president is focusing on. Americans can also expect another boost to their bank accounts in the months ahead, as 2026 tax refund season is upon us after the holidays, and it's projected to be the largest ever thanks to President Trump's passage of the One Big Beautiful Bill. According to recent analysis from Piper Sandler, when Americans file their taxes early next year, their refunds could be about 1/3 larger than usual, or roughly an extra $1,000 per filer. That is money straight into the pockets of the American people. It's only because of President Trump and Republicans' leadership that Americans will now pay no tax on tips, overtime, and Social Security. President Trump and Republicans believe hardworking Americans deserve to keep more of their hard-earned money, but Democrats, on the other hand, every single one of them, voted against these massive tax cuts. So remember that the next.
Well, let's be real, because the Dems, they love to raise taxes. That's the crazy part about them. I mean, they just love funding that, corrupt mishandling of money government. But the problem is that, yes, Dems like to raise your taxes. Republicans like to cut taxes. And here's the main problem with Dems is like it kind of, if you look at the major Democratic cities, the blue states, all of them have high taxes. So it's just their characteristic to be the places or to be the guys who increase taxes. Actually, if you look at Kamala Harris's tax plan during the election, she was going to raise taxes on everybody across the board, not just the rich. I don't know why. It's just what they do. They raise taxes on you, and then when you complain about affordability, well, they'll blame Trump. But under Biden, I mean, hey, that didn't work out so well.
Time Democrats try to talk about affordability. Democrats don't have a single clue about how to make America more affordable. They just spent the last 4 years creating the very affordability crisis that President Trump is fixing right now. And if given the chance of power ever again, the Democrats will implement those same policies and jack inflation right back up to where it was. Finally, at the border, President Trump has restored America's sovereignty and made our country safe again. This is the single greatest and fastest national security victory in modern American history, and it's not even close. The latest preliminary numbers released from the month of November show we have the most secure border in our nation's history. This is a remarkable achievement. November encounters came in even lower than the previous historic low in October, if you can believe it. There were only 30,367 total encounters nationwide. That's lower than the previous record set in October.
Yo, I mean, that is, whoa. Now, guys, that's encounter. That's people they met at the border, not people who got in. Under Biden, there was 10 million encounters. 10 million. And these are conservative numbers, but about 4 to 7 million made it in. So just the encounters is going down dramatically from 10 million to 33,000 improvements.
And for the 7th consecutive month, U.S. Border Patrol released 0 illegal aliens into the United States. Let me repeat, 7 months of 0 illegal aliens being released into our country. This is a historic achievement, and it's one that every law-abiding American citizen should be grateful for. At this point in 10 months under President Trump's unmatched leadership, we've seen less apprehensions overall than we saw in just 1 month.
Oh, guys, let's not forget to double tap that screen, like the video, guys. Let's get more people in the conversation by double tapping that screen. And Merry Christmas.
Under Joe Biden. Again, let me repeat, in 10 months under President Trump, we've seen less apprehensions at the southern border than we saw in 1 month under the previous president. Again, remarkable results. All in all, the economy is back on track and ready to boom over the next 3 years. Biden's inflation crisis is over. Prices are coming down. Wages are rising. The border is fully secure, and America's best days are to come. President Trump has kept his word and delivered for the American people over the past year, and he will not stop fighting, as you heard from him directly this week, until our country and every state in this country is better than ever before. So with that, I will take your questions today. I know there's a lot of news. We'll start with
So yeah, so far everything Caroline Levitt said is, well, true. The economy's doing good. Inflation's down. Gas prices are down. I mean, y'all can sit there and try to call it a lie if you want to, but if you look at the numbers, yeah, everything is true. Trump has actually done well in those areas. Now, in terms of affordability, yeah, he could work on that, of course, but all around, he's actually doing pretty good. He may not be doing everything we wanted on our wish list, especially when it comes to the Epstein files. But as far as the economy, things are going well. As far as bringing back manufacturing, that plan went off without a hitch, especially when it came to the tariffs and bringing back car manufacturing, pharmaceutical manufacturing, chip manufacturing.
Our new media seat, Mr. Bowling, it's great to see you here. He's of Real America's Voice. He's also the host of Edge, his interview and commentary podcast. Please, Eric, why don't you kick us off?
Caroline, thank you very much for this and inviting me to the new media seat. As you point out, affordability crisis, it strikes me energy prices have been coming down aggressively since President Trump's second term, approaching $55 a barrel for oil, gasoline, as you point out, under $3 a barrel nationally, first time in 5 years. By the way, that $55 barrel oil is about half of the peak under the last 4 years of the last administration, half the price. Wholesale prices come down, yet affordability crisis, a lot of the folks in this room, a lot of legacy media, some people in the front row, seem to want to call this an affordability crisis right now, forgetting the fact that over the last 4 years prior, we hit 9% inflation. Wages, as you point out, were stagnant at best, sometimes had dipped. That's a real affordability crisis there, but they weren't really calling it that then. You point out how President Trump is changing the affordability in America, but how will he ensure that the legacy media doesn't flip the script and change it so that they're using affordability as their word, their idea, versus what the American people who know much better?
That's actually a really good question, because the Dems have been able to spin affordability as if they did not create the unaffordability crisis. Like, yes, under Biden, prices went up across the board 20%. The CPI, consumer price index, went up 20%. Groceries up 20%. Housing up 20% across the board. And then they want to sit here and pretend like, oh, that whole 20% happened under Trump. They'll sit there and lie to you and say, oh, well, no, it's the tariffs. But if you look at the consumer price index, right, shouldn't that reflect that the tariffs are being passed down? But if you look at the increase of the consumer price index month over month or per the past 6 months, it's only went up to 0.3, at highest 0.4%. That's it. So if you're telling me, and this is the baseline tariff is 10%. So if you're telling me we're eating 0.3, 0.4% of a tariff, then honestly, we're not. That's actually inflation still happening. But if you're saying that's what we're eating of a tariff, then okay, I guess Trump was right. Then I guess these companies are eating the tariffs, majority of it. And I'm sorry, but just go with the consumer price index and you'll be able to see it. You'll be able to line it up yourself. Okay. It's not that hard.
Yeah, well, it's a great question, Eric, and it's a point of frustration for the president and for myself. I will say that's part of the reason I just kicked off this briefing today, setting the record straight with facts about the economic mess that the president inherited from his predecessor, Joe Biden. And he's focused on digging our country and our economy out of that hole every day. Things are getting better, and they will continue to. And President Trump understands better than any politician in this city the pain that the American consumer has been feeling for years now because of the last administration's policies. You heard him in the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania this past week, campaigning and talking to these voters, saying, I was elected to fix this problem, and I am fixing it. Don't forget who created it, and that's the Democrats. And I think when you hear the president talk about affordability.
I'm sorry, but in Dems, bro, the Dems should be the last people talking about affordability. Guys, let's be honest here. Who runs the most expensive states? The Democrats. Who run the most expensive cities? The Democrats. Who run the most high crime cities? Really doesn't have nothing to do with affordability. I just wanted to throw that in there, be a dick, but the Democrats. So how could they sit there and talk about affordability when New York, New Jersey, and California are all blue states, but they're the most unaffordable place to live in America. Like, how can they even speak on affordability when they run the most unaffordable places? How can they speak on affordability when under their presidency, under Joe Biden, unaffordability got, well, terrible. It got worse. Be quite honest with you guys. So it's really hard I laugh when the Dems talk about affordability, because if you ever notice, they don't really talk about a solution to affordability because they don't have one. But they will sit there and complain about Donald Trump.
He's saying the Democrats are the greatest con artists in history because they are now trying to claim ownership of an issue that they created. And every data point and every economic metric does, in fact, show that the economy is improving. And so I do wish more people would report on those facts. I do wish that more people would remind the American public how we got here and why. It does not mean this president is discarding the feelings of the American people. He gets it better than anyone, which is why his entire administration has been focused on the issue of the economy and energy prices since day one.
If I may
Sure.
follow up, it's reported that around 10,000 commercial driver's license operators have been pulled by your transportation secretary department. Will the president apply that same metric? For the reason was the operators weren't speaking or reading English to a level that was people thought they would safely be able to operate trucks on our roadways. It's estimated in California around 40% of Uber and Lyft drivers don't speak English proficiently, and the number's 45% in Minnesota. Will this same rule or metric apply to the gig economy like Uber and Lyft?
So I don't have any announcements on further regulations, if you will, from the Department of Transportation with respect to this issue. However, I will just reiterate the Trump administration's position is that truck drivers, particularly those driving big rigs on our nation's road,
are taking away really good high-paying jobs from Americans. One, they don't speak English, and they don't even really go through the same rigorous training that our truck drivers have to go through. And I mean, that's why a lot of them end up crashing out literally on the highway. I mean, we all remember the guy with the turban who tried to make a U-turn on the highway and ended up killing a whole family. Bro didn't even know how to speak English. So yeah, that is a bit concerning. And we now the Dems can't sit here and gaslight us talking about these illegals don't take jobs, these immigrants don't take your jobs. Yeah, they're all through the trucking industry. And guess what? They pay them lower. So what does that mean? They're undermining American citizens to get a profit off labor or to cut on their labor costs. But y'all are okay with that. I thought y'all was against the corporate elites, but I found out a long time ago that the Dems are actually for the corporate elites, and they want to fill their pockets through slave wages and slave labor. I mean, that's why they want illegals to come in.
And highways who have a great responsibility to keep the American public and their fellow citizens safe should be speaking English and should have an ability to read English proficiently. I think that's a very common sense policy to have. And we've unfortunately seen, and the Department of Transportation has uncovered and is actively working to fix these state-sponsored commercial trucking driver licenses, which were going to people who are not qualified to be driving these massive trucks on American roads, and they're endangering the lives of our fellow citizens. We've unfortunately seen many vehicle accidents across the country where people have lost their lives because of drivers that were just simply unqualified to be driving these trucks. So I know this is something DOT and Secretary Duffy take very seriously. Peter.
Thank you, Caroline.
And like I said, they don't even really get the same training as the American drivers do. I mean, bro, it's kind of crazy because it's honestly like that in the tech field as well. Like when we bring over H-1B visas from India, you know, we're actually taking a Indian guy or an Indian person who only went to a two-year school. And we're choosing that guy over our American citizens who are go to school for 4 years. So trust me, it's like that almost across the board. I mean, they don't got to be as smart as you. They don't got to be as like productive as you, but they're going to get that job because they're cheaper than you.
Based on the way that things stand right now, is Operation Southern Spear about drugs or is it about oil?
Hey, and shout out to Flowers in Her Hair. Nice name. Flowers in Her Hair sent the hot cocoa for 600 joules. Appreciate the support.
What I will tell you, Peter, is that the Trump administration is focused on doing many things in the Western Hemisphere. The president has taken a new approach that has not been taken by any administration for quite some time to actually focus on what's going on in our own backyard. And there are two things that are very important to this administration. Number one, stopping the flow of illegal drugs into the United States of America, which we know has killed hundreds of thousands of Americans. The president promised on the campaign trail that he would demolish the foreign terrorist organizations and drug cartels around the world,
Yeah.
especially
After designating the cartels a terrorist organization, we're pretty much allowed to strike them at will in the Caribbean Ocean. Now, as soon as we try to take it on land, we will need congressional approval. But yes, it's one of the main reasons why we're blowing up boats off the coast of Venezuela. My bad. Not really. Maybe it's like the third reason we're blowing off boats off the coast of Venezuela. The real reason we're trying to scare Maduro out of power, but that doesn't seem to be working, and they seem to be preparing for battle. So we'll see what that leads into. But the third reason, of why we're really into Venezuela, or we're into the cartel, is honestly just to, stop the drugs to get into the United States. The first reason is to overthrow any regimes that we don't like, because after Venezuela, we might be coming for Colombia.
right here in our own hemisphere, and you have seen that he is delivering on that promise. With respect to the oil and what happened yesterday, the Department of Justice requested and was approved for...
people will say it's oil, but not really. It's all about influence at the end of the day. If you look up Venezuela and who they're heavily aligned with, you'll see why we're so keen to have them for ourselves, or to pretty much put a puppet government in there that we control. Is because Russia works with Venezuela, China works with Venezuela, Iran works with Venezuela. It's like basically all of our adversaries work with Venezuela. Oh, yeah, and they don't recognize Israel as a state, which honestly just a cherry on top. Like, I could care less about that. It's more about Russia, China, and them. But not recognizing Israel as a state is also the cherry on top. That's why a lot of these guys want Maduro gone.
Warrant to seize a vessel because it's a sanctioned shadow vessel known for carrying black market sanctioned oil to the IRGC, which you know is a sanctioned entity. So the president is committed to stopping the illegal flow of drugs into our country. He's also fully committed to effectuating this administration's sanction policy. And that's what you saw and the world saw take place yesterday.
And because you said the president is trying to do a lot of things at once, he talks a lot about how he thinks the way to bring down prices for everything would be to bring down the cost of energy. Would he use this seized Venezuelan oil to try to help Americans with affordability here in the United States?
Well, what I can tell you right now, the vessel has been seized, as you know, and the Department of Justice is...
I believe we've seized so far about 2 vessels, and shout out to Trump. According to Trump, we're going to be using it. So pretty much we just pulled a 6.9 and we just stole that. Yep, stole that. Give me that right there. That's our oil now. And we'll be using it for our people and our reserves. So good luck with that. And this is why Maduro kind of came out and said, oh, this is piracy, because it kind of is. We went out on the sea, on the Caribbean Sea, and said, arg, where's your oil? And then we took it. And now we're using it for our people, which, I mean, hey, it works out for us. Does it not? Does it not? I mean, Obama was out there bombing Africans for low oil prices, and we're out there putting pressure on Venezuela for low oil prices.
It did that in conjunction with the Coast Guard and the Department of War. The vessel is currently undergoing a forfeiture process right now. The United States currently has a full investigative team on the ground on the vessel, and individuals on board the vessel are being interviewed, and any relevant evidence is being seized. With respect to the oil, that's a different issue. As you know, Peter, the vessel will go to a U.S. port, and the United States does intend to seize the oil. However, there is a legal process for the seizure of that oil, and that legal process will be followed.
And just my last one on this. If President Trump launches a bigger military campaign in the Caribbean, is he jeopardizing a possible Nobel Peace Prize?
Look, the president has proven over the past year that he is more than worthy of the Nobel Peace Prize. I think he's been nominated for it nearly 100 times this past year, which is definitely a record. He's solved, I think, 9 conflicts around the world. We are up to now. He's actively working on the Russia-Ukraine war, which is the big one as we speak, and has been over the past year. With respect to any additional action in Venezuela.
What's so ironic about that, about the Nobel Peace Prize, is it was given to the lady that's standing up against Maduro. Yes, the lady that's speaking out and standing up against Maduro is the one that got the Nobel Peace Prize, not Trump, the guy who's actually trying to get this dictator out of power. No, not him. The lady that's just talking. She's just talking. She can't really put no actions on the feet. Still respectable work. She's a brave woman for doing so. But I'm just saying, she can only talk. This man's actually put in action, putting boots on the ground, not literal boots on the ground, but actually put in action out there. And he don't get the Nobel Peace Prize, but this lady gets it for just talking. Okay. I mean, I still respect the work. I respect the bravery. But what about the guy who could actually get this guy out of power? The guy that we're giving this lady a Nobel Peace Prize for just speaking about.
I'm definitely not going to get ahead of the president or the United States military. Mary.
It now seems all but certain that the Obamacare subsidies will expire at the end of the year. It means more than 20 million Americans are now bracing for their health care costs to soar. Is the president prepared to let this happen, or is he going to step in?
The president is prepared to take action on health care, and he wants Republicans on the Hill to do the same. As you have seen, Senate Republicans put forth their own legislation earlier this week. As for the subsidies that are set to expire, I would like to remind you and everybody at home why this is.
It does look like the Republicans passed the health bill without the ACA subsidies. So here's the thing. Like I said, without these ACA subsidies, the insurance premiums will triple and double. With them, they only go up about 18 to 30%. Still, I mean, you're going to deal with unaffordability when it comes to healthcare premiums, but we'll see what happens, because quite honestly, I'm thinking that they should just extend it for 2 years until they find something better.
On the brink of happening. Democrats wrote Obamacare. They passed it
True.
without a single Republican vote,
True.
and then they ballooned it with these expensive COVID subsidies that completely distorted the health insurance market. And then they
they put a whole bunch of spending into it, which also caused inflation, by the way. Yep. Well, I mean, they printed a whole lot of money into it, and they increased the money supply, and that caused inflation. I mean, and not just their rapid spending into Medicaid or Medicare as well. Like, trust me, it's more than just that. But yeah, and here's the worst part about it. I think it was the Inflation Reductionary Act is where they put these the enhanced Obamacare health subsidies, and they're the ones who set them to expire on the 25th. I want you to know that. They're the ones who set them to expire on the 25th. I mean, they had multiple chances under their presidency under Biden's presidency to where they can extend it, past 2025. But no, they put it right there on purpose to create this political dilemma.
Doubled down, extending those subsidies and setting their own expiration date right now in 2025, which the administration is obviously well aware of, and we are working. The president is working with his healthcare policy team here at the White House, as well as Republicans on Capitol Hill, to find a solution.
He said he's working to find a solution. He wants to see a solution to lower healthcare costs.
He does.
But these subsidies are expiring at the end of the year. So what is the plan, and what is he going to do to put this in place in the next 2-3 weeks?
You'll hear more from the president and from the White House on that very soon. As for wanting a solution to lower healthcare costs, I'm glad you said it, because the president is doing just that. He has made unprecedented progress towards lowering healthcare costs in this country and drug prices. He's secured numerous most favored nation drug price deals, with many more to come. As you know, the One Big Beautiful Bill, the working family tax cut, significantly expanded access to health savings accounts for those on Obamacare. Again, a Democrat written program and approved program, which has led to higher healthcare costs in this country. So it goes back to the issue of affordability. Democrats are now pretending they want a solution to this issue, but they created the problem. The president and Republicans,
which is hilarious. I mean, they created the unaffordability crisis that they're complaining about. They created the healthcare crisis, or the healthcare cost crisis that they're complaining about. Is absolutely hilarious. I mean, you guys set these subsidies to expire, not the Republicans, but the Dems set these to expire. Unaffordability went up under the Dems. So everything they're complaining about and they're trying to pass off on Trump is their fault.
Are currently coming up with creative solutions and ideas to lower healthcare costs for the American people, and you'll continue to hear more from them on that.
Before these subsidies expire?
I just said you're going to continue to hear more from the president and Republicans on this issue, I'm sure. Sure, Bloomberg, go ahead.
Thanks, Caroline. The president said he was going to be holding a call with the leaders of Thailand and Cambodia. Have those calls taken place? Is there a readout you can share?
The president has not yet engaged in those calls, and when he does, I'm sure you'll hear from him directly, as you always do, after foreign leader calls or from somebody here at the White House. I do know, with respect to the conflict in the peace deal in Thailand and Cambodia, and some of the conflicts you've seen arise, reports of that in the press over the past couple of days. The president addressed it in Pennsylvania. The administration is obviously tracking this at the highest levels and is very much engaged. I spoke with Secretary Rubio about it this morning.
And will senior U.S. officials be meeting Saturday with European and Ukrainian officials to discuss the peace plan?
Look, the United States and the Trump administration continues to be very much engaged in trying to bring the Russia-Ukraine war to an end. President had a call with Europeans yesterday. His special envoy Witkoff and his team continue to talk with both sides literally as we speak. If there is a real chance of signing a peace agreement, if we feel like those meetings are worthy of someone on the United States' time this weekend, then we will send a representative. It's still up in the air whether we believe real peace can be accomplished and we can truly move the ball forward. The president is extremely frustrated with both sides of this war. And he's sick of meetings just for the sake of meeting. He doesn't want any more talk. He wants action. He wants this war to come to an end. And the administration has spent more than 30 hours just in the past couple of weeks meeting with the Russians and the Ukrainians and the Europeans and speaking with them as well. So we'll see about the meetings this weekend and stay tuned.
So right now, Zelensky is kind of, they're playing delusional right now because here's the thing. One, Zelensky cannot get back the territory that he lost. Two, they're trying to say, well, instead of just giving it to Russia, how about we just freeze the battling and we make those an economic free zone? So pretty much it's like, well, we lost it, but not really, because it's not de facto Russia, it's an economic free zone. And I'm pretty sure this is going to be dead on arrival because Putin has already stated, if you don't give us these regions, we'll take more. And they're taking more by the week. And it's already came out that about 1.3 million Ukrainians have died to compared to the 640,000 Russians. And trust me, those numbers will be coming out soon because I know a lot of y'all ain't going to believe me, but wait for it.
His latest proposal that was sent over yesterday.
He's aware of it, yes. Ed.
Thanks, Caroline. So the Fed chairman, the president says that he's interviewing candidates. So I just want to be clear. So the pick has not been locked in. And could we get an announcement before Christmas?
I know every business outlet in the world is just chomping at the bit for a scoop or something on this Fed chair announcement. I'm not going to get ahead of the president. I know there's been a lot of reports about potential meetings this week with potential candidates. Look, as always, this is a decision the president himself is going to make. And I know there's a lot of reporting out there from
well, guys, do me a favor and double tap that screen and like the video. Let's get more people on the conversation by double tapping that screen. If you have any question, comments, jokes, or disagreements, I'll be happy to read it out loud and engage with it. Just $2 and up. Merry Christmas, guys. Let's get right into it. And after this video, we will be playing a Christmas song. After every video or a couple of videos, we will be playing a Christmas song. Why? Because it's Christmas. Come on now. And if you're my members, like I said, you can go ahead and send me some of your suggestions for Christmas songs in the Discord. If you're not, just go ahead and send it in a super chat, $5 and up. Let's go.
Anonymous sources who claim to know something. I would wait and see what the president himself does and announces, and I certainly won't be the one to get ahead of him on that.
On the economy, can I ask you about it?
Michael, go ahead.
On the next Fed chair, does the president have an expectation that his pick will lower interest rates next year to his liking?
I think the president has been quite clear about what he believes the Fed should be doing, which is lowering interest rates. I know there was a 1/4 point reduction this past week, and the president was pleased to see that, but he thinks more should be done. Philip.
Thank you, Caroline. On these advanced NVIDIA H200 chips, why is the president willing to allow China to have access to one of America's chief technological advantages?
Look, I will tell you just a couple of things. The president put out his own statement on this, which I do think highlights his exact thinking. What you see from the president on Truth Social is most of the time what you hear from the president behind closed doors privately. He told President Xi that NVIDIA will only be shipping H200 products to approved customers in China to allow under conditions that will allow for continued strong national security. The administration continues to maintain a strict export control regime, and we are ensuring that the Blackwell chip and other advanced technologies stay right here in America. And these H200 chips will only be sent to China after undergoing a security inspection here in the United States. Elizabeth.
City Mayor-elect Zoran Mondani put out a video recently telling immigrants in New York City they have the right to stand up to ICE. Are you concerned this will inspire New York City residents to resist ICE operations? And what will the Trump administration do if this happens?
The Trump administration is definitely concerned about the rise in violence and attacks and physical threats that we have seen against our brave men and women who wear the ICE uniform.
Yeah, I mean, even here in Columbus, Ohio, what was it? I think the Somalians was outside of the what was it? The hotel that the ICE officers were sleeping at, and they was trying to keep them up by making a whole lot of noise and all that wild stuff. Now, I mean, hey, they must have some earplugs because luckily none of them came out. But yeah, people are doing their best to try to sabotage ICE. I mean, track them down, dox them. It's absolutely insane. And this is all the Dems just trying to stop the immigration effort, which it won't be stopped. And we will get all these illegals out of here. And all the TPS guys as well who got their TPS status revoked, like it or not.
Again, these are agents who are just simply doing their jobs. They are enforcing our nation's immigration laws. And we've seen more than a 1,000% increase in violent attacks on them and their families. They've been doxxed, they've been harassed. Many of them have been physically assaulted and attacked. So we condemn that wholeheartedly. I know the administration has done a lot to protect our ICE agents, and the president stands firmly behind them in conducting these enforcement operations. And there's a lot of talk from Democrat politicians in New York, but the Trump administration will continue to do our jobs in every state, and that's to remove illegal aliens and public safety threats from American communities. Sure.
Thank you.
I'll go to the gentleman who's very eager, and then to you.
So much. Obviously, Jasmine Crockett, who the president has openly criticized, just entered Texas' Senate race. I asked Mike Johnson, who said that Texas largely supports the president. Crockett, on the other hand, says that Trump is an example of extremism. She says that her support is a referendum on Trump. I'm curious to get your thoughts on this. And has Trump made any statements since she's announced her candidacy?
Not to my knowledge, as you know, from the White House podium as a government employee.
Bro, Jasmine Crockett calling anybody extreme is hilarious. I mean, Jasmine, you're extreme. Your hatred for Donald Trump is extreme. The TDS is real. You can't make a point without mentioning Donald Trump. I'm sorry. But if anybody's a radical, it's Jasmine Crockett. But I mean, hey, we kind of wanted Jasmine Crockett to run because we knew it'd be an easy win. I mean, she's already going to lose her district seat because of the redistricting in Texas. So now she's suiting for senator, and she's most likely going to lose that.
I'm not privy to comment on future elections, but I do think the president has made his thoughts on Ms. Crockett quite clear, and I do believe he thinks she is wholly unqualified for the office that she is seeking. Joey.
Yeah, thanks, Caroline. A federal judge today ordered the immediate release of Kilmar Abrego Garcia from ICE detention. Does the White House have a response to that, and does the administration plan to appeal that decision?
Absolutely. The White House, the administration opposed this activism from a judge who is really acting as a judicial activist, which we've unfortunately seen in many cases across the country. Abrego Garcia is present in our country illegally. He is a proven human trafficker. He is a proven gang member. The administration has evidence of that.
Now, proven gang member, sure, but proven human trafficker, nah, we're still waiting for the guy to go to court and, innocent to proven guilty, So yeah, we're still waiting for him to go to court to verify the human trafficking charges. But Abrego Garcia has said, look, man, send me to Colombia or Costa Rica, I believe. I think it was Costa Rica. He wanted to be sent to Costa Rica. Costa Rica said they're willing to accept him because he don't want to go to El Salvador because he said his life would be in danger.
And as you saw from the Department of Homeland Security, they issued a statement saying they'll continue to fight this legal battle in court. Caitlin.
Two questions. I have one on Venezuela to follow up, but first on affordability, since we were talking about the economy at the beginning. If the economy is as strong as the president has said it is, then why is he telling parents 2 weeks before Christmas that they should only buy 2 or 3 dolls for their children?
Look, what the president is saying is that if we want products made right here in America, if we want them to be
like big head knows, bro, what do you think? What do you think I'm going to say? What do you think I'm going to say? Bro, I want the Haitians who are undocumented immigrants to get deported. I want the undocumented blacks, Hispanics, whites included, to get the deported. Nobody, bro, it's all about you being undocumented. It's not about race. Here's the problem about Dems. You guys make everything about race. We say undocumented immigrants, somehow that translated to Mexicans for you guys because everything's about race. When we say undocumented immigrants, we mean anybody who's in here undocumented without the proper paperwork. You could be any color and be an undocumented immigrant. We want you gone. I mean, y'all just make everything about race. Well, would you care if it's white people? I don't give a damn. If they're undocumented, get them gone. Trust me, a white person will say the same damn thing.
made from American small businesses, which is a large part of the reason the president has effectively implemented tariffs, then we're going to have better quality products right here in the United States. Maybe you'll pay $1 or $2 more, but you will get better quality and you'll be supporting your fellow Americans by buying American. And that's what the president was saying. Again, with respect to affordability, every economic metric, Caitlin, and I wish you would report more on it, does in fact show that the economy is getting better and brighter than where it was under the previous administration. I will repeat, inflation as measured by the overall CPI has slowed to an average 2.5% pace. Real wages are increasing, roughly $1,200 for the average worker. Gas prices are down in almost every single state across the country. Again, in 22 states, it's below 275. You look at the tax cuts, those are going to go into effect next year. So the best is yet to come. The president is digging our country out of the economic hole that the previous administration put us in, and that's what he's talking about.
It was a year ago, as you know, and grocery prices have been up. So we've covered the economy, but there's mixed signals in terms of what that looks like. But on
inflation is down from where it was. As measured by the overall CPI, it has slowed to an average 2.5% pace. This is down from what the president inherited. The president inherited 2.9% in January. Today, it's at about 2.5%. So we're trending in the right direction with more to come. And I would remind you, when President Trump left office in his first term, inflation was 1.7%. And the previous administration jacked it up to a record high 9%. So again, in 10 months, the president has clawed us out of this hole. He's kept it low at 2.5%. And we believe that number is going to continue to decline, especially as energy and oil prices continue to decline as well.
It wasn't high under Biden. They're just saying it's not.
Well, nobody reported on it being high under Biden. My predecessor was standing at this point.
No, that is definitely true. I mean, that was the funny thing about the Biden administration. Inflation was not talked about whatsoever under the Biden administration. Sure, the media was covering it as they should, but when it came to the Biden administration, bro, they act like inflation didn't even exist, especially the way they were signing those bills and adding money into the supply or increasing the money supply. They just pretended like inflation didn't exist. They said it wasn't transitory. Well, guess what? It was transitory. She actually has a really good point. It's like, yeah, under y'all administration, y'all wasn't even trying to talk about it or address it, but you were willing to, exacerbate the problem.
Podium, but now you want to ask me a lot of questions about it, which I'm happy to answer. But I will just add, there's a lot more scrutiny on this issue from this press corps than there was. Well, and the previous administration said that too. My predecessor stood up at this podium and she said, inflation doesn't exist. She said the border was secure. And people like you just took her at her word. And those were two utter lies. Everything I'm telling you is the truth backed by real factual data. And you just don't want to report on it because you want to push untrue narratives about the president.
Let's go.
Go ahead. I'm not going to take your follow-up. Go ahead.
Is the White House optimistic about the upcoming redistricting vote in Indiana and what happens if it fails?
We'll see how the vote plays out. That's a political matter and frankly a legal one, and I won't comment on it here. Brian.
Thank you, Caroline. I'm going to go back to the Fed. I have two topics I just want to address with you. The first one on the Fed. The president did say yesterday that he was meeting with Kevin Warsh.
This is your favorite story in the world, Brian.
It is our favorite story. The president said yesterday he was meeting with Kevin Warsh to talk about the Fed chair, an interview for a Fed chair role. Can you just say how that interview went with him?
I won't comment on private meetings without the president's approval to do so.
Okay. And the second thing is on the Netflix Warner Brothers deal. The president did address this also yesterday. He said that he believes that the sale of CNN should be attached to that deal with Netflix or with Paramount if anything happens down the road with them. Can you just explain what the president's planning to do going forward to continue to make that case similar to what he made yesterday?
Well, I think the president's comments yesterday about the sale of CNN and new leadership is evidenced by my exchange with the CNN reporter in this room. Their viewership has gone down, their ratings has declined, and I think the president rightfully believes that network would benefit from new ownership. With respect to this deal, he has great respect for both companies who are bidding against one another, and I won't weigh in any further than that. In the back, go ahead. I wasn't calling on either of you, but I'll take both your questions and then to you. Go ahead.
I have two questions. One is South Korea, one on the Japan. First question, the recent U.S.-South Korea trade fact sheet made no mention of agricultural product. Does the United States want to completely open its rice and beef market to South Korea? And second question on Japan. China is using its military power to surround Okinawa, Japan. Is the United States concerned about the military conflict between China and Japan? And what action will the United States take?
Okay. To your first question on South Korean beef or beef export to South Korea, I will check with our trade team and we will get you an answer on that. To your second question with respect to Japan and China, the president has a phenomenal relationship with the new Prime Minister of Japan, as you know. He was pleased to meet her when we went to Asia a couple of months ago, and they have spoken a few times since.
Which is actually pretty interesting because the new leader of Japan, which is a woman, by the way, she's actually likes Trump, but they're actually pretty cool. But who she don't like is Xi, and apparently she's willing to well, I guess get into it with China over Taiwan, which is actually pretty interesting because I've never seen a Japanese prime minister take that position.
They continue to be engaged with one another, and Japan is a great ally of the United States, as evidenced by their personal relationship and our continued trade relations with Japan. With respect to China, the president also has a good working relationship with President Xi, which he believes is a good thing for our country. And he believes that the United States should be in a position to have a good working relationship with China while maintaining our very strong alliance with Japan. Go ahead.
Yesterday, President Trump was speaking about drug production in Colombia. He said that the president of Colombia better wise up or he's going to be next. What was he meaning exactly? And the other thing is that President Gustavo Petro of Colombia.
Well, what Trump meant by that is that, oh, well, if the Colombian president don't wise up, he'll be next. It's like, look, if you want to work with Maduro, I'm sorry, but if you want to work with the cartel as close as Maduro is, then yes. Yeah, Colombia, you guys will be next, according to Trump. And I'm be honest with you, when it comes to the cartel's influence in Colombia, it's a little bit heavier than it is in Venezuela. So pretty much Trump is saying any world leader or any government leader that's willing to work with the cartel, yeah, we're trying to get you out of power. I'm gonna be quite honest with you. The Mexican president should be out of power by now. That's what they're having protests against her because they found out, like, oh, the only reason why you're here is because you're shilling for the cartel. Because every politician that don't shill for the cartel, well, they end up dead, shot in public in front of everybody. But not her for some reason, and it makes sense why.
Responded to that statement by issuing a formal invitation to President Trump to go to Colombia and to see firsthand how the authorities in Colombia are fighting against drugs. Do you think that President Trump would consider that?
Well, that's very interesting. I hadn't heard the news about that invitation. I will let the president speak directly to it on whether or not that's something he would entertain. But as for his comments yesterday towards President Petro, he has been saying some very alarming and frankly insulting things towards the United States of America, and the president doesn't like it. Yes, in the blue.
Caroline?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. The president's been spotted out and about a number of times with bandages on his hands. Could you please explain what that is about? Secondly, he noted on Truth Social the other day that he had aced 3 cognitive tests. Could you please clarify when those tests took place?
I can do that at a later date. I obviously don't have that in front of me. The president has spoken about that quite extensively throughout the years. As for the bandages on the hand, we've also given you an explanation for that in the past. The president is literally constantly shaking hands. The Oval Office is like Grand Central Terminal. He is meeting with more people than any of you even know about on a daily basis. He's also on a daily aspirin regimen, which is something his physical examinations has said in the past as well.
Oh, shoot. Shout out to my man Anonymous. Hey, appreciate the support for starting us off on the super chat. Shout out to what? I think it was something about her hair. Something about in her hair who sent 600 jewels. Appreciate you too, sis. But shout out to my man Anonymous. He says, Merry Christmas to all. Hope it was a great one. Yeah, it was a great one. Trust me. I got to have the time of my life. Well, and got to get some really good sleep as well. What can I say? Family, friends, and good sleep. But shout out to my man Anonymous. And I got you. You know, every time y'all guys send that Merry Christmas, I'll go ahead and change that background. Doesn't that look nice?
Which can contribute to that bruising that you see.
Thank you, Caroline. Back to the oil tanker. Just wanted to know, was this a one-off, or is it safe to say the administration is taking a more active look at the oil industry in Venezuela, whether targeting other oil shifts or perhaps Venezuelan oil production facilities in Venezuela?
Well, I won't broadcast any future actions from the administration, but I will just reiterate that the Trump administration is executing on the president's sanction policies and the sanction policies of the United States. And we're not going to stand by and watch sanctioned vessels sail the seas with black market oil, the proceeds of which will fuel narco terrorism of rogue and illegitimate regimes around the world. Andrew?
Thank you, Carolyn. Two for you. First, when the president announced the farm relief program the other day, Secretary Rollins afterwards, right out there, told us that the program would be paid for by the Commodity Credit Corporation, an existing program. The president keeps saying that it's being paid for by tariff revenue. Why does he keep saying that if the secretary who's running the program says that's not the case? And also about his doll comments from the other night. The president's a billionaire. He's probably the wealthiest person to ever serve as president. Is it a good look for him to be telling parents, "Oh, you should only buy $2 or $3 for your kids," when he's one of the wealthiest people in the country right now?
Do you think the people in that room in Pennsylvania who the president was speaking to don't know the president's a billionaire? I think that's a very well-established fact. And actually, I think it's one of the many reasons they reelected him back to this office, because he's a businessman who understands the economy and knows how to fix it. And he's doing it right now, just like he did in his first term. Sure, go ahead. To the gentleman behind you, Andrew, yes, go ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you, Caroline.
And let's be real, Trump meant that as a joke, because you got to remember what the Dems were coming up with during the tariffs. Oh, the prices of dolls are going to skyrocket. How are you going to afford your little girl a Barbie doll for Christmas? And then Trump just got tired of the complaint. He just said, all right, well, look, maybe you just need to buy your daughter less dolls. Buy your kids less dolls. Okay, then? Because that's what you guys were bitching about for like, what, 2-3 months? The dolls. How will your little girl get a Barbie for Christmas? It's like, bro, guess what? Christmas shopping increased this year. Increased. Black Friday shopping increased. Cyber Monday shopping increased. So what in God's name was y'all talking about?
We heard the president say yesterday that the Board of Peace members are going to be announced early next year. What is the administration doing to move the parties in the region closer toward phase 2 of his peace plan for Gaza?
Sure. Well, first of all, I would be remiss if I didn't highlight what a success it is that 10 months into the president's administration, you're asking me about a peace plan in Gaza, because that's a legitimate reality on the ground right now in the region. And it's only because of this president's leadership that was able to take place, that all the living hostages were returned. All but one body of the deceased hostages has been returned, and we're still, of course, working on the last one. As for this next phase of the peace process, there is a lot of quiet planning that's going on behind the scenes right now for phase 2 of the peace deal. And when the United States is ready to make those announcements public on the Board of Peace, the ISF, and the Palestinian technocratic government, we will be making those announcements at the appropriate time. But the reason that the negotiators and the teams on the ground have been rather quiet about this is because I spoke with them this morning, they are trying to be deliberate and thoughtful about this. Peace in Gaza.
Appreciate that, guys. So what I was about to tell you was, now the whole deal in Gaza, right? This is actually going to be crazy what I'm about to tell you guys, but it's Hamas who's actually holding together this ceasefire. And the reason why is not because Hamas is just these great guys. One, because they can barely fight back. And two, they don't want to break the ceasefire because Israel is continuously attacking them. They're breaking the ceasefire damn near every week. And the only reason why it hasn't spun out of control is because Hamas refused to retaliate against Israel because they actually want this war to come to an end. Israel doesn't. Actually, Israel just broke a ceasefire with Lebanon. And then once they broke that ceasefire, they're going like, oh yeah, and we want Hezbollah to disarm. So I don't know what's up with Israel, but they do not respect ceasefires for some strange reason.
In the Palestinian Strip is something, the Gaza Strip rather, is something that people have been.
Appreciate you guys for catching me on the mute. Appreciate that. One of the goofy moments. But shout out to my man Anonymous. He says, happy birthday, Jesus, the meaning of Christmas. Facts. Don't forget that.
Trying to accomplish for 70 years. So, this is a complex problem, and this administration wants to be very thoughtful about it, and we want to ensure an enduring and lasting peace. And when those announcements are ready, they will be made. Sure.
Thank you. There have been reports that Vladimir Putin called Maduro today to reaffirm his support. I wanted to ask if it's concerning to the president that Putin has given such a warm embrace to Maduro.
I don't think that would be concerning to the president at all, no. I'll let him speak on it further.
Spoken to Putin about that?
He has not spoken to President Putin today, and I understand that call took place this morning, so the answer is no.
Thanks. I have a question about the ACA, but just first very quickly clarifying Caitlin's question. You acknowledged that CPI in January when you took office was 3%. And in September, the last month for which we have data, it was also 3%. So inflation.
No, it's 2.5%.
Not in September, it was 3%.
It's 2.5%. The average CPI right now, I have it in front of me. In President Trump's first 8 months in office, inflation as measured by the overall consumer price index has slowed to a 2.5 average pace. This is down from the 2.9% inherited in January.
January is 1 month. So
Kelly, in the back.
Okay, can I ask you about the ACA really quickly? There are a number of plans that are floating around on the Hill right now having to do with these premium subsidies that are about to expire. Which plan does the White House support?
Again, I have told you now a few times that the president and the Republicans will continue to unveil creative ideas and solutions to the healthcare crisis that was created by Democrats. And I know Chuck Schumer is putting up a vote today. This is a political show vote. Chuck Schumer is not sincerely interested in lowering healthcare costs for the American people. He's putting this vote on the floor knowing that it will fail so he can have another talking point that he can throw around without any real plan or action. If Chuck Schumer actually wanted to lower healthcare costs, I'm sure the president would welcome him and his entire Democrat caucus to a legitimate coordination on the president's policies of bringing down drug prices, these most favored nation deals. Why hasn't Chuck Schumer ever come out in support of those? Those are going to legitimately, they already are, lower drug prices for the American people. And not a word from Chuck Schumer on it. So
Actually, not a word from no Democrat because they can't argue against it. There is no Democrat that's willing to argue against, or willing to give Trump props for bringing pharmaceuticals down to most favored nation price. Like, they have not give Trump no credit on it, and they don't speak on it because it'd be stupid of them, because that's something that they failed to do. They failed to negotiate with these pharmaceutical companies and get them to bring back manufacturing here and get them to give us most favored nation pricing. They actually just sat there and let these pharmaceutical companies make 75% of their profit off us. And because they're doing that, they're able to charge other countries less. And this is what the Dems allowed. Actually, instead of tackling that problem, they wanted to send $1 billion of taxpayer money that you put into to insurance companies. Like, for real? So instead of lowering prices, you're sending money to insurance companies that's raising prices. But the Republicans are the problem, though, when it comes to healthcare. Really? Okay.
I think that just proves this is completely political. Kelly, go ahead.
Buttons on Venezuela. Does the president consider the seizure of the oil tanker an escalation or a step towards war with Venezuela?
I think the president considers the seizure of the oil tanker as effectuating the administration's sanction policies, which I've already discussed previously.
Potential invasion or potential land strikes in Venezuela aligned with the president's supporters, the MAGA base, does it risk the potential for a prolonged war and U.S. troops involved in that?
Prolonged war is definitely not something this president is interested in. He's been very clear about that. He wants peace. He also wants to see the end of illegal drugs being trafficked into the United States and taking the lives of hundreds of thousands of Americans across our country. And he's thinking about that every day here at the White House. With every drug boat that is taken out by this administration, we are saving thousands of lives by deterring those drugs and stopping those drugs from flowing into our country. You will all, excuse me, you'll all hear, excuse me, you will all see the president tonight. He'll be making remarks at the Congressional Christmas Ball, which will be taking place here at the White House. And later this afternoon, he will be signing some congressional bills and executive orders that we, as always, will keep you apprised of. Thanks, guys.
And all righty, let's go ahead and move on to our first song of the night with Frank Sinatra, Let It Snow. And all right, and after that, we'll be moving on to Ukraine. And let's talk about what's going on in Ukraine for a little bit right after this video. All right, guys, appreciate the support. And like I said, if you have any suggestions and you are not a member, $5 and up. And if you are a member, just go ahead and send it in the Discord. All right, let's go. Oh, what? Oh, don't tell me somebody's being gay. Hey, who did that? I think somebody tried to report the stream for playing music. Really? Probably was that big head dude. Hot dog, Frank Sinatra, the legend, the GOAT. But all right, let's go. Let's get into Ukraine, guys.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky appears to be offering some concessions in the negotiations to end the war in Ukraine. Speaking to reporters on Tuesday, he laid out what would be acceptable terms to withdraw forces from parts of the Donetsk region that are not currently occupied by Russian forces. The area has been a key sticking point in the talks.
So yeah, this is what the Donetsk region. Yeah, he wants Ukraine to completely withdraw from this region right here. Gone, out, be gone. And he just wants to take it all for himself. And he wants that with all 4 of the regions over here.
Nada Bashir is live in London. So what more are we hearing from the president, Nada?
Well, look, Brianna, this is certainly a significant development. And although we haven't been given all of the details around the discussions that were held between a Ukrainian delegation and US officials, we know that there has been, according to President Volodymyr Zelensky, some progress when it comes to potential concessions that Ukraine is willing to make as part of this 20 points peace plan. Now, as we know, over the course of negotiations and discussions, Russian President Vladimir Putin has long insisted that Ukraine must effectively cede most, if not all, of the Donetsk region. And now, of course, this has been something that has been characterized as unacceptable for some time now by Ukrainian officials, including the Ukrainian president. But now we are hearing that there may be the potential for some compromise on this front. And according to officials with regards to this discussion, this talk that was held with reporters with President Zelensky, there is now the potential consideration of a withdrawal of Ukrainian troops from some parts of the Donetsk region, particularly fortified cities such as Kramatorsk and Slavyansk, which have effectively prevented Russian troops from being able to advance deeper into the heart of Ukraine. But this potential concession would also only take place, according to these reports, if Russia would then also agree to cede some of the territory that it has also taken. So we're looking at an equal...
Which they're not going to do. I mean, so honest with you, if you're thinking that Russia's going to concede territory, they're not. If anything, they'll just keep taking territory until they have something to give away to get what they always wanted.
Of territory being withdrawn from on both sides, and effectively this is said to potentially create a demilitarized zone. Now, of course, we do not have the finer details of what this would essentially look like. These details are still being ironed out and discussed, and of course this is a wide-ranging peace plan. So in addition to those territorial disputes, there are several other areas where Ukrainian officials are seeking guarantees not only from Russia, but also from its international partners and allies, including security guarantees from the United States, European nations, and NATO nations as well. They are looking obviously for further post-war development commitments when it comes to the economic development of Ukraine following any sort of ceasefire agreement, and of course guarantees of Ukraine's sovereignty and a non-aggression agreement between Ukraine and Russia. Of course, we are waiting to hear more on this. It is expected, according to the Kremlin spokesperson Dmitry Peskov.
So, I mean, look, hopefully the headline lets you know that Ukraine was never winning this whole time. It literally says Zelensky offers a peace concessions for Donetsk region, aka, I mean, let's be real, if he was winning, as you know, pro-Ukrainian guys love to tell y'all, then why is he making concessions? Usually when you're winning, you don't make concessions, but okay.
Peskov that we might see some sort of comment or response from Moscow in the coming days or weeks. But the Kremlin spokesperson did reject to give any sort of details or response at this stage to reporters, describing any discussion of the ceasefire negotiations or peace plan negotiations as unproductive.
And Nada, speaking of the Kremlin, how are they responding to what appears to be yet another, the second car bombing inside of Russian territory? We talked about the general who died in a car bombing in Moscow earlier this week. What more do we know about the latest reports?
Well, at this stage, both incidences are not being formally connected, but there has been some allegations from Russian officials accusing Ukraine of carrying out this latest attack. 2 police officers and a third individual are said to have been killed in this blast, the last attack being a car bomb attack. According to officials and investigators, the 2 police officers approached a suspicious individual when that bomb was detonated, a device they've described near a police car. Now, we do have a statement from police officials and investigators saying investigators and forensic experts are continuing to examine the scene of the incident. Police are also looking at CCTV and interviewing witnesses who were in the area at the time to try to get more details on the alleged perpetrator of this attack. And of course, this has raised concern. At this stage, Ukraine hasn't claimed responsibility. But of course, as we have seen over the course of the war between Russia and Ukraine, since Russia's invasion of Ukraine, a number of these attacks and assassinations have taken place, and Russia has long accused Ukraine of being behind this. But again,
which is true. A general just died in a car bombing maybe like a week ago, less than that. So yeah, a general in Russia died of a car bombing, and this hasn't been the first time high military officials are dying in car bombing. Now we're not sure if it's just Putin being disgruntled or if actually Ukraine is actually assassinating military leaders. We don't know.
No formal claim of responsibility or formal identification of.
But it is real convenient for Putin to take out a military leader who might have been trying to turn against him and just say, oh no, it was the Ukrainians, we're at war.
The connection between this particular attack and the killing of the Russian general.
All right, Nada Bashir reporting live from London for us. Thank you so much. Good to see you, Nada.
And all right, now let's go ahead and go over to First Post News and let's see what they're saying.
What will it take to end the Ukraine war? It's one of the big questions we are carrying into 2026. Through this year, we've had many moments of hope, only to be followed by more fighting. Today, there is fresh hope. Ukraine has floated a new deal. Their president, Volodymyr Zelensky, has proposed it. It's a new 20-point plan. It talks about, and I'm quoting, it talks about freezing the front lines. Those are the words they've used, freezing the front lines. It suggests that Ukrainian troops could pull back from the Donbass, which is a region largely controlled by Russia. The plan also proposes demilitarized zones. And this is a significant shift because these are ideas that Ukraine had refused to consider in the past.
I mean, honestly, yeah, she's kind of right because first off, in the first deal, we was going to say they're de facto Russia. Like pretty much it's Russia now, the Donetsk region and all the other regions that he took. But now, instead of saying or kind of making it look like they just took a total L, they're saying, oh, no, we didn't take an L because it's not Russia. It's an economic free zone that Russia just happens to control. That's how they're going to try to spin it to you.
But now Zelensky has agreed to them. He says both Kiev and Washington support the new plan, and the ball is in Moscow's court. Does that mean Kiev has made a concession? Are they willing to give up territory to end this conflict? And most importantly, will Russia agree to this new plan? Here's a report.
Ukraine has laid down a new peace proposal. It comes after months of stalled negotiations.
Oh, guys, let's not forget to double tap that screen, like the video, guys. Let's get more people on the conversation by double tapping that screen. Do you have any question, comments, jokes, or disagreements? I'll be happy to read it out loud and engage with it. Just $2 and up. Or send a gift.
And growing pressure to end the war. This new plan is different. It offers a way to freeze the front lines. President Volodymyr Zelensky says this is Kyiv's clearest offer yet. A 20-point plan. Zelensky says it is backed by the United States and it has been shared with Moscow. Let's break down what's in it. Zelensky has said He's willing to withdraw troops from the Donbass region, from the areas that Ukraine still controls. But Russia must also pull back by an equal distance. These areas would then become demilitarized. In simple terms, no troops, no weapons, no military operations. Instead, these would become free economic zones. This is a revised version of an earlier document. The original 28-point draft had leaned more toward Russian demands. Now, it's been cut to 20 points and reworked through weeks of US-led talks.
Dang. Yeah, so the original draft was a 28-point plan, and now they cut out to make it a 20-point plan. I don't think Russia's going for it because, it took out some of the NATO. Well, Ukraine will never be a part of NATO guarantees. It took away that, and I don't think Putin's going for it. So we'll see. We'll see, though.
But not all points have been agreed upon. Some significant gaps remain on the issue of over-territory and nuclear infrastructure. Russia still occupies Europe's largest nuclear facility in Zaporizhia.
Damn.
Ukraine wants Russian troops out, but the two sides couldn't reach a deal. So, Kyiv proposed a compromise. Ukraine is pitching a joint venture between Kyiv and Washington. Both sides could manage Zaporizhia plant together. The plan also includes long-term...
Whoa. So you think that Russia's going to let you take their plan and split it between Ukraine and US? That's what I'm saying. Like, they're delusional. Like, he got with the NATO leaders and the EU leaders, and they made this man delusional to the point where, bro, you literally think that Putin's going to go for that. He took it. So unless you can fight him off there and get him to agree to that, I mean, that's not happening. Like, they're literally being delusional with their proposal.
Security terms. Ukraine would get formal guarantees from the US, NATO, and Europe. They are similar to NATO's Article 5, the Mutual Defense Clause, where an attack on one ally would trigger a response from all. So, if Ukraine is attacked again, military help would be automatic. There's also a limit on Ukraine's military. The plan allows 800,000 troops in peacetime. That's seen as a compromise to ease Russian concerns. What about Ukraine's bid to join NATO? Earlier, Moscow had insisted Kyiv must renounce its bid. But the 20-point plan makes no mention of barring Ukraine from joining NATO. But ultimately, it all comes down to territory. Any peace deal in Ukraine must address Donbass. That question cannot be avoided. Donbass consists of two regions, Donetsk and Luhansk. As things stand today, Russia controls nearly 90% of the Donbass. Moscow has demanded full control of it. Zelensky's plan doesn't give them that. It offers...
That's what I'm saying is like, how are you going to... They control 90% of it, Zelensky. Tell me, how are you going to work any compromise with somebody who has 90% of it? Like, a compromise would be, all right, bro, we have 50-50, or maybe I got like 55, you got 45. Like, then you can come to a compromise there. But when they have 90% of it, you're delusional to think if you can have a compromise when you only have 10% of it.
Shared pullbacks, not full withdrawal. So far, Russia hasn't accepted those terms. President Putin has warned, if Ukraine doesn't pull out fully, Russia will take the region by force. The proposal has been shared with the Kremlin.
Now you got a standing ovation for that.
Dmitriev has already had the opportunity to brief the president on the outcome of his trip in detail. Based on the information the head of state received, we now intend to formulate our further position and resume contacts in the near future through the channels that are currently operating.
Zelensky says Kyiv expects a formal response soon. But key parts of the plan, like the economic zones and troop withdrawals, will require public backing. Zelensky says a national referendum will be needed, especially for anything involving territorial compromise. Beyond the battlefield...
Yeah, that is true, because, I mean, they're going to have to, reconstruct their constitution, because in their constitution, it says they're not allowed to concede land. But I'm just like, sadly, your constitution can't win back land for you.
The plan also includes a path to redevelop Ukraine, like Ukraine's candidacy to join the European Union, this time with a fixed accession timeline. A $200 billion investment fund was proposed as well to rebuild Ukraine. The fund will be backed by the US and Europe. And fresh elections in Ukraine are expected soon after the deal is signed. The ball is now in Moscow's court, and what happens next could shape the future of the conflict.
First post now available.
But all right, now let's go ahead and get over to what CNN got to say, because we're still on the topic of Ukraine. Because while Ukraine's draft invaders are dying in icy mountains, I know they're dying in icy mountains. Like, the worst way to go is dying in the cold. Oof.
So what you see on the right-hand side is Ukraine.
Dan Benga knows how dangerous these mountains can be. He and his team have rescued hundreds of Ukrainians who tried to cross them.
They don't have knowledge, they don't have experience, and they don't have professional equipment, because on these mountains you need professional equipment to be alive, to survive.
The Carpathian Mountains that cut along Romania's 400-mile border with Ukraine have become a deadly magnet for Ukrainian men fleeing conscription at home and seeking freedom in the EU.
I told you guys, when I tell you they literally pulling these Ukrainians off the street, they are, to the point where they're evading the draft or they're evading the Ukrainian army, because they're like, bro, I'm not trying to fight in a war where we're dying and we're losing. And everybody in Ukraine know that, yes, people are dying and we are losing. But for some reason, people in America don't get that. I mean, especially when all the clues are like right in front of their face.
You can see how...
I mean, if they're winning, I mean, why have draft dodgers? Why are they willing to die in an icy mountain instead of face Russia? Think about that.
These mountains are, it is frankly astonishing that up to 100 Ukrainians are making this crossing still every single week.
The risks are huge. Since Russia's invasion in 2022, the Salvamont Mountain Rescue Service has carried out countless perilous missions that have saved 377 Ukrainian lives.
Damn.
The longest operation lasted nearly 6 days. Not everyone makes it. The Romanian border police say 29 Ukrainians have died crossing the mountains and the Tisa River that separates the two countries.
Damn.
This is a job we were prepared.
I mean, no, they some real ones. I mean, y'all some real ones. Y'all some real humanitarians. But yeah, like I said, they rather die in the icy mountains than face certain death with Russia. Think about that.
Training every day, and this is a job we are doing. It's not about being Ukrainian or Russian or American. It's about being human.
A human being.
Yeah.
So if you could deliver a message to the men of Ukraine, would you tell them, stop trying to cross through these mountains? It's too dangerous.
I really can't say don't cross the mountains. I can say take care of you.
I mean, that's exactly what they're doing by crossing the mountains. They don't want to get pulled into this losing war with Russia. They understand that there's literally people out there trying to pull them off the street and put them on the front line. And they're like, yo, fuck that shit. I'd rather die and take my own chances in the icy mountains. Like, you really got to think, if Ukraine is winning, why do they have people literally running to the mountains? The icy mountains to die an icy death, possibly on the very slim chance that these guys are out there in a helicopter to save their ass.
Lesson that Dima, who asked us not to reveal his identity, learned the hard way. He made the crossing shortly after receiving his draft papers early on in the war. Things quickly went wrong when his group got lost.
Минус 20, без еды, без воды.
Без воды?
Да.
No water?
No.
No food?
Снег только.
Only snow.
Just the snow.
20 километров шел босиком.
Damn!
Я понимал, что у меня как бы...
In the snow? 20 kilometers on feet? Bro, do you even have feet still? Like, no, I mean, all jokes aside, bro, I hope he still has his toes. Because I don't think I'd have had mine.
проблемы с ногами, но на то время я не чувствовал. Почувствовал только тогда, когда уже был в больнице.
And then did they have to
Jesus.
remove all the toes?
Да.
Damn, I knew
Если
it.
бы меня не нашли, там еще 2 часа, спасатели бы, я бы с вами сейчас не разговаривал.
Oh, okay, I knew it. I knew it. So this guy rather face the icy cold in the mountains than be pulled into certain death with Russia. I mean, guys, what else do you need to see? Do you like the peace deal that's overly favored toward Russia, the concessions that Ukraine is making towards Russia, the fact that they got soldiers running for the mountains to escape certain death by Russia? What else do you need to see? Because at a certain point, you're being delusional.
Stories like Dima's have
Like,
done.
you can call me a Russian spooge all you want. The results are still going to be the same. Russia's winning this war. People in Ukraine are done fighting this war. They're willing to risk an icy death in the mountains than fight this war. Like, think about how desperate you got to be, or think about how dangerous that war got to be for you to just be like, you know what? I'll take my chances in the icy mountains.
Little to stop the flow. According to the Romanian border police, more than 30,000 Ukrainians have entered the country illegally since the war began. Martial law prohibits eligible men between the ages of 23 and 60 from leaving Ukraine. Many see crossing these mountains as their only option. Numbers are down from their peak in 2024 when the mobilization age was lowered to 25. But even now, as winter sets in, the crossings can.
Actually, you know what's so crazy? I'm gonna speak on this. You know what's so crazy about that whole Bone Spurs thing? If you ask a dem, all right, you're criticizing him about that, but do you have any proof that he faked Bone Spurs? Oh, you don't. You don't have no proof. Can you go to the doctor and get the doctor to admit that he faked it for Donald Trump? Oh, you can't. The doctor actually said he had it. Okay, so why are you getting mad about Trump having bone spurs when it was out of his control? And if it was up to him, he'd have went to the army. And I don't know, but as a veteran, why would you want somebody who has bone spurs on the field, which can endanger your life? Are you sure you're actually a combat veteran? I'm sorry if I'm disrespecting you by asking, but are you sure? Because that didn't make too much sense. That don't sound like something a responsible veteran or a responsible soldier would say. I mean, there's a reason why they didn't let him in, because it would hinder you guys on the battlefield, right? And you can't prove that Donald Trump lied about it whatsoever. Y'all just say it just for the hell of it.
Continue.
Саме тут перевірений, безпечний, надійний, швидкий вихід за кордон чоловікам. Саме з нами.
For those who can afford it, some smugglers openly sell their services on TikTok and Telegram. 9,000.
Because unlike Donald Trump's bone spurs, guess what? There's proof that Ukraine's losing. Yeah, unlike Donald Trump's faking the bone spurs allegation. Yeah, there's no proof of that, but there is sure a whole lot of proof that Ukraine is losing this war.
Euros to get to Moldova, 12,000 euros or around $14,000 to Romania. Artem, as he calls himself, says he helps facilitate these escapes.
Oh, we rescued, I think, more than 600 people.
I find it really interesting that you use the word rescue.
Of course, because I see this situation like that, and I think we rescue people.
Because people in Romania even know that they're losing. They're like, yeah, you're losing this fight with Russia. You don't want to go out there and die for nothing, so you're trying to run away and seek refuge in one of the EU or NATO countries. Like, even bro, when the other countries around them know that they're losing to the point where they gotta save the stragglers. I mean, what else do you need to hear? I mean, if you're winning, why would you have this many people running for the hills? If you're winning, why do you need to drag citizen off the street? If you're winning, why are you conceding land to Russia? Anybody want to take that on? Oh, of course not. Yeah, of course not.
Who just want to leave to build their future.
And what do you say to people who view you and who view those who are trying to leave as traitors?
I don't take care about them, to be honest. I help people, I save people.
Ukrainian authorities see it differently, faced with a manpower crisis as the war heads towards its 5th year. Men caught trying to leave the country.
Faced with a manpower crisis. So it's basically CNN is kind of snitching on them in a way. They're not going to say it outright, but they're saying it right to your face. Like, yeah, there's a man problem situation. We don't got enough soldiers to fight Russia, so we're pulling citizens off the street. And the citizens know this to the point where they're trying to leave Ukraine because they don't want to be taken into a war that they're losing.
The war heads towards its 5th year. Men caught trying to leave the country illegally are rounded up. Some have reported being mobilized shortly afterwards.
Hi, Victor.
Like, Adam, don't be a dumbass. Like, you haven't been able to refute anything I'm saying. You haven't been able to give me no different information because it's all right in front of you. Look, bro, I know you've been lied to for about 2 years that Ukraine is winning, but bro, wake up. Wake the F up. Nobody's believing that but the delusional at this point. Like, only the crazies are believing this at this point, bro. I'm kind of feeling bad for you, to be quite honest. I mean, you're over here saying that I'm lying, but can you give me any other information? Because you can see the Russians winning on world news, American news. I mean, shit, you might even be able to see it on Ukrainian news at this point. So I'm wondering, like, bro, how delusional are you to still think that Ukraine has a chance? Or to still think that I'm a Russian stooge for telling the truth of what's going on in that part of the world? Please tell me.
How are you?
34-year-old Kiev taxi driver Viktor Pinchasov has just crossed into Romania.
I'm glad you're okay. You
Yeah,
survived. How long did it take you?
5 days, 4 nights.
5 days, 4 nights, walking through the mountains.
Yeah, 3 big mountains.
Man, did you leave house shoes? Like, because the last guy didn't. He made it with no toes now.
He says the journey was tough, but the decision to leave was easy.
Damn.
His 5-month-old daughter, Ava, is in Switzerland, and he has little faith in ongoing negotiations to end the war.
Do you believe that there is...
I mean, yeah, if they were winning the war, then let's be real, bro wouldn't be making this move. That's the reality of it. If they were winning this war, think about it. They wouldn't be bro left literally because he says, we don't see a sight. We don't see an end right now, and we're losing. If they were like, well, we don't see a sight end to the war and we're winning, then they would be staying right exactly where they're at because they're winning, they're gaining more land, and they're barely being touched. Just like how you don't see no Russians leaving. You don't hear stories about Russians deserting, but you hear all about that. You hear everything about Ukraine. So once again, Ukraine has been losing this war the entire time. And now the world is starting to wake up to it. Now they're starting to reach its conclusion.
It's going to be peace?
No.
Letting
No.
Russia win.
I
See, like delusional people like this, you're letting Russia win. Who's letting Russia win? Like who? Not us. Are we out there or is it Ukraine? All right, it's Ukraine. Don't be a retard, bro. It's almost stupid. You're letting Russia win. Who? Well, they're not invading us. They're not taking our land. They're taking Ukraine. That's their responsibility. And they're not in NATO. We have no obligation, but yet we're still sending money out there. We're not letting Russia win. Russia's just winning. That's it. That's all. Boy.
I want to believe, but I see nobody wants peace.
What's the most important reason you left?
My daughter, freedom. I want to live and understand that I'm free. I can go, I can live in prison. I'm free man.
It is a bleak outlook shared by many Ukrainian men, willing to leave their homeland behind to take their futures into their own hands. Clarissa Ward, CNN.
Yeah, instead of just dying uselessly, I mean, being a useless death on the battlefield for nothing. They rather, well, bro, he's a father. He's like, bro, I'd rather go be a father in my daughter's life than go out there and die for Zelensky in a losing war. I respect it. Y'all may not respect it, but y'all ain't out there fighting that war. Actually, a lot of people who's like pro-Ukrainian, I mean, bro, I would ask you guys to go out there and fight that war then. If you feeling so bad about it, go out there and fight that war. And guess what? Your ass will be running for the hills just like the Ukrainians. All right? All right. Boy. But all right, now let's get over to the right side of news with Fox News. Wait, since we are done with the Ukraine segment, all right, let's get over to a musical interlude. And shout out to my guy, what's his name? Bing Crosby, A Winter Wonderland. Whoops. That one. All right, now on to the next one. All right, let's see where we're at since we're done with Ukraine. All right, let's go to the Fox News. See what they talking about. All right, barely let me get away with that, huh?
All right, let's bring in Deputy Chief of Staff for Policy and Homeland Security Advisor, Stephen Miller. Great to see you this evening, Stephen.
What?
Happy
Hold on,
February.
Jesus, bro. You got to be retarded. No, bro. Did this man just say we gave more money to Argentina than Ukraine when we gave these scholars over $100 billion in cash and then about $250 billion in weapons? And then here's the thing. We didn't give Argentina $40 billion. You might want to look that up. It's actually a loan that we're making money off the interest off of. Like, y'all need to get y'all facts straight.
You're obviously feeling pretty good about things right now. You all have delivered more in the past 11 months than any president I've ever seen in my decades of covering Washington.
Yes, well, absolutely. But first, let me say I'm reminded of a joke, very true joke, President Trump told in the 2024 campaign, which is that here's the thing about white dudes for Harris. All of their girlfriends' lovers voted for Trump. You know, you called him a former white dude for Harris. You might as well just called him a former dude. Because once he made the decision to become a white dude for Harris, he surrendered his man card for life, and he's never getting it back. So I think that's about all we can say about him. But
I think that you were correct about that.
Yes, but the last 11 months have been the most successful 11 months in the history of the American presidency. Think about what President Trump inherited and what we have today. We just got a blockbuster 4.3% economic growth report for Q3 for the third quarter today, smashing expectations, fueled by rising consumer demand, and here's a key word, American exports. Our whole lives, all we've had are imports. Imports from Asia, imports from Mexico, imports from Canada. Now we're an exporting powerhouse. Energy prices are down. Gas prices have been cut by almost 50%. We're an energy superpower. We're a manufacturing superpower. And also, very importantly, we are a technology superpower. After years of watching other countries invent the new technologies, beat us in 5G, under President Trump, we have a revolution in quantum computing, artificial intelligence, advanced manufacturing, and we're bringing the semiconductor industry back to the United States. A technology superpower, a manufacturing superpower, and most importantly of all, a military superpower. You saw the announcement today about the Golden Dome, the Golden Fleet, the next generation of battleships, or the announcement yesterday, sorry, about how the president is making the American military the dominant, overwhelming, lethal force of the 21st century. The border is slammed shut, crime is plummeting, illegals are going home, and America is for Americans again. You could not ask for a better Christmas list than that, Charlie.
I bet.
Well, of course, when you look on paper, the economy is going gangbusters, and you listed a lot of those things, and you know the lower inflation and gas prices are key to all of that. But there is polling that shows that there remains some frustration among consumers or voters. What does the White House have to
Yeah, probably in the blue states where things are the most unaffordable.
do to reach those people or make changes so that those people feel better? And obviously they're getting lied to by the media, which has always been a problem for Republicans. But what can the White House do to make either fix things so that they feel better or convince them that the situation is better?
Well, I think the most important point of all, and look, the polling shows overwhelming support for President Trump across every single issue and dimension. But the most important point to hammer over and over again, under Trump 1, no inflation. Biden comes in, devastates the economy. We have double-digit inflation overall from when Biden entered to when Biden left. Prices went up 30% in 4 years. Donald Trump comes back in, and inflation is down to near benchmark rates of 2% within months. How's that even possible? I mean, we knew the man was an economic wizard. But Charlie, how do you get inflation from 30% to almost 2% in a few months? He defied what everybody said was possible. Of course it's true. People got pummeled for 4 years of Biden. in every way that a human being can be pummeled. We lived through it for 4 years. COVID lockdowns, crazy spending, runaway inflation, and of course, mass migration.
But all right, let me educate some people in the chat about this $40 billion to Argentina, because y'all don't know anything. But the U.S. Treasury, and because you can go on Reuters and find this out, but the U.S. Treasury Department under Secretary Scott Bessent has announced that the U.S. will provide a U.S. $20 billion currency swap line with Argentina's central bank. No, not giving them money. You know that, right? We're not giving it to them. That's why it's called a currency swap. But the currency swap line means that the U.S. will exchange dollars for Argentina pesos. Once again, basically, we're not just giving them money, but y'all don't understand that part. So, to help Argentina's currency reserve and stabilization efforts, this move was framed as a credit line or a swap rather than a direct grant or a unconditional bailout. In addition, the U.S. is working on facilitating a $20 billion, financing also, and they have yet to access this yet. So when you guys say we gave $40 billion to Argentina, you're wrong. It wasn't no bailout, and it for sure wasn't no grant. And if you don't know what a currency swap is, you can just go ahead and look that up.
Migration. And President Trump came in and he reversed all of that in a matter of months. It really is one of the historic achievements. Reagan, by comparison, after Carter, it took Reagan over 2 years to make progress on inflation. And in that period of time, as you remember, in 81 and 82, unemployment went up to 10, 11% as part of the interest rate raising that they used to try to lower inflation. So compare the Reagan legacy to what Trump did.
But I'm sorry, but y'all must be retarded. Now, the peso isn't as strong as the American dollar, but it still has value. You know that, right? And it's a stabilization force. And like I said, y'all don't know enough about geopolitics, because if Argentina's economy fails, that's gonna cause an economic fallout all through South America. I mean, all of South America is gonna get hurt from Argentina failing. I hope you know this. It's important to me that you know this, because y'all talking out y'all ass like y'all do. But yeah, it's for regional economic stability. And if you guys can understand that, then I mean, y'all shouldn't even be speaking on the subject.
In the last few months, there's not even a comparison, Charlie.
Right. All right, so I got to ask you about this, because I know that you've been really enjoying watching this whole kerfuffle over at 60 Minutes over their package on the S.E.T prisons. And you actually have somebody from the outside, new, who's trying to actually act like an adult over at 60 Minutes and say, hey,
Jesus, I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to get you. You're too retarded. You're too retarded for the chat, bro. Saudi Arabia invested trillions of dollars into us. What do you mean? Selling out to Saudi Arabia is a new American, bro. They're investing billions of dollars. How are we selling out to them? They're giving money to us, and that only benefits us. Like, bro, I'm sorry, you're just too retarded for the chat. I mean, I thought Leslie was pretty bad, but you're probably the worst. Sorry, brother. You need to sit back and actually learn something. You sit on your fingers for a little bit.
Wait a minute. You failed to talk to the administration. You failed to put in any sort of context whatsoever for the story. And so she's decided to pause the story. And now there's an open revolt at 60 Minutes. First of all, were you contacted about this package? And were you and what do you make of all of it?
Well, I don't remember anybody reaching out to me. Of course, as you know, people put things into comms inboxes and general feedback comments, but I don't remember getting anything. But more fundamentally, this is another pathetic 60 Minutes hatchet job. They're trying to tell sob stories about train to Iraq with gang members.
Yeah,
drill holes.
That was hilarious. And remember, we watched it like, what was it? Yeah, 2 nights ago. We actually watched that 60-minute story about S.E.T and what was going on in there. And I'm just like, I'm sorry, but you're trying to make me feel bad about a bunch of guys in El Salvador that we have no business with. You're trying to make us feel bad about a guy who got an asylum interview and was rejected, and now got sent back to El Salvador. We're supposed to feel bad about that? It's like, bro, it was pathetic. But hey, Dems, they'll try it. They'll try anything to try to pull at your heartstrings.
Some people's hands who rape and murder little girls. This is the gang that kidnapped, sexually assaulted, and murdered Jocelyn Ungary. Remember her, that precious 12-year-old girl from Texas who was taken from her mom and went through horrors none of us can even imagine. And you have these 60-minute producers who are living in.
Check your facts, homie. Qatar gives money to terrorists. Yeah, through Israel. Israel sends the money to Qatar, and Qatar sends it to Hamas. I mean, actually, Qatar got Bibi Netanyahu's hand on writing. In writing, my friend. So, like I said, y'all need to check y'all facts, because you'd be surprised at what you don't know. Be quite honest, you. I was like, Qatar's a better ally than Israel. Tell you that right now.
Comfort and security in their West End condos, trying to make us feel sympathetic for these monsters? Have you seen the tattoos?
Yeah, who funded Hamas? Bibi. If you did not realize, Bibi sent money to Qatar telling them to fund Hamas. It is recorded. Even Israeli media exposed this. If you watch the Bibi files, which is an expose on Bibi's corruption case, they admitted this. You guys, bro, don't know nothing. Like I said, don't know nothing, but speak like they do.
The face tattoos, the body tattoos on these killers? Would one 60 Minutes producer or writer agree to spend 30 minutes? I'll make a deal. We will pick someone at random that we sent to S.E.T, just a random lottery drawing, and they will spend one day overnight in your apartment. Who was taking that deal at 60 Minutes? Nobody.
Nah, Steve Miller's hilarious. He said, all right, you think they so innocent? Cool. Let's take one of these guys out of S.E.T, and you can go ahead and sleep with this guy in your apartment for just one night. One night. Go ahead, do it, since you want to paint them as harmless. Please.
Because they know that these are monsters who got exactly what they deserved. Because under President Trump, we're not going to let little girls get raped and murdered anymore. And every one of those producers at 60 Minutes engaged in this revolt, fire them. Clean house, fire them. That's what I say, Charlie.
Okay.
And yet somehow they're the compassionate ones, and you're the mean ones. But we're glad you're the mean ones and getting the job done. Very much appreciated. Stephen Miller, Merry Christmas and Happy New Year.
Merry Christmas.
All right, now Trump took an L in the Supreme Court with bringing the National Guard to Chicago. Even though the people of Chicago is begging for it, it is up to their governor to go ahead and bring in the National Guard. Now, the only time Trump could bring in the National Guard if there's a situation like what happened in LA, where the police was getting attacked, ICE officers were getting attacked, and it got violent. Chicago is not like that, and hopefully don't turn into that. But what the problem is, though, that if Chicago was to try to invoke, like what Brandon Johnson was talking about, the mayor of Chicago, if he was trying to invoke a ICE-free zone, then yeah, the president could bring the National Guard under that. But as you see, they're not trying to play with the president like that.
The Supreme Court has dealt a significant blow to the Trump administration, blocking the president from deploying the National Guard to Chicago. In the 6-3 ruling, the court's 3 liberal justices were joined by Chief Justice John Roberts, Justice Amy Coney Barrett, and Justice Brett Kavanaugh. In today's
Vinny, look how dumb you sound. So when you side with the enemy, you're now the enemy. Hold on. So Qatar's been the one that been doing all these helping us out with almost every adversarial nation in the Middle East. This is how we even get to these peace deals, these ceasefires, is through Qatar, while Israel is the one who's starting them. So I'm sorry if I'm on the side of the guys who want to have peace and not on the side of the guys who want to start war. And then the guys who start war always bring us into it. So I'm sorry if I'm on the side of the Arabs who never brought us into any war, who's only helped us solve war, and who's actually invested into the United States more than the Israelis. And that's just the facts.
decision could jeopardize Guard deployments in other cities.
I'm sorry, I'm looking for the net benefit to the United States. And sadly, Qatar is more of a benefit to the United States than Israel.
With us now, CNN senior legal analyst Ellie Holding is a former federal prosecutor. Walk us through the reasoning here from the Supreme Court, which I have to say is truly interesting.
It really is. It's an unusual decision and a major setback for the Trump administration, not just in Chicago, but more broadly. The law that Donald Trump used to deploy the National Guard in the first place says that the president can call out the National Guard if he is unable with regular forces. We're going to come back to that, okay? Regular forces to execute the laws of the United States. Now, the Trump administration
Yeah, he can bring in the National Guard to uphold federal law. Right now, ICE is able to go in there and uphold federal law without, the need of the National Guard. So that's why it was shot down, because unlike LA, There's no huge protest. People aren't trying to stop the National Guard. They're not trying to throw rocks at ICE or stop ICE. So there's no need for the National Guard because ICE is able to carry their operations out without them. And as much as there's people crying about it, well, ICE is still able to carry their operation without people at least throwing rocks at them, at least like in LA.
That means if he's unable with regular cops, with FBI, DEA, ICE to enforce the laws, then you can call in the National Guard. What the Supreme Court said is, no. That phrase, regular forces, that means the regular military, Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines, and only those very narrow areas where the military is even allowed to come in and execute the laws in the first place. So basically, the Supreme Court has put the bar very high to deploy the National Guard in the future and has limited it to an almost minuscule slice of all conduct on the streets. It's going to make it very difficult for the president to justify the National Guard in Portland, New York, anywhere else.
Explain why this mattered in Chicago, but didn't play in Los Angeles or in Portland, Oregon, where the Guard was also deployed.
So I think you and I discussed Los Angeles and DC.
Saying God is the greatest. Remember that, nigga? Yes, God is the greatest. I will remember that. I will remember to make sure to remember that God is the greatest, because that's exactly what that means if you don't know.
DC were different. DC was different. Trump was allowed generally to deploy there because the president is in charge of the DC National Guard, okay? Put that to the side. LA was different, Los Angeles, because there were protests that at times turned violent happening there. The rationale in Chicago is much more generalized. Just, well, crime rates are high and it's very dangerous. And the Supreme Court has said that's not enough for this specific statute.
Yeah, and again, for it to be allowed.
I mean, sadly, yeah, like the people of Chicago, I mean, the councilmen, the mayor, and all those guys, they don't want to fix the crime in Chicago. They don't. They'd have done it a long time ago. They could up the police force and all that good stuff, but they didn't. They've let the gang violence get out of hand. They let it spill over into the nice areas. Then when Donald Trump wants to come through and actually fix it, they want to kick, cry, and scream. I mean, they could have been brought in National Guard for themselves and, try to, lock up those areas and clean up crime, but they didn't. They just let crime proliferate. So, like I said, this is where a lot of people are frustrated with the Dems, because it's just like, all right, so you guys run the highest crime areas, even in the red states. You look at these red states, like, Mark, let's go to mine. Now, I'm in Ohio. My state don't have high crime, but you want to know what the highest crime areas in my state are? Cleveland, Columbus, Cincinnati, all blue cities, all of them. I mean, you can go to Tennessee, Memphis, highest crime area. It's a blue city. I mean, you can go across the board with all red states, all blue states, always high crime areas.
Cities like Chicago and these.
And yeah, like I said, we want to bring up the red states. Look at the blue cities in those red states, and they make up majority of the crime in that red state.
Circumstances.
I mean, Louisiana, New Orleans, Shreveport. I mean, those two cities ran by Dems, except for Shreveport. That's actually got its first Republican in years, but throughout history, it's been ran by Dems.
Have to get past posse comitatus, right?
Right. Posse, yes.
Which means what?
You with your Latin phrases, which means that the military traditionally cannot conduct regular law enforcement activities. They can't make traffic stops. They can't do searches. They can really only provide a very basic security function. So it's very, very narrow. So this decision really leaves very limited room for Trump to deploy the National Guard elsewhere. They can try to argue circumstances are different, but if the argument's just going to be, well, it's dangerous, that's not going to cut it.
Where they're not invited is also important too.
Yes. Well, it's a big difference if the governor requests aid. Right. That changes the whole legal calculus. Interesting coalition here, right? We're so used to these 6-3 decisions, 6 conservatives versus 3 liberals. Here you had Chief Justice Roberts, Amy Coney Barrett, and Brett Kavanaugh joining with the liberals, leaving the 3 conservatives complaining about this. This was an emergency docket case, meaning there was not full briefing. There was no oral argument. And there's been criticism of the emergency docket. The way this plays is whoever loses hates the emergency docket.
All right. Again, very interesting reasoning. Could have a vast impact depending on where else the president wanted to deploy the Guard in the next coming months. Elione, great to see you. Have a great holiday.
All right, you too.
See, Cup
And all right.
and Max Rose are with me. So, Max,
All right. So, all right. Yep. So Trump wasn't able to get the National Guard into Chicago because, well, Chicago apparently isn't that violent. The police seemingly, I guess, they're able to handle the situation there. And of course, the governor does not want the National Guard there. Tough, man. I feel bad for the people of Chicago. I mean, hey, poor leadership, man. Poor leadership. But all right, though, let's go to a million more docs potentially related to Epstein found. 1 million. Let's go ahead and get right into it, guys.
We have some breaking news to share with you. The Department of Justice says it has uncovered, and I'm quoting here, 1 million more documents potentially related to the Jeffrey Epstein case. Caitlin Polance is here. Caitlin, with these documents, do we know if they're above and beyond all of the ones that they already have? And if so, what that's going to mean to the release?
Yeah, this is quite a Christmas news drop, Sarah. The Justice Department now revealing that they are still discovering
Oh, guys, make sure you double tap that screen and like the video, guys. And if you have any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements, I'll be happy to read it out loud and engage with it. Just $2 and up. Great way to support the show. And also, you can send a gift as well.
files from Jeffrey Epstein and all of the different parts of the Justice Department that had files related to him in various investigations. In this statement, this was just out about 20 minutes ago, the Justice Department now says the Southern District of New York, so that's their prosecutor's office out of Manhattan, and the FBI have informed the Department of Justice they've uncovered over 1 million more documents potentially related to the Jeffrey Epstein case. The impact there, it means that the Department of Justice is going to be processing these before they can all be posted transparently under the law.
Hey, and shout out my man Pat Jagger for sending 100 for 2 jewels. Appreciate the support.
For weeks. Here's a little bit more of the statement. We have lawyers working around the clock to review and make the legally required redactions to protect victims, and we will release the documents as soon as possible. Due to the mass volume of material, this process may take a few more weeks. This comes on the heels as well of yesterday, prosecutors in the Southern District of Florida, so in and around Miami, being asked to volunteer their time and jump on board the group that is already looking at these Epstein files. This email from leadership in the department said they needed volunteers. It was an emergency. They understood it was the holidays, but there are more documents than they have enough people to reviewing right now. They need more hands on deck. Sarah?
This is going to fuel all sorts of questions about how the DOJ has handled this, both the left and the right, both going after the DOJ. How does this all fit in with the law that has been put in place that the president signed, the Transparency Act as well? It requires that they had put these out way earlier altogether, and now here we are.
Well, I'm gonna be real with you. Maybe they were transparent with us, just secretly, According to this video, hey, they might have been being transparent the whole time. Check this out.
Users on TikTok realizing they can just copy paste the redacted text to read what it says.
Oh, look at this pesky redaction. Let's just get rid of that.
No way. Try it? We're going to try it right now. Open in Adobe. All right, now we're going to copy this. We're going to save it. And this is from the government website right here, justice.gov. One of the moment of truth. We're talking about this is the federal government, and they can't figure out how to put a black bar over some text.
Just for context, this is not all files, but on multiple PDFs, the government, instead of redacting the information using the Adobe function, they highlighted the text with the black marker.
Check page 41. Okay. I'm not suicidal. Defendants also attempted to conceal their criminal sex trafficking and abuse conduct by paying large sums of money to participant witnesses, including by paying for their attorney's fees and their case costs. Epstein also threatened harm to victims and helped release damaging stories about them to damage their credibility when they tried to go public with their stories of being sexually trafficked and abused. Why was that blocked? I don't know. For which Indike Executory Authority acting on his behalf, payments from this account totaling almost $60,000 were transferred by wire to young women. Why would this be censored? The law didn't say you can make an exception for that. It doesn't make any sense. They're redacting any mention of anyone outside the known circle interacting with Epstein. People want to know who these people are. I think that's exactly what's going on. Indike, an attorney who'd represented Epstein for decades, represents Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth and previously represented Donald Trump. So let me get this straight. The guy who was found to be wiring money, supposedly hush money, to these young girls never got indicted. He left his job. He got hired by the group that represents both the current defense secretary and Donald Trump. The files that were released now just came out with his name selectively redacted from them.
Now, if anything, everyone is now starting to actually go back and look at some of these redacted discoveries, these files that have been released, and not just with the Epstein stuff, you guys, even with the UFO stuff, because now people are realizing how the United States government is supposed to be the smartest, most powerful nation in the world. And they actually don't know how to redact.
Which is absolutely hilarious, by the way, that they actually did that to some of the files. So not all of them, but yeah, some of them you could just go ahead and copy and paste over onto your notepad, and you could start just reading some of the stuff that they did not want you to know about.
Today with that breaking news.
The U.S. Justice Department says it has just discovered 1 million more documents that could potentially be related to the Jeffrey Epstein case. The department issued a statement saying lawyers are working around the clock to review these documents and make any legally required redactions, a process that it admits may take a few more weeks. Now, the deadline to release all of the materials came and went last Friday. Reaction from the top Democrat on the House Oversight Committee was swift. Congressman Robert Garcia released a statement that says the White House is openly engaged in a cover-up protecting Epstein's co-conspirators and the powerful men who abused women and girls. It's outrageous that the DOJ has illegally withheld over 1 million documents from the public. Now, to talk about all of this with us is our Kevin Lipdak. He's been following the president during this holiday season and joins us from West Palm Beach in Florida. I mean, Kevin, I just have to start with...
At that point, I mean, what don't we know? I mean, man, all we just need is all 1 million files unredacted, and man. But then again, like I said, people are saying, oh my God, you won't, like, it's going to be too much. People are going to crash out. Well, we need to crash out over the truth. Sometimes we need a crash out moment, especially when it comes to receiving the truth. But all right, guys, go ahead and check out this video.
Okay, guys, last night, finally, some actual big revelations came from the latest dump of Epstein files. So here are the 4 main things that you need to know about, and get locked in, because this one's kind of wild. First key takeaway, holy shit, we actually got emails between FBI personnel mentioning 10 possible co-conspirators of Epstein. And that's actually a huge development, because up until now, the official narrative from the Department of Justice has always been there's no one else. There's Epstein, there's Maxwell. In fact, earlier just this year, Kash Patel testified under oath that there was no credible information that Epstein trafficked young women to anyone else other than himself. In fact, it got to the point where the majority of these 10 co-conspirators were served with subpoenas by the FBI. Frustratingly, though, a lot of these names were actually redacted, which also raises a lot of questions, because we were told that all of these redactions were supposed to protect victims, not the alleged co-conspirators. Now, why the FBI stopped pursuing these people like they were doing in 2019 is unknown. Second key takeaway is that Trump is actually mentioned a lot in these files that dropped last night, unlike the first batch. Now, to be clear, there are a number of documents from these files which mention Trump that are either tips or just unproven allegations, but also pieces that are verifiably false, and we'll get into that in a second. But one of the most credible things so far is that in a 2020 email, a federal prosecutor spoke about receiving new flight records showing that Trump had traveled on Epstein's jet many more times than even they were previously aware of. Again, still no smoking gun, but geez, is starting to get dicey now. Third is that there was a wild email in these files from someone who described themselves only as Invisible Man and just the letter A. And they were asking Ghislaine Maxwell if she had found any new inappropriate friends for them yet. And we know that this person has got to be pretty important, because they were at a summer camp at the time of sending this email for the royal family. Yeah. And then the fourth and last key takeaway is the pretty strange behavior of how the Department of Justice is actually releasing these files. Firstly, they broke the law by releasing these in multiple batches and not just all at once. Secondly, they heavily redacted a lot of questionable information. They've poorly redacted a lot of these pages, and people are literally getting around the redactions now by simply copying and then pasting the text into their notes and seeing what's underneath those bars. And then, most bizarrely, especially from last night, they're including files that are verifiably fake. For example, there was this letter that was purportedly sent by Epstein to Larry Nassar, and there's a whole thing going into there, as well as a fake video showing Epstein in his prison cell. Both of them, they say, are fake. And so that really starts to raise questions about why or how these were allowed to be included if even they are saying that they are fake. What do you guys think? Are we getting closer, or is it just, again, more fluff?
All righty. And all right. Now, I want to get into something. And I guess I might just close it out on this one, seeing that I still got a lot to do. But all right. Now, I want to talk about something. So, what happened with Nicki Minaj, right? You seen the bullshit? You see that how she came out speaking for Christians and all of a sudden she gets completely ostracized out the black community. We got Cardi B, Meg Thee Stallion, Billie English calling her out, blocking her and all that wild stuff. And I came to the conclusion that as a member of the black community, it's like, bro, it's like I'm in a cult in a way. It's like you cannot think outside of liberalism without being ostracized, without being demonized by your own community. And where else do they do that at? Oh, yeah, a cult. So, yeah, I mean, the black community is a cult. They don't allow any conservative values. And if you speak on just the smallest of conservative values, then, yeah, you'll be ostracized. Uncle Tom, you're speaking on white supremacy. You love white supremacy. It's like, no, I'm just speaking out on my values. But apparently, if you're not speaking for the liberal values, yeah, you're going to get ostracized. And that shows that's a cult. Yeah, the black community is literally in a cult. Sucks, but it is what it is. So, and think about it now, and I'm going to show you, we're going to break this down. Like, tell me if I'm tripping, guys, because I had a very deep reflection on this. I'm just like, damn, I really do think we're in a cult. We're not allowed to have no ideas outside the Democratic Party without being kicked out of it, without being ostracized, demonized, name called. Where did they do that at but cults? Like, think about the Scientology guys. Anybody who speaks out outside of that group, they call you what? A specialized person, or I don't know, somebody you should stay away from. So as soon as we speak out against liberalism and try to speak conservative values into the black community, we get ostracized, and they tell us that we are now somebody that we shouldn't be listened to, we shouldn't be spoken to. What else do they do that but cults? But I don't know. I don't think the black community is ready to have that reflection moment. But we're going to get into it, though. Check this out, guys, because this is what Nicki Minaj literally got in trouble for.
We won't be silenced ever again. We will speak up for Christians wherever they are in this world.
That's it.
Amen.
That's it.
Amen.
Like, are you serious? So she's getting pretty much, bro, and she lost 10 million followers on Instagram, deleted her account, I heard, because I looked it up. I couldn't find it, so I'm assuming that it's true. And it's amazing because it's just like, okay, so yeah, Nicki Minaj, congratulations. You are finally out the cult. You were in a cult the entire time. You were meant to walk this liberal line the entire time. And in the day you step out of it, that's when it all goes away. That's when all the black support goes away. All the support you did for the community, all the women you uplifted through your career, it don't matter no more as soon as you turn to conservatism. That's a cult. That is literally a cult.
I don't know if you can see this at home, but she is getting a ton of standing ovations.
I love you guys. We won't be silenced.
Literally. Now, let's take another look.
We won't be silenced ever again.
So you're telling me she can, like, Meg Thee Stallion can go up on stage and shake ass for Kamala Harris, completely destroy the image of black women, and that's all fucking good. It's like, it's all good, bro. Who gives a damn, right? That's what you're telling us. But Nicki Minaj comes out here and speaks up for Christians, and she's the one who gets the boot out the black community? Not the one that's shaking ass, destroying the image of black women, but the one that's speaking up for Christians. She's the one that gets kicked out. She's the one that gets cut. Really? That we've been a cult for the liberal community this whole fucking time. Bro, we've been a cult for the white liberals this whole fucking time. And then it's these black liberals that will sit here and talk about, oh, you're a white supremacist for being a conservative. Motherfucker, you literally bend the knee to the white liberal women. You literally bend the knee to the white liberal man. What are you talking about? I mean, like, bro, we can point y'all out too.
We will speak up for Christians wherever they are in this world.
I just want to point out that's two different examples. We have a black rapper on the left performing for Kamala Harris. That's Meg Thee Stallion. And we've got Nicki Minaj on the right speaking at a TP USA event. I mean, I don't have to say much. You see the contrast. But now I'm about to show you an even bigger contrast. Rewind that. Look at how Nikki was speaking. Listen to how she sounds. Now let's listen to Cardi B speaking for Kamala Harris during the election.
Trump says he's going to protect women whether they like it or not. Well, if his definition of protection is not the freedom of choice.
You see the difference. I see the difference. The world sees the difference. And that's good because I like Nicki's music better than Cardi or Meg's music anyway. So this is a win-win for me.
I mean, yeah, I'm be real with you. If you're an older cat like me, I mean, I don't like female rappers in general, but if you told me to pick your favorite, I'd be like Nicki Minaj, just because I grew up with her. And she has some really good albums in the beginning of her career.
But I do want you to pay attention to the difference in how these women are acting and how they're speaking and which side they're on. Pay attention to that. Anyway, just a reminder, I have a free email newsletter I send out every morning around 7 a.m. Central for me, and one of the only places I can't be censored. And it's good to stay up to date with what's going on. The link's in my profile. Just go to my
All right, so you didn't show the other video. But yeah, that seems to be the problem. For some reason, you can, like I said, disrespect the image of black women and all that good stuff. But, oh, Lord forbid you speak out for Christians, what majority of black people are. Are we not? Are majority of black people not Christian? Of course we are. Yes, majority of black people are still Christian. So to speak out for other black Christians in Nigeria and that gets you canceled? But shaking your ass, destroying the image of black women, making them look like a bunch of thoughts on a stripper pole, that's good. That's all good. We're just going to let that slide. Sometimes I hate this community. I'm going to be honest with you. Sometimes I really do hate the community. I love my people, but it's like a love-hate relationship because there's no, are we serious? Are we a serious people at this point? There's no way. This got to be like a clown world people where we kick out those who actually speak for family and church and family, church, and conservatism, whatever. And then there's the other side who speaks for what? Liberalism, like it's freedom, but masked as what? Transgender ideology. I mean, party lifestyle, abortions, basically it's everything that destroys family and destroys you. We support that, but we don't want to support any of the things that brought us together as a black community in the first place. Like back in the day, most of us were conservatives. Most of us were Republicans. And we had a stronger family. We had better economics, all that. As soon as we turn to liberalism, everything falls apart. And this is why I say we're in a cult. Because no matter how bad the results of the cult is, cultists still stay in it. And those who speak out about it and try to bring some common sense to it, they get pushed out. If you're in the black community, congratulations, my brother. We got to make it out the cult because that's the problem with our community. It is literally a cult. And that's just the facts about it. And I hate to admit this. I'm gonna be so honest with you, but when you got guys like this, man, we're gonna get to our guy, Dr. Umar. I mean, the fact that this is how you know we're in a cult too. The fact that this is one of our effing leaders, a guy who literally lied about making a school, a guy who literally defrauded black Americans for money and is still begging for money to this very day without producing no fucking results as a school. And we're still listening to this motherfucker. We're in a cult. We gotta be. There's no effing way for this stupidity to go down unless in a cult. There's no way you let this bullshit pass unless you're in a cult. Son of a bitch. Excuse my language, guys, but it really did make me mad. I'm being so honest with you. I thought my people were better than that, but apparently we are in a cult. I'm in a cult. I left I left the cult. At this point, you can damn near say I left the black community because if that's how you guys are, I'm good. I'm too much of a free thinker for that. I'm good. But shout out Asher Rose. Appreciate the support, sis. We've all seen the awful things said to you, Set, throughout the time of you. Yeah, that's true. Throughout the time of watching your podcast, people coming in here and calling you a traitor and a lot worse. That's true. Just for being a conservative. Like, it don't make no sense how I can't have a different political opinion without being called a name, without being ostracized, without being called a traitor. And this is just politics. These niggas is acting like I'm wishing for the death of black people as a black person. That's a traitor. You're acting like I'm asking for the robbing of black people. That's a traitor. And guess what? Those are the people that you love the most. Dr. Umar, that's a traitor. Tariq Nasheed, that's a traitor. People who sit there and lie to their people on Instagram to get you to give them money. That's a fucking traitor. People who sit there and do this whole FBA bullshit to cause division in my community. That's a fucking traitor. Excuse my language. All right, let me calm down. Let me calm down. Sorry, I am a bit passionate when it comes to my people, but they are disappointing me right now. But all right, would you play one or both songs I put in general chat? It'd be fun. All right, of course. I got you, Tove. Just to calm myself down so I can prepare to react to this video, we need to play something else. All right. Oh, you know what? F it. We're going with this, Tove. We're going with this. I'm feeling this energy right now. Let's get into it. Ready? All righty. Well, that was acting up a bit. But all right, now let's go ahead and get into the next couple of videos. And before I get into Dr. Umar and I grill his ass, let's go ahead and get into it. Man. Let's get into this.
Black people hate Black Republicans more than they hate racist white people.
Facts. Yep, you heard her. Yep. Black people hate Black Republicans more than they hate racist white people.
The reason why you're having such a visceral reaction to Nicki Minaj's behavior regarding the AmFest convention where she spoke at with Erica Kirk, the tweets of her praising Donald Trump and JD Vance, as well as her speaking at some events, is because y'all move and operate as if Black people are a monolith. You don't want to accept the fact that Black people do align with the Republican Party. Their values aligned with the Republican Party. You have a hard time accepting the fact that there is a good number of Black people who do not align with identity politics. And while y'all sit there and huff and puff and scream about we are not a monolith, you want Black people to move like a monolith. We're not a monolith when Black people are showcased in a negative light. But you do not respect cognitive diversity. You do not respect the fact that there are Black people who align with the Republican Party.
Yep. And she said it best. They do not respect cognitive diversity, like any different way of thinking. That's why it's a cult. When you can't respect no other way of thinking and you want to demonize anybody who think differently, ostracize them, call them a traitor, you're in a cult. Because that's what cultists do. Because when you go against the cult leader, when you go against the message of the cult, what do they do to you? They ostracize you. They demonize you. They tell people to stay away from you. Don't talk to you. I mean, yeah, I know I got Black people watching. They're going like, God damn it, am I in a cult? I mean, yeah, if you're a Black liberal, yes. But you leave the cult once you turn a conservative. And here's the thing. I mean, you still think you're in the Black community as a conservative, but not really. Because they want you gone. They think the worst of you just because you think differently. You don't look different than them. You don't listen to no different music. We all listen to trap music. We both listen to rap. We both love R&B. I mean, we both watched the Black shows when we were kids and all that good stuff. Grew up the same effing way, just think differently. But some reason now we're oh so different. Don't make no sense.
Because they share the same conservative.
Oh, hold on. I got to shout out some of the gifters. Shout out Silent 52 for the mystery box for 650 jewels. And shout out Sue for the Sunday for 100 jewels. Appreciate the support, guys.
Values. Because Lord forbids if more Black women were to run for office as a Republican, you would drag their asses for filth. Because it's the one and only time where you're cool with Black female Republicans being on the receiving end of a lot of racism. I saw that in my home state. Y'all were cool.
Yep. Now you're a coon. Now you're a nigga. Yes. Now what? You're a house nigga. Like, oh, now I'm all this because of what? I think differently than you? Okay, and because you align conservative values with white supremacist talking points, that's your mistake. Because just like how I can also align, I'm gonna be real with you, I can align liberal values with eugenicist talking points. I mean, the way they get you to abort your own children. I mean, shoot, these guys have you in the liberals have you in high crime areas shooting at each other with no help whatsoever. And sometimes they'll even fund the gangs through these gang, these gang initiation or these gang intervention programs. They end up funding these gangs through that. That's why it's only the liberals that try that bullshit. So I'm sorry, but the Democratic Party's failed us in every way, and you guys still sticking to them. And then you go against anybody, ostracize them as soon as they speak out against the very thing that's hurting our community. Yep, we're in a cult.
about that. You don't respect cognitive diversity. You hate Black Republicans more than you hate racist white people.
I ain't gonna lie to you, sitting and watching Black people react to Nicki Minaj coming out basically as a conservative is crazy. Because this is my thing in the Black community. We will sit here and praise rappers for talking about murdering people. We will sit here and talk about, praise rappers talking about molesting women, sexually raping women, all of this shit. We will do all of this. We will sit and literally listen to music that degrades our community, that degrades and devalues Black families. We will literally sit here and support Black men who don't even take care of their kids. We will celebrate a man going to prison and then being released, but we draw the line when somebody comes out and says they're a conservative.
Man. Celebrate somebody coming home from jail, right? But somebody come out and say they're conservative and they just want to turn to God and focus on family. Oh, that's a problem. Oh, you need to get up out of here with that white ass shit. Wait, well, hold on. When did a Christian and being for family turn into whites, like only being for whites? Like, what's wrong? What are y'all saying at the end of the day?
We just completely, that's where we draw the line.
Really?
I'm asking, is that where the line is drawn? But then in the same token, in the same breath, we will praise all these Black rappers and all of these Black drug dealers in the community. But we draw the line when it comes to politics. I mean, I just don't get it, bro. I mean, maybe it's just me. I don't understand it, but hey.
Hey, brother Miller, me and you in the same boat. I don't get it either, man. I'm looking at them like they're retarded as well. Kind of looking at them with the side eye like, bro, are you serious? Are you well? Are y'all okay, bro? At Black community, are y'all okay? Because y'all are real delusional. Y'all are sick in the head at this point, and you're in a cult. I'm sorry. I just got to call it out. If you're mad about Nicki Minaj and what she said on that stage, but you're not mad about what Megan Thee Stallion was doing on stage for Kamala Harris, I'm sorry, but you're not well. You're not thinking right. You're not thinking in the benefit of the Black community. Lord knows you ain't doing that. But let's go over here to Jeffree Star. You know, one of the unlikely allies of Nicki Minaj.
Why are we putting in cartoons trans flags and we're all this stuff that and that's my personal opinion. I don't agree with it. I think it's too young. I don't agree with 8-year-olds wearing makeup either. It was never sexualized and weird and like, why does a 5-year-old watching a Netflix cartoon show need to know about that right now? Why? And then let's just really take it there.
Let's take it there.
Why are we encouraging our kids to be a different gender and feed them false information when they're so young? So this is what I said recently that people really understood. When I grew up and I started looking different, right? My mother encouraged me to just be myself. When I started wearing makeup and being more feminine and wanting to do certain things, it wasn't, oh my God, Jeffree needs, what do they call it now? Gender affirming care. I'm done. She let me be myself. She didn't push me to be anything. Just like when you're a tomboy, did your mom try to?
All right, well, it said it was talking about Nick, but this guy ended up talking about his gender affirming care. But all right, though. And you know what the funny thing about it? If you don't know, let me show you guys something, because a lot of people don't know this about Nicki Minaj, but this is Nicki Minaj's current husband right now. Yes, Kenneth Petty. And Kenneth Petty, well, he got locked up for attempted rape by force or fear. Yeah. Now, this is, like I said, this is Nicki Minaj's husband. This is what they're bashing her on, right? But here's the crazy part about it. Everybody shut the fuck up about this until she started talking conservatively. Until she went on TPUSA, everybody did not care. Nobody cared that she was dating a guy like, she's married to a guy like this. And I know, right? It's actually crazy because bro don't got no money. He's just a broke down gangster. I know, right? Like, Nicki, what was you doing? But this is the guy she's married to. And nobody had nothing to say until she started speaking conservative. That's all I know. This is a cult. And y'all fake as hell. Because y'all, bro, I remember when I was speaking about this a while ago, when I was calling Nicki Minaj all types of sus at that time. And everybody was saying that, oh, y'all need to get out of her life. Oh, we don't even know if he's been charged. He hasn't, like, I'm like, well, but he has. What are you talking about? Well, he could have turned into, they was giving me all types of excuses. Like, you don't even understand. So y'all willing to protect her if she's a liberal. But once she's a conservative, oh, now the hammer can come down. Okay. Okay. Right. I'm just supposed to take y'all people seriously. Really? I'm supposed to take this community seriously? Hilarious. Hilarious. But let's get on to another buffoon of this community.
Dr. Umar, man, happy to have you back. It's been a while, man. I mean, I haven't had you on here in a while, man.
Yes, sir. Peace and Pan-Africanism. It's been 6 months. Christmas Day would make 6 months.
Yeah, man. It's been forever, man, since me and you did an interview. But, you know, we here now. It's a lot I want to ask you and get your take on. Nicki Minaj, how you feel about the backlash she getting right now?
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. You know, Nicki Minaj, I have always felt, in my opinion, is one of the most lyrically gifted female hip-hop artists that we've had this century. Very talented artists. As you know, she used to date Meek Mill at one point. And, you know, he's a phenomenal artist. And her lyrics were not far behind his in terms of quality. So she's a very talented artist, very talented musician, a very beautiful woman. When I saw her interview with Erica Kirk, Charlie Kirk's widow, it almost blew my mind because I was not aware.
It blew your mind that she was talking to a conservative? Yep. And that's how you know you're in a cult, when they sit there and tell you that you're not supposed to talk to them. First off, like I said, I don't think some people know they're in a cult until you talk to conservative people. You start bringing up conservative talking points, and then you start realizing, well, not just pushback, but how much hatred you get from your own kind out of it. You're like, oh, whole time. This how y'all really felt.
That she had joined the Donald Trump bandwagon. So this past Sunday, December the 21st, she was in Phoenix, Arizona. It was Turning Point's USA Amerifest conference. So this is the conservative think tank, foundation, organization, and movement that Charlie Kirk helped to co-found. So she was interviewed by his widow, Erica Kirk, for about 30 minutes. And some of the stuff that Nicki Minaj said out of her mouth left me flabbergasted. She said things like Donald Trump and JD Vance were heroes, that they were role models for our children.
I mean, yeah, bro shut down the border and stopped the invasion that, let's be real, was hurting the black community, because they think about it. These illegals are going into black communities, raising the housing price, rents, and then also taking black jobs, as Trump was saying, in those communities. But, oh, he's racist for calling out the truth. And and that's the problem. And that's why I low-key looked at my community sideways. I'm like, hold on, are we really going to throw a blanket over the entire hood, over the ghetto, over the projects, and pretend like immigration isn't a problem for us just to say fuck Donald Trump? So we're going to ignore our own problems just to say F Donald Trump. This is why I say we're in a cult, and we're not even working for ourselves. They're working for the liberal white man at that point.
She said that when they speak, she can tell that they're speaking for.
And I'm be honest with you. I mean, bro, Dr. Umar Johnson. Now, is it wrong to see a multi-billionaire, real estate guy as a role model? If you ever want to get into real estate, is it wrong to see an Ivy League venture capitalist as a role model? Is that wrong? Is it? No, it's not wrong. You fucking dumbass. Are you serious? Like, but you guys want us to follow these athletes and these musicians and all that good stuff. Okay.
Us, that they make us feel proud to be American. She said that they have given us a chance to beat the bad guys and win. She also said something to the effect that really bothered me. Nicki Minaj said, it's not just that, and I'm paraphrasing, I want to try to get it correct, but she said something to the effect that it's not just that we tell black children to feel proud of themselves, but it's like we're doing that, and at the same time, we're telling other children not to feel proud of themselves.
Which is true. I told you there's like a black supremacist problem going on where we gotta up ourselves, but we feel like to do that we gotta put down other people. I mean, as the black community, we feel like we gotta up ourselves and put down white people in the process. And let's go deeper into it. The FBA community, they feel like in order to up themselves, they gotta talk shit about other black communities. This is why I hate people like Tariq Nasheed, who calls divisiveness in the black community. And this is why I say the FBA community is just a bunch of insecure blacks. I know if they call themselves an FBA, they're in a cult and they're an insecure black. Because in order to make themselves feel big, make themselves feel good, they got to talk shit about other black communities, other groups of people. And let's be real, as a black community as a whole, for some reason, in order to make ourselves feel good, we feel like we got to put down white people. That's true. That's not a lie. And he's disappointed in her for calling it out. So basically in the black community, we just can't speak the truth. We just got to sit there and pretend like the bullshit ain't happening.
And so I guess she was alluding to this false narrative that the conservatives are putting out there, that teaching black children black history and teaching white children the true history of America is somehow going to make white children feel bad about themselves. That bothered me because
no, the problem is so all right, let's not play fucking stupid, bro. Let's not play stupid. When you was talking about slavery, Dr. Umar Johnson, they made it seem like it was the white man's curse. They made it seem like, oh, only white people did it. Yeah, because that's all we ever focused on. We never had that real intellectual conversation about slavery until now, where we're like, well, we weren't special. Like there were other races held in captivity, held in slavery. So we're not special. And that's the problem. We frame slavery as if we're just this special group of people and we are the only ones that went through it and nobody can understand our pain. But that's not true.
She's a black woman, or at least I thought she was. She clearly has black children. So are you saying you don't mind your children growing up in a society where they cannot be taught black history?
Bro, and see, that's like the most egregious argument that they have. Oh, they're trying to take away black history. No, they're not. They're not. They're still going to teach you about black history. They're still going to teach you about slavery, but they're going to teach you about all of slavery. They're going to teach you about, you know how because remember, the way it was framed to us in school, you thought almost every white person had a slave, but that's not true. It was about 8% of them that had slaves, AKA over 90% of white people weren't involved in slavery in America. That's the fact of it. But y'all didn't teach us that. We have to figure that out for ourselves. So Dr. Umar, don't sit there and pretend like we weren't brainwashed into what slavery is, into what slavery was, or I'm sorry, but wasn't. Like, let's be honest. We were brainwashed to think that slavery was a white man thing and we were just a special case in the world. But that wasn't true. So to sit there and say that, oh, it's a shame that our black children won't get brainwashed the same way, you're a fucking idiot. Let's teach them how slavery really was. And not lie about it and not make it seem like black people were just this singled out people.
Or the true history of America, because some people feel it offends the self-esteem of white children. And this is so hypocritical, Art, because we've been in America 400 years at least under British North American control. And look at how the self-esteem and self-worth and self-value of black children has been and continues to be compromised for the benefit of the white child. And yet you're telling me that to implement a curriculum of corrective history where you're not insulting white people, you're not denigrating white people, you're simply making sure white children understand that the foundation of this—
Wrong. No, you guys want to brainwash white children, make it seem like slavery was just them, it's their fault, they have a collective guilt, when most white people in America during that time did not own slaves. That's the problem with you, black. That's the problem with you, Dr. Umar. That's the problem with the black community. It's like we literally want the brainwashing of white children to make it seem like slavery was worse than it really was. Because like I said, the way it was framed to us back then is almost as if every white person had a slave and all of them are collectively guilty, when that's not true.
This country was laid and built and cemented on the genocide of Native Americans and the enslavement of African people. And not just the enslavement of African people, the dehumanization of—
But this is where you sound retarded, because nobody's going to debate that. Nobody's saying that we should stop teaching that. we're saying we're going to stop demonifying or having this collective or teaching collective guilt to all white people over slavery. That's it. And we're not saying that slaves didn't do nothing. We're not saying that black people didn't do nothing. We're just saying that we're going to stop teaching collective guilt. And for some reason, you guys want to take that. You guys want to straw man us on that because they don't want to talk about that. You ever know they don't want to talk about, okay, maybe we shouldn't teach white kids collective guilt. No, they want to sit there and straw man you and try to pull at your emotional strings and be like, well, you really want to take away the fact that we built this. We laid cement down. We was with you. I'm like, shut the fuck up, bro. We're just trying to have some intellectual honesty here.
African people. What a lot of people don't get, Art, is that although the United States of America was somewhat late to the international slave trade, even though they joined it rather late, the Portuguese had already been in it. The Swedes had already been in it. The British had already been in it. The Roman Catholic Church had already been in it. America was kind of late to the party.
Bro, and this is where it's disrespectful, and I can see why white people get mad, because more white people fought to end slavery than white people who participated in slavery. And that's a fact. You could actually look that shit up and take it to the bank. Yes, more white people actually fought for slavery than participated in slavery.
But once America got involved in the transatlantic slave trade, what we call the Ma'afa in African culture and in the conscious community, the Ma'afa, even though America was late, America would soon dominate the transatlantic slave trade. I don't think people understand, Art. Many of the streets and back roads of America were created so that they could traffic Black people during the domestic slave trade. A lot of people don't understand that. When you see these small streets in front.
See, and this is what they do. They straw man the argument. They don't want to talk about the real problem. They just want to sit there and make you feel bad about what? Black history. And I'm like, bro, there's plenty of things to feel bad about, plenty of things to be proud about, but that's not the conversation. And you ever notice how they never got no conservative to come up there and say, oh yeah, we're trying to take out Black History Month. We're trying to take away Black history, because that's not what they're trying to do. And they know this, but of course, this is how they kind of misrepresent an argument. And like I said, he's completely straw manning, because what's wrong with Nicki Minaj saying that, oh yeah, we shouldn't sit there and try to put collective punishment or collective guilt on white people. We shouldn't sit just to up ourselves. We shouldn't be putting down white people. What's wrong with that? Let me be real with you. Only the pathetic think that's okay.
Of big streets,
the weak,
and
think
all
that's
of
okay.
your 13 colonies and subsequent states that joined the Union as slave territories, those small states, those small streets, Art, in back of the large streets were created so you could sneak the slaves in the alleyway and traffic them in the alley and sell them in the alleyway. So for example, we're in Philadelphia. In Philadelphia, you have Market Street, you have Broad Street. Those are your two major streets. You also have other major streets, but you have a lot of small streets. And sometimes when you go down these streets, your car can barely fit down these streets. And you say, well, why would they make a street this small? They did not make the street for the car. They made the street for the slave wagon. They made the street for the slave coffle. The streets were made long
and
enough.
See, this is what you call a race hustler, because he makes everything about slavery. Everything. Bro, I promise you, it's like everything's because of slavery. Like, bro, if you ask Tariq Nasheed, the most important thing in American history was slavery. Like, if you ask him. Not the Declaration of Independence, not the starting of this country, not the Civil War, but slavery.
Large enough just so the slaves could be trafficked down them. A lot of people don't even know that the layout of many of America's major cities that were slave states, that existed in slave states, those cities were laid out to benefit and accommodate.
Most major cities were in blue states, were slave-free states. What are you talking about? It's like I said, it's like, bro, what? The most highly populated cities at that time were in the North, and they were all slave-free. What do you, intellectual dishonesty.
The domestic slave trade, because after 1808.
But believe it or not, this guy is highly respected in the Black community. You know that? Yes, this idiot right here is probably one of the most respected people in the Black community. Can you believe this bullshit? This is what I got to deal with, guys. Welcome to my life. Welcome to my life, where guys like these are well respected and listened to people in your community. We're in a cult, guys. We are officially in a cult. It's like, I'm sorry, it just is what it is at this point. But let's get over to some Christmas music to calm it down and all that good stuff. Old school banger. That's a banger right there. And like I said, guys, you got any Christmas songs you want me to play? Go ahead and if you remember, send it in the Discord. And if not, hey, you can just send $2 to $5 and I'll go ahead and I'll play that song for you. But in the meantime, let's go ahead and get back to this clown for a little bit. And then we'll get back into it. But I guess I can respond to some of the comments in here. I was seeing some stuff. Like my man Matthew, he's like, black dude siding with neo-Nazis, Confederates, neo-Nazis. I mean, bro, who is a neo-Nazi? And if we were being ruled by neo-Nazis, can we use some common sense? This is what I talk about, intellectual dishonesty of the black community. Like, can we make sense, please? Like, bro, are you in a concentration camp anywhere? And if we were ran by neo-Nazis, how are you able to speak out against the president? How am I able to speak out against the president when I disagree with him? If we're a neo-Nazi, if they're all nuts and neo-Nazis, ain't I supposed to be in the gulags by now? Ain't you supposed to be in the gulags by now? Why aren't you? Like, come on now, bro. Make it make sense. Confederates, I mean, bro, come on now. Not all of them are Confederates, to be quite honest with you. And the KKK. Well, the KKK, they're their own little thing. Actually, the KKK don't like the conservative movement because they're not racist enough. If you actually listen to the KKK, they don't like them because they're not racist enough. But they'll vote because, well, they really don't like the liberals. But it is what it is. He's like, bro, siding with Nazis. So hold on. I'm siding with Nazis just because I don't agree with the liberal bullshit or I'm gonna be real with you, the catastrophe that is the black community. Like low birth numbers, high crime, low economic opportunity in our areas. And this is mainly because we vote for the liberals. We vote the Democrats in. So I'm sorry, but the neo-Nazis and the Confederate and the KKK aren't our problem. It's our own people.
1808 is when America outlawed the international slave trade. They did not outlaw slavery. They just outlawed the importation of Africans. So from 1804 until 1865, how did they get more slaves in America if you couldn't ship them in?
Hey,
they moved to.
And shout out to Tove because she's speaking the truth. Said, yeah, Lyndon B. Johnson, #2, promised that he would make all N-words vote Democrats for the next 200 years after JFK died. President Johnson, #1, tried to reinstate, the South Union and slavery after Lincoln died. Both were Dems, which is true. But they don't know that. They don't know that. They literally don't know how they're on the side of the people that hate them the most without playing their face like they love them. I mean, if they love y'all so much, then why aren't y'all communities better? I mean, if they love y'all so much, like I said, no, look up all the black community, look up the most highly populated one, the most high crime ones, and they're all ran by liberals, black liberals at that. So we're basically our own worst enemy. Like, how can we sit there and blame the white man when the people who run our areas are black? They share our complexion, and they're the ones that failing us. But blame Whitey. It's so easy to blame Whitey instead of holding ourselves accountable, I guess.
A domestic slave trade, which means what? It means that they had to birth and create.
And he said, dumbass. He's like, dumbass, the Confederates and the KKK were from Dems. Dems were the South, and that's also true. The original KKK were Democrats. But they don't know that. They don't know, bro. They just don't know. They don't know history like that. Trust me. And think you think the Democratic Party is going to tell them their history of, hey, black people, you know, we used to be the KKK, but hey, hop on our side now. We'll give you this. We'll give you social welfare, which destroyed your community, by the way. But we'll keep giving it to you and we'll smile in your face and tell you that we're helping your community while continuously destroying it. And what you black people do? Smile in your face, smile in their face and take it.
Their own domestic slave system. And this is where you get the breeding farms. This is where you get the breeding farms where they would get a dozen black women, one black man, and his job was to keep those black women impregnated constantly. They were called the bitches, and he was called the buck. And unfortunately, we still refer to each other in those same pejoratives.
All right. I'm done with this guy. All right, I'm done. All right, let's move on to something else. Tim Dillon takes down Erica Kirk and TPUSA. This is actually pretty interesting. Let's get right into it.
She walks out to a pyrotechnic display, and then she goes, "We're going to elect JD Vance." It's weird that that's where her head is at.
But you know what? How about this? I'll open up the call line if somebody wants to debate me on this. The Black community is a cult, and so is the FBA. The foundational Black American movement is a cult. The Black community, the way they did Nicki Minaj, has now been confirmed. It is a cult.
It's difficult for many people to relate to. It's not relatable for people that talked about how Hollywood isn't relatable and Hollywood is out of touch. This looks a lot like Hollywood to most people.
Okay, I'm here, everybody. I'm joined by Ryan Matta right now from Ryan Matta Films, and we're going to talk about TPUSA. And Tim Dillon had a great take on it. Now, if you know, this is I don't know what stage of grieving this is. And you know what? Maybe we should kill that music, right? So kill that music. I don't know what stage of grieving this is, but this is the WWE stage. I think it comes right before it comes. First, it goes, yeah. Look at this. So this is supposed to be a Christian organization of conservatives, and that's what they do now. So they got to go more spectacle. And Tim Dillon actually had a pretty good commentary on. So if you've been watching our coverage or anybody's coverage of TPUSA's America Fest, it was pardon my French, it was a shit show from start to finish. Completely the opposite of what Charlie Kirk had made it out to be. Charlie Kirk had built that up from the grassroots, and Ben Shapiro hated him, tried to undermine him. And Charlie Kirk, not a fan of Ben Shapiro, yet the first person they have speaking there is Ben Shapiro under Erica Kirk. She's the one who runs the whole show now. So she took like $1 million from Ben Shapiro to have him speak, and he insulted all the other speakers who were going to come after him because they were not adhering to the Zionist propaganda enough. And now they're taking Charlie Kirk's TPUSA and turning it into a Israel First Zionist organization, and everybody sees it happening. And Erica Kirk is an agent of the Zionists' agenda. And she's going, and because we all know Charlie Kirk, just days before he was assassinated, had texted his friends, "I think they're going to kill me. I can no longer support the state of Israel." He said that. The Jewish donors are bullying me. I won't be bullied. They play into the worst stereotypes. The Jewish donors play into the worst stereotypes, and I can no longer support the state of Israel. A couple days later, he gets killed, and then Erica Kirk's supposed to be grieving, but you see how it looks when she's grieving, and she's turning and she's running around saying Shabbat Shalom. She's pitching a book all about the Sabbath, and they're all talking about Israel first. So it's obvious what's happening here, and so they have no real good. There's the heart of the organization has been taken away, and they're rudderless. They have no leadership except their Zionist Jewish donor handlers, and that's what this is looking like. So pretty soon you will see my prediction is you will see TPUSA go the wayside. They will be just another think tank that nobody pays attention to. And they're not going to have the power they had to get Donald Trump elected. But here's what Tim Dillon has to say. And I think he nails it. Let's listen.
This turning point kind of abomination that the right wing of this country has turned into like a bad reality show. And it's all of the fault of everyone, by the way. It's the fault of everyone speaking and everyone attending. And there's nobody that gets everything about this is weird and uncomfortable for everyone. And I'm not saying she killed her husband or knew about it or whatever. I'm saying the guy got shot 3 months ago, and she walks out to a pyrotechnic display, and then she goes, "We're going to elect JD Vance." It's weird that that's where her head is at. it's difficult for many people to relate to. It's not relatable for people that talked about how Hollywood isn't relatable and Hollywood is out of touch. This looks a lot like Hollywood to most people. And to go out through a stream of fireworks and sparklers and stand there in a glittering pantsuit and talk about electing J.D. Vance 3 months after your husband was killed, many people feel that there is something off about that. And we're starting to see that political people are the exact same thing as the Hollywood elites that they all love to dunk on. And we all look at this. This is Megan Thee Stallion twerking at the Kamala rally. This is deeply unsettling to a lot of people. It feels like you're being played. You feel it. It seems off. You feel like this is a coordinated and choreographed spectacle so that you are played. They want your money.
Whoa. Well, Tim, different people mourn in different ways. That's what I say. You know, when I've lost someone close to me, I become reserved and I find a quiet place to meditate and on the good memories that we had. But other people, they choose to mourn by proving to America that they have talent and that they can dance. Maybe that's what she's doing. Well, any comment, Ryan? Let me bring in Ryan Mata. Any comment on what Tim Dillon had to say about that? I mean, I'm sure you've seen most of the clips from TPUSA's event, AmFest.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with Tim more, man. All of this seems so coordinated. It seems so scripted. Nothing seems organic. Nothing seems natural about this. You know, from the time that I saw the video of Erica Kirk talking about and Charlie.
I'm sorry, hold on. Matt, you're a liar, bro. You're a liar. I could pull multiple videos of how black Democrats are treated. No, you can't. No, you can't. You could pull up black videos of how terrible black conservatives, but you cannot pull up videos of how black Democrats. And I challenge you to do so. Please give me the name of the video, give me the channel, and I'll be happy to look it up because I know you're lying. Like, bro, black Democrats are celebrated. What are you talking about? I mean, bro, that's why the black community is a cult. Because if you're a black Democrat, you're accepted. And as soon as you're not a black Democrat, you're pushed outside the black community just for being a black conservative. That's why I made the point that we're in a cult, that you're in a cult. But apparently that's going over your head. And sadly, a lot of points have been going over your head because you're not that intelligent.
Interviewing her, and they were going back and forth about their wedding dates. And anybody that knows any woman, she never forgets a date. Dates are so important to women. They remember it. It's like engraved in their brain. You know, you'll date a girl and she'll tell you what her high school boyfriend's sweetheart's birthday was. He'll tell you what her mother's birthday was. And then when you hear Erica stumbling over birth dates and then trying to act like she has 2 children, so it's too many birthdays to remember and she gets them confused, and then watching this spectacle play out and the way that they've responded, and then watching everybody relentlessly attacking Candace Owens, I think puts the biggest spotlight on this. I don't know. It just doesn't seem natural to me.
Well, I just don't understand how they thought it was going to play, having Erica Kirk go around on a media tour, trying to get everybody to stop finding out the truth about the assassination of her husband. And nobody believes the FBI story except the people being paid to believe it and push it. And so it would be like if they had JFK's, Jackie Onassis come out a couple months after his assassination telling people.
Matt, I challenge you. Do you know what a challenge is, my friend? Do I gotta walk you through English? I challenge you to find the information. So how am I outsourcing your thinking to a machine? I mean, out there, well, I am a biological machine and my brain is a biological machine. So if that's what you mean, sure. But you're not even able to honestly rationalize your point or make sense. But like I say, hey, I'm willing to put, I'm willing to put the call-in link down here and grill you, in front of 100 people. I'm willing to do that.
Stop looking into it. Stop. It's fine. We know who did it. And LBJ is a great person. And of course that didn't happen. She was actually in mourning. and she was actually scared for her life. And which is why she went out to marry Onassis, because she felt he could protect her with his billions of dollars. And but anyway, so that's why it's, well, here's what Candace Owens says. Candace Owens says everyone was thinking it. Tim Dillon said it. It was out of touch and elite. It's not and will never be relatable for blue collar workers to endure lectures from wealthy people telling them who is and is not evil. Recreating the tent Charlie died under for selfies. Seriously? Okay, so that literally did happen. So the tent that Charlie Kirk was under when he got assassinated certainly wasn't from a 30-06 bullet that came from Tyler Robinson. That was not that killed him. He was killed in some other way. They literally had that tent. It wasn't a recreation. They brought that tent to Amfest, and people were taking selfies in it. And I'm like, well, did you guys make it really authentic and then pave over that tent 2 days later? Because that would make it more authentic. Anyway, yeah, there.
I don't know. Just I gotta make this guy Matthew look stupid because he is somewhat retarded. But bro, just in case you didn't know, the relationship between the Ku Klux Klan and the Democratic Party has evolved significantly from the 19th century to the present. Historically, the KKK served as a paramilitary wing for Southern Democrats during the Reconstruction. Do you not know history, my friend? It's literally right here. And the sources are over here, bro. I mean, you could sit here and play stupid and say, oh, you're getting your thinking from a machine. But I mean, you got PBS. I mean, you can always go to Wikipedia, USA Today. I mean, it's all right there. It's all right there. The Democratic Party used to be the what? Paramilitary wing for Southern Democrats. Ta-da. And it's that simple to look up, and bro's just repeating the same thing over and over again. That's why I said you're not that intelligent. Nah, bro was really repeating the same thing over and over again if it's just not a quick Google search. Oh man. Okay, I'm sorry, bro. I'm probably embarrassing you. I'll stop. It's Christmas time. I shouldn't be doing this to people.
There it is.
And then they had T-shirts next to it, Jimmy. They had a big, like, right off to the left of the tent were the white Freedom Charlie Kirk T-shirts that they were selling. So I can only imagine the amount of people that bought that shirt and then went and took a selfie under the tent that Charlie Kirk was assassinated in.
That's just creepy.
Disgusting.
That's just creepy. By the way, if you look, talking about merch, right here underneath their video, it always says, check out our official TPUSA merch, text merch to 7.
No, you dumbass. That means that the South, where all the slavery was going, were Democrat states at the time. You freaking idiot. Bro, all right, you're done, bro. You're too slow. At this point, bro, look, you can hop in on the call in and I'll embarrass you. But at this point, bro, you are really slow. Even after reading that, when it said they're a paramilitary group for the Southern Democrats, what does that tell you about back in the day? That most of those slave states were Democrat states. You fucking idiot. It's like pattern recognition, bro. It's part of IQ points. You know that? Is being able to recognize a pattern, which apparently you cannot do. Oh, my Lord. Sit on your fingers, dog. Sit on your fingers.
So, and they also have a page at their website. It's called Charlie Kirk Memorial Merch. And they have the gall to say someone else is covering this assassination for money. And they're doing it for clicks and views and popular. Like, oh my, what do you call this? What is that? She released a video of her weeping over her dead husband's body in a coffin. And then she claimed she wants privacy. You took that video and you released it yourself. It's the most unbelievable miscalculation of public relations I've seen since I don't know. They thought somebody wanted to watch Barry Weiss on TV. So here's what Selena Mara says. Tim Dillon is spot on. TPUSA is nothing but a corporate grift designed to keep young people trapped in a choreographed loop of outrage and fundraising. It's a staged spectacle that prioritizes billionaire donor interests over actual change. If you think these people are fighting for you while they rake in millions from a bad reality show, you're the mark. That's exactly right. You are the mark. And they think we're stupid. And if you were impressed by this Las Vegas light flashing mind control display, then they were right about you. But too many people have seen how the sausage is made, and now they know where the sausage is being shoved, and they won't be coming back. Unless it's Nicki Minaj. Oh, we got to be there for that. Nicki Minaj, right? Here's Runmir says the problem with TPUSA is that with Charlie gone, they kept the form but lost the substance.
Damn.
To compensate, they have to make it flashier, bigger, noisier. But for the quasi-spiritual movement, that is the end of the road. And as a political movement, it just goes into the category of all other political movements. They merged into the same political grayness. Yes, they did. It's like if you wanted to see a group of grifters screw themselves while trying to screw us, then this went perfectly. But they went over the top. They really did. And they crashed on the other side, kind of like Evel Knievel.
You know, and it's like what Charlie had set up there with Turning Point, what made Turning Point so special and why everybody wanted to go to TPUSA instead of CPAC was because Charlie would bring on the guests that nobody else would platform. And he would put them together and he would host debates and you would hear from these amazing speakers on topics that the American people actually wanted to talk about. And now we got Nicki Minaj on stage. And Charlie Kirk wasn't even a year ago. And he was in an interview or he was getting doing his his debates at these college campuses. And the one girl brought up Nicki Minaj and who else? Cardi B. And he straight up said, he said, I don't think Nicki Minaj is a good influence for 18-year-old girls. I just don't think she is. And then Erica Kirk brings her on stage. And I think it has part to do with Nicki Minaj tweeting about how grateful she was for President Trump and what he was doing in Nigeria to expose the genocide of the Christians in Nigeria. She had put out like 3 tweets about it. And then all of a sudden she's on stage and she's acting like she's this big Trump MAGA. It reminds me, Jimmy, you know what it reminds me of? That our intelligence agencies and a group over in the Middle East control our music industry. And now they see that they're losing part of our vote. So let's bring Nicki Minaj on stage and make Nicki Minaj go MAGA. And let's see how many extra votes we can rally in for it because we're losing so many.
Oh, nice. Yeah. I that's good. It's a good analysis. Soul Train says 100%. I joined a few of the social media groups right after Charlie died. I really wanted to be part of what he started. Instead, it felt like a Jim and Tammy Faye Baker telethon. You cannot say a single negative word about Israel, and they ask for money. It was so disappointing. Greg Fisher says, it's because it's been the agenda from the beginning. This appears to be a well-planned, organized murder and hostile takeover of the house that Charlie built, TPUSA, and they're very brazen about it. Even under the heavy scrutiny of fraud and allegations of specific individuals' involvement, including Erica. And I'm just wondering if TPUSA is actually intentionally destroying the Zionists while pretending to help by doing everything horribly wrong on purpose and sacrificing their reputation to do it. I mean, talk about taking one for the team, but this is so ridiculous that it has to make you think that they want this outcome. It's like you look at this garbage and you have to think to yourself,
yeah, I'm sorry, Matthew. I got to get you. I got to raise the average IQ points in the chat, okay? And you're bringing it down by like 10 points. Sorry, bro. But this guy was a little bit retarded. I'm just like, yo, I don't know anybody this dumb who makes your points for you while still trying to say that you're wrong. I did not know anybody. I'm sorry, but bro, you've reached a new level of stupidity that I didn't know existed. You've shown me a new level of stupidity that I did not know existed, bro. I appreciate it, though, because now I've seen something new on Christmas. Wow. Wow. Literally makes your point for you. And it says that you're wrong.
Who would do this? Who would think this is working? It's shocking to me. Here's one more. Master Chunga says it's all turning into a.
And then here's the thing, sis, and I can grill you too, sis. I'm gonna be a little bit nicer to you because you're a female. But no, he literally admitted that, and maybe you weren't paying attention, sweetheart, but he literally admitted that, okay, yeah, you guys are right. It was the Dems who were pretty much having all the racist politics all the way up until the 1960s. So thank you. So pretty much you're saying that, yes, the Dems basically were the slave masters. They were the Ku Klux Klan. And all the way up until the 1960s is when they cut the bullshit. So, and let's be real, all the way from then all the way up to the 1960s, those are some of the most racist times in America, like Jim Crow and all that. And all that was upheld by the Dems. Like, are you serious? So no, there's no L, sis. That guy needs to take the L. Or maybe you're talking to him. I don't know. I may be calling it too early.
Weird spin-off of the Hunger Games. These people not only don't have anything in common with us, they hold contempt for us and claim to have the ability to steer the narrative in whatever way they choose. What if we don't want JD Vance? Because she already endorsed JD Vance 3 years out. She comes out. So
well, my bad, sis. See, that's why I played it nice. But to be honest with you, I'm more vicious towards guys than women.
The whole point of Turning Point USA was to have that kind of political power so you can get politicians that they had to come to you and then you had sway with them. They needed your votes from your organization. They needed your backing and your support. They couldn't get elected. So now you can extract things from those politicians. The fact that Erica Kirk already endorsed JD Vance 3 years ahead of time, that means she has no power over JD Vance. None of the other people are going to try to come to them to get their endorsement. Nobody is going to come to them and try to give them something.
To be quite honest, after that performance, TPUSA just might be cooked. They might have lost it. Since Charlie gone, it did turn into like a complete shit show, a drama fest. I mean, did you see how everybody was coming at each other? Ben Shapiro starts it off, goes after everybody, and then of course Tucker Carlson follows up, goes after Ben Shapiro. Steve Bannon goes after Ben Shapiro. I mean, it was a shit show, and I'm be quite honest with you, it makes sense. It makes sense because ever since Charlie Kirk died, it has gotten heavily pro-Israel. Heavily. Yo, Damon, what's going on?
What's up? I'm waiting for Matt to join the live because he's talking like he knows something, and I'm gonna just go ahead and preface this first. I've actually went to the Library of Congress and read like 8 different books covering the Civil War, so I would love to hear what points he got that's not in the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, or 4th edition Civil War in the Library of Congress. Please inform me what information you got. Don't be scary. Don't text it in the comments. Set open the live just for you.
Not literally. I don't know anybody who disagree because I'm just like, there is no way. There's no look, bro was just making your points and my points for us. And I'm just like, all right, dog. At a certain point, it's just like, it's not even fun engaging with you. And I'm just going to be making fun of you the whole time. And that's not fun. Like, we can't have an intellectual conversation. But yeah, for some reason he was sold. Oh, it's the Republicans. It's the Republicans that were the slave masters and all that. I'm like, those were all Democrat ran states back in the day. But hey, we don't know nothing, bro. Apparently, we don't know nothing. Only the black community, or only the cults of the black community can be right. You got to remember that. Wait, let me make sure Gaming's still in here.
Well, all right. I'm still waiting on this man. Like, I'm dead serious about this. He was talking wild spicy a little bit ago.
Oh no, he was talking crazy. You're right. He was talking a little too crazy.
I can't hear you, by the way.
Oh, you can't? Yo.
Okay, now I can hear you.
Okay. I was saying the same thing. I was like, bro, you were like talking hella crazy for being this wrong. Like, can you at least say I think?
Because he talking about some sit down. He said, "Sit down, David. The adults are talking." Okay, motherfucker. Okay. I'm up here now. Come on, the adults are talking. Get in on the conversation.
Now you know what I'll admit, bro. Dems, they know how to say the most, and this is how you know that they're just disrespectful altogether sometimes. They can say the most disrespectful stuff while you don't even come with that energy, and that's how they set people off. I seen Dean Withers do it. I seen Get a Job. I've seen some people come so respectfully to them, and they just talk complete shit to them, talk down on them, and then they want to act surprised when these guys are low-key like coming back at them. Say, what do you? Oh, you're crashing out. You're crashing out. I'm like, dog. He was a complete condescending dick to this man since the beginning, and that's how Dems enter an argument. Do condescendingness so they can play victim when you snap back at them. It's pathetic. It's like, that's why I don't know. It's just so pathetic how some of them debate. I'm actually happy that a lot of my liberal guys I can debate. I mean, Sid, he don't do that. Parabolic don't do that. A lot of guys don't do that.
Yeah, I'm glad that they don't be doing it too. So, Anyway, because dude's obviously scary, we're gonna go ahead and drop some knowledge. So, oh, is that him?
No, it's Tove. Hey, Tove.
Or is that Toad?
Hey guys,
Okay.
he was trying to do that. I'm gonna talk all calm and nicely so that when you guys crash out, I can be the victim.
So here's the thing, Matt. I'm calling you out specifically because you was the loudest in the comments. And first of all, you're a Democrat, right? You shouldn't be debating two black men on what their views are on black people. Because according to y'all logic, y'all aren't experts. We are. Hey, that's the first contradiction right there.
I ain't seen him. He hasn't. I think he might have left because I didn't see him.
Yeah, he got real scared when Seth actually opened up the live and had to hold his feet to the fire. So, and there's like one other dude that was, I don't know what his views were. So I'm gonna just say this. So, according to the Library of Congress, there was actually no party switch.
Yep.
There was no party switch. And if you're gonna say there was, I'm gonna tell you this right now. Nobody in this freaking comment section that I know of has more information than the Library of Congress or any state national archives, because there's free 99. You can go there and you can request to read so many books. The part of the reason why the slave trade happened has a lot to do with the division. Has some of what to do, not a lot, but some of what happened with the Mason-Dixon line. Those of you who don't know, basically, the North was like, we want slavery to stop here. We want our way of life to end here. And the South was like, yeah, go fuck yourself. And so after a little skirmish, they were like, okay, this line north of Arkansas, this line north of Arkansas, but south of Missouri is the Mason-Dixon line running from the boot heel of Missouri all the way east. Then some slave owners was like, well, that's fucked because that means we have to give up our whole economy. And we're north of the Mason-Dixon line. So there are two special cases. There was actually a show on History Channel called How the States Got Their Shapes. And the reason why Missouri and Illinois look the way they do is because of that skirmish over the Mason-Dixon line. So Missouri is actually, from all intents and purposes, actually south. We're southern. We're not northern. Even though our geographic location is northern, technically we are southern.
Man, we consider y'all southern, to be quite honest with you. So no argument there.
Well, I've never been to the Library of Congress. This is all stuff that when my grandpa was alive, this was stuff that he was teaching me back in the 90s when we were learning about this. So, like I said, that whole Great Switch has been debunked for ages.
Then, not only that, the Democratic Party actually was losing voters because slavery was becoming more and more unpopular. A lot of slave owners, there were actually, I'm going to be careful how I phrase this because then you got Democrats that's going to be like, oh, see, I was right. A lot of slave owners that were rich enough to afford slaves, keyword, rich enough to afford slaves, they actually did not like treating their slaves in the manner that they were being instructed by their fellow slave owners, by their friends, by their preachers, and by the science at the time. So what a lot of slave owners did was they would buy slaves in bulk, and then they would basically treat them like they were human beings. Part of the Underground Railroad was actually them taking them to friendly slave owners' houses who only put up a front of beating them in front of other slave owners just to keep them safe. And they would slowly but surely rotate them in and out to get them to the north. And that's not talked about, which should be talked about. But I forgot, that gives credibility to white people. We can't have that.
But who's going to be the devil of the story?
Right. Can't give credit to to the freaking Chinese or the Mexicans or the Indians or the Irish, especially the Irish and the French, ain't going to give them no credibility for actually helping establish the Underground Railroad and helping put pressure on Congress to free slaves and end slavery. You know, the only reason why the Civil War happened is part of what S.E.T said. The only reason why the Civil War happened was because essentially, because you had the Democrats were actually a very rich class. They were made up of the elites at the time, with the exception of a notable few. Actually, Abraham Lincoln was an outlier of the Democratic Party, which is why the party hated him so much, because he had been around it so much he didn't like it. So, the real reason why the Civil War happened was because of money. They got tired, the Democrats got tired of the Republicans not being on board, in so many words, with the slavery mantra, and they wanted them to actually invest in it because it was good for business. It was bringing in millions, and they were able to do stuff like make textiles, sell goods and services. They were able to basically have higher production at a lower cost of wage. What does that sound like by today, by the way?
Immigration.
Right. Yep.
So what ended up happening was there was this slave, and this is actually in the movie Django. Yeah, the movie Django is satirical, but there's one scene that actually did have a little bit of history to it. And it was that scene in the movie Django where the guy started cutting mass and riding around looking for people, looking for Django and the white dude. The actual history, the actual story of how that happened was that there was slaves leaving, and there were slave owners that were buying off massive amounts of slaves in bulk. So, in order not to cause an outright mutiny and cause war, and in order to protect their quote-unquote assets, there was this dude that was like looking. This is also in the movie Roots, by the way, the documentary Roots. One of the dudes was looking for a way to keep them there and keep them from being taken away or bought out. And while he was looking for a way, he sat down at his table and he accidentally dropped his cigar on a flour bag, and it burned a hole in it. And then he had the idea, I could just put this over my head with the two eye holes, and then we could go around and just take the slaves back, kill or maim the runaway slaves, and kill, most importantly, wasn't really about the slaves. A lot of people don't realize that. It wasn't really about the slaves. It was about the people that was messing with their money.
Yep.
Part of the hood thing, part of the white hood thing was actually so that the other white people couldn't identify them for stealing their stock. Because if you stole a slave back then, it was treated like cattle. If you steal cattle, you are to be hanged from the neck until you're dead. That is still on the law for all 50 states till this day. You steal somebody's cow and you get killed for it, there's nothing they can do for you.
Well, dang.
So the KKK actually adopted the mantra of the hoods. They had weapons, they had political power, they just didn't have means. But the idea of the hoods gave them the means. So they started trading off slaves, certain slaves that were good at doing certain things, in exchange for things like bullets or weapons or even finances. And that's why the Civil War started, was because eventually the KKK got so good at what they were doing, it wasn't about killing the slaves or anything. It was about harming your opponent's infrastructure and their money-making process. And they got so good at doing this that the North literally snapped.
Yeah, and let's not forget.
By the way, that's a Cliff Notes version.
Yeah, and let's not forget that during the Civil War, how many slaves actually volunteered? There were some that were forced, but there was also quite a few that volunteered to fight for the Confederate Party. Not only that, but
as a matter of fact, from the military perspective, because every branch you go to, whenever you go through AI, from Army they call it AIT school, for Navy we call it A school. Any branch you go through, they teach you military history once you're out of boot camp. And part of it is knowing, the origins of your job. And a lot of the military's history is slaves who under the ruling of a judge basically said, like, hey, if you go serve and fight in the Civil War, we'll give you your freedom back. And like a good 67% of them got their freedom. And they ended up working for a lot of the white people that they fought because they paid them well. But let's not talk about that either.
Mm-hmm. There was also some that fought there is a few that fought on the Confederate side to keep slavery as well. Because if I remember correctly, and I just was talking about this with someone else, but the first legal, legitimate slave owner was a black man that was brought over from, oh my God.
I know what you're talking about. He wasn't the first.
He wasn't?
Slavery. Nope. So the actual origin of slavery started at it started off as indentured servitude. So after Christopher Columbus landed, a lot of these people that were too broke and too poor actually would offer themselves and their families as slaves for the rich person that would come over. And as a result, these people would work off however long the trip was. So if it was 6 months, they would serve them 6 years. And a lot of people like to say, well, see, the Bible, codifies slavery. Actually, no, it doesn't. It actually holds slave masters accountable, and it even goes as far as saying, however you treat them is how I'm going to treat you on Judgment Day. Just a little side note I need to throw in there.
And it also talks about how to use servitude to handle theft. 6 years of servitude if you can't pay back what you stole.
Yep. So then, what typically happened, indentured servitude was a worldwide practice. Need some other people to get that through their head. Matt. Indentured servitude was widely practiced. It is an international phenomenon. If you look at modern countries like India, and you'll see indentured servitude all over the place. Yeah. So it was a common practice for people to get the means that they wouldn't. It was a way for them to get things that they wouldn't have otherwise gotten. Now you enter into there was like this family or whatever in Pennsylvania that got sick of being under this slave master because he was abusing them a lot. So it was the black dude, the white dude, and the Indian. It was 3 of them. I'm not making this up. This actually happened. So, and it was like so what ended up happening was they got sick of being abused and mistreated by him, so they decided to run away. They ended up getting caught, and the judge ruled that for the Indian, that he needs to be sent back by his tribe, and he ultimately got killed because his tribe wanted him dead. And so serving as the dude's slave was a form of protection, because if you killed somebody's slave, they were coming after you with the military. So he ended up getting sent back to the Indian tribe, and they killed him for treason, basically. The white dude ended up having his sentence doubled, his servitude doubled, which is actually the origin of getting a double sentence. That's where that comes from. When judges be like, oh, you have to serve 2 life sentences, that's where that comes from.
Dang.
And then the last guy, the black dude, because he orchestrated it, and I'm saying some key words here. He orchestrated it, he facilitated it, he convinced people to uprise, and a whole bunch of other stuff. So because he was the mastermind behind it, he was made to serve the dude for the rest of his natural born life. And his family, after their time was up, they had the option to leave.
But that's what I was trying to do.
Oh, yo, Gaming, you good?
Yeah, I'm good. I thought somebody else was getting ready to say something.
Oh no,
sorry,
we was letting you. We was letting you cook, but
yeah.
I did want to. Let me see here.
I was just saying that's where I was. That's the same thing I was trying to say, but I had a few facts missing from it.
Yeah, and then Dr. Umar, bro, he's an idiot. Like, if you listen to over half the stuff he says, you're just kind of like, bro, did you smoke crack before or after the interview, dude?
No, bro. Here's the thing: the fact that anybody even takes him serious anymore after the whole school scam is hilarious.
Nah, bro, he talking about how the white man is the devil and don't know black man. Any black man that dates a white woman is like a coon and he's confused, this, that, and the other.
Oh yeah.
And his niece is married to a white man.
Actually, no. It's crazy, bro. This man is married to 2 light-skinned women.
Right.
I mean, bro. No, here's the thing: the pro-black guys like Dr. Umar and Tariq Nasheed, like they speak all black is beautiful, get with a melanin girl, but they get with melanin deficient black women. I mean, light-skinned women, basically. I just look at them like, bro, you guys are hypocrites. Because, like, I'm sorry, but you sit there getting mad about black dudes who date white girls, but I'm sorry, but you're dating basically, I'm gonna be real with you, half white girls. So who are you to judge these guys?
Right.
If you love African American women so much, why aren't you dating dark skinned ones? Why are you going for the lightest ones? And but
here's the crazy
but you preach and you say, oh yeah, the dark skinned women are the beautiful and all that good stuff, but here you are dating a light skin.
And you know what's crazy? Nicki Minaj getting on stage and saying like, "Yo, we need to, put more pressure on Nigeria to get them to stop the mass killing. It's a literal genocide." Okay, that's a good thing. And y'all talk about you love Africa so much, bro. Why is she getting called out for trying to convince Africans to stop killing each other?
Or convince the president to
Because
stop the
they're
killing
Christian.
of black Christians, which she is, by the way.
It's because they're Christian. I can guarantee you it's because they're Christian, and Christians are like.
I wouldn't say it's because they're Christian.
Nah, it's true.
Nah, it's not because they're Christian. It's because it's a conservative talking point. That's it.
Well, that's what I mean.
I wish I could sit there and say it's Christianity, but to be quite honest with you, it's mainly because of it's because it's a conservative talking point.
Yeah,
that's it. I mean, think about it like this: if she was talking about that at a I was on the Breakfast Club, it'd been all good. It'd been all good. But she did it at TPUSA, and a bunch of conservatives stand up and gave her a standing ovation. The whole crowd stood up and clapped when she said that. Like I said, it's because a bunch of white people clapped for her and agreed with her is why she got the backlash.
And you know what's crazy about all this? Everybody wants to talk about she's a sellout. You know who's a sellout? The person who's rooting for an immigrant to take black jobs. You know who's a sellout? The people that don't give standing ovation. I got a friend in high school who I went to high school with. Her name was Kiana. You know what she did? She studied hard, got straight A's, ended up going to an Ivy League school to be a lawyer. Where's her, standing ovation? She told black folks all the time, stop making excuses, just put forth more effort, whatever you can spare, basically.
Yeah.
And people looked at her like she was crazy.
Yeah, and then there was the young kid at was it Trump's inauguration that was fighting cancer?
Oh yeah, it was his State of Union. It was his State of Union address.
The State of Union, and not a single Democrat, or maybe like 2 or 3, actually clapped for him.
Not a single one stood up for that young black boy.
Yeah.
And
they were
what was overly offensive is that none of the pro-black, not Dr. Umar, not Tariq Nasheed, shamed none of the Democrats. Shamed none of them. Like, bro, it's like, oh, well, Donald Trump was using him as no, I don't give a fuck. He's a black kid getting his dream realized. Stand the fuck up and clap. That's it. I don't care what it is about Donald Trump. If Donald Trump is the one giving him his dream, it don't matter. Why didn't Biden do it then? All right, then I'll stand up and clap.
I mean, who are you to tell people like common sense things said? How dare you racist?
Bro, it's so messed up, bro. Actually,
go ahead, Seth.
I almost want to listen to what Nicki Minaj honestly had to say. I've seen clips, but I didn't know it was like a whole 30-minute address.
You know what's crazy? Cardi B knows her music is so terrible, she won't let her daughters listen to it.
I'm be real with you. No. Her music is just inappropriate. I'm be real with you.
No, that's what I'm saying.
People
That's what I
got some
mean by
decent
terrible.
music though.
No, that's what I mean by terrible. I mean inappropriate.
Oh,
It's like,
inappropriate. Yeah.
why are you putting this out to other kids, other black kids, but you
Yep.
won't let your own daughter listen to it?
And
Why is
that's
it
another
every single
traitor.
right? Why is it every single fucking time somebody die in the hood, it's never a GoFundMe for them, but you always get these old bitch ass niggas, fucking the Take Hays of the world, the dude that stabbed the kid for like basically saying, no, I'm not giving up my seat. You gon' GoFundMe for them little pussy ass motherfuckers, but you mean to tell me you're not gonna fucking do a GoFundMe for like the kid with cancer? You're not gonna do a GoFundMe for a black couple who's actually trying to work hard, make a difference? When the BLM riots happened in St. Louis and they were all over the fucking world, you know how embarrassed I was? It's an absolute embarrassment to be like, yeah, Black Lives Matter. You know what they did for George Floyd that happened in St. Louis? They killed the fucking sitting law enforcement police chief in St. Louis. Black dude. Community loved him. I know the community loved him because I was a part of it. He actually ran the city right. Crime was decently low. He managed to quash the gang activity that was in St. Louis. He was putting bad guys behind bars and all that shit. You know what happened? They killed him.
Yep.
Makes sense. But hold on, I do want to speak on to my man Malcolm's point because he made a really good point. Nicki Minaj is from Trinidad. Most African Americans don't take her seriously unless she's preaching the liberal agenda or making music. And no, he has a point because, like I said, it's the FBA thing. Now,
Yeah.
I'm not sure if you heard about this gaming or Tove, but now foundational Black Americans. It's this new little. I'm gonna call them what they are. It's a cult within the Black community that highlights their lineage from being slaves in the cotton fields of the South.
Yeah, that thing was going. I know what you're talking about because it got popular in 2016.
Better than all the other Blacks. They think that they're better, successful, and better than all the other Blacks because of their so-called lineage, right? Now, if you actually look up their lineage, they are the worst performing Black group in America.
Well,
but they're the ones who need to big themselves up to bring everybody down. And let's be and this is what he's saying. Like, low-key, they don't take guys like people like Nicki Minaj who are Caribbean, a Black Caribbean. They try to use that as a way to not listen to her, as to down what she's saying. There was even a Black female who came out there and had the goal to say, "Oh, Caribbean women are a bunch of pedophile letting women." I was like, "Wait, what? Pedophile enabling women?" That's how far they went to condemn Nicki Minaj because of her heritage. And this is how far people do it with me as well. Like, trust me, when I tell people that my parents weren't born from this country, they were born in Guyana, that's what they use to try to discredit me. Not the fact that I've grown up in the hood, I've grown up in projects, I'm in every part of this Black community as they are. Nope, they don't want to sit there and actually realize the fact that I've lived the same lifestyle as them. Nope, they want to sit there and be like, "Oh, but your parents are from another country."
Yeah, and that's
and this is why I say stuff like, oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Toph.
Oh, I was just saying that, yeah, I've seen that a lot even with people up here in Toledo with the immigrant community that we have, the legal immigrant community we have here. We started getting people from the Caribbean recently, and they actually are on the conservative side. And when they go into Toledo to take care of their make sure to keep their paperwork up to date and everything, and they'll be talking to people and they'll come back and they're like, they didn't even want to listen to me. They told me that I have no opinion. They treated me like I was stupid when I'm trying to tell them exactly what it's like living in these countries and why you don't want it here.
And you know what?
Yeah, go
you
ahead.
know what I don't like about the it's like you got to stay in the same crab in a bucket mentality, bro. That's how they want you to be. And I'm sorry to sound like I'm demonizing the Black community, but it's true. Y'all are some of the most crab in a bucket MFers that I have ever met, dude.
I mean, bro, you're good. I just spent the whole time calling the whole Black community a cult, so you're good.
It's like, dude, like I've seen it time and time again. Every time black dude gets something, some other broke wannabe dude comes by, steals his stuff, or kills him. It's like I'm
Yeah,
trying to work hard too. I'm
bro,
trying
that's
to
how I
make
got
it in this
shot.
world too.
That's how I got shot.
You got shot?
It's that crab in the bucket mentality. Somebody shot me because I had something that they didn't, and they knew I had it,
Oh,
and
I
they
did not
set me
know
up
that.
for it. The
Wow.
crab, and now was it a white man who shot me? No. Asian man? No. No, it was my own kind. My own kind.
That saying, "It be your own people," was meant for black people. It's a black saying for a reason. It really
Literally.
do be your own people.
I mean, shoot, my own kind that shot me. It was my own kind that left me out there to bleed on the street. But guess who ended up calling the cops and saving my life? A white man.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
Yep.
Now I remember. I'm sorry,
You
I
remember?
forgot
You
about
know
the
what's
other night.
Mm-hmm.
crazy? I mean, let's take it a step further, Seth. I know you've experienced this because we talked about it the other night. When it comes to dating, who's the hardest people to date like from the black man perspective? Who is the hardest ones to date?
Yeah, well, black women.
It's like
I can
you
answer that
want
one.
I will admit it. I
you
love them to death, but it is what it is.
all right, and then people get on me because my wife is white or whatever, and they're like, "You just have a problem with black women. You don't like black women." No, that's not the case at all. As a matter of fact, I've tried to date y'all. I've been told I'm nerdy, I'm zesty, I'm just not this, I'm just not that. Oh, you're better as a friend. I've had people try to trick me into paying their way and all that other stuff. But the minute somebody else a person like me that go to some other race, then I'm a sellout.
Bro,
Then I
I'm gonna
hate
be
my
so
own
real with
kind.
you, bro. You're speaking facts on this one because I've seen it. I've seen
Yeah.
it happen where a dude who messes with nothing but black girls, black guy messes with nothing but black girls, and he just gets done dirty. The second he messes with a white girl, is like everything's perfect. Now, I've
My
never
son.
did it myself, but I get it though. I get it because, and I don't blame those guys, and I don't know why we get such criticism, or they get such criticism because y'all tried. Y'all at least tried. It's like there's not like y'all just went straight to that. Oh, and shout out Ash. You said you were said what the fuck you were shot? Yeah, I was shot at my femur. Yeah, I was shot at my femur.
Yep. We talked
Well,
about
I was shot in 4 places, my leg, but the crucial one was my femur. That's where all the blood was coming.
that.
Yeah, because that's the ephemeral artery.
Yep.
Yep.
Oh, it barely missed it. Barely missed it. Or I'd have been done.
But no, the one thing I was going to say, and with the last thing I wanted to say on this, and gamer, this is something I want you to. The start of the conversation with Matt had to do with the Confederate flag being flown at Trump rallies. And we were trying to explain to him that they usually get kicked out, but the Confederate flag today does not mean the same thing it meant back then. Now, I do know there are people that fly it because they want to make sure that, because they were tired of our history starting to get erased. And how statues were being pulled down, and that they were trying to act like our history was some kind of utopia, basically. But I have actively
I'm
seen
sorry,
people.
Hold on. I gotta grill this guy, bro. First off, you don't know me, so shut the fuck up. Second off, actually, I got shot because I was probably one of the best guys doing what I was doing in that area, and I was making a decent amount of money at the time. So it's not because I was fucking up. So first off, watch your mouth. You don't know who the fuck you talking to. All right, go ahead, Toph.
So, anyways, I have seen multiple people. No, you're fine. I've seen multiple people who take the Confederate flag, they fly KKK, white supremacists, and everything. They have been kicked out of Republican, Trump, conservative rallies. They are actively kicked out. There was a boat parade a few years ago where a bunch of people came out. They had the Confederate flag hanging. They had a whole thing about pro KKK and how the KKK was for Trump. And I tell you what, at least 7 other Trump supporters surrounded that person and killed their engine. Like, they flooded their engine and made it so they could no longer continue on with the parade. So if you're seeing that stuff on TV, with the news showing that these people are there, they aren't showing the whole damn thing. Because anyone who is promoting the KKK or any kind of racist rhetoric at these rallies, they're getting kicked out real quick and in a hurry.
So you
But
want to
like I
know
said,
when
go ahead, gamer.
I was getting ready to say, you want to know when I became officially became a Republican?
When?
Because before I was an independent, like a legitimate independent. I could hear arguments from both sides. When I became a Republican was during the 2020 lockdowns. When they started rioting, my official like beginning travel down the rabbit hole, if you will, of conservatism is I like I said, St. Louis. So I already know what BLM did with my city. I thought they was gonna get it right this time. When Chauvin had his his knee on the neck of George Floyd, whether he was overdosing on drugs or not, that was wrong. Shit. I went to the military afterward. They even said, and nowhere in our doctrine does it ever say we're not even allowed in police training and in military training and in mixed martial arts. You're not supposed to put your knee on somebody's neck for prolonged periods of time unless you're trying to knock them out. So yeah, I was with them. The whole world was with them, my boy. Okay, and what they do with it, fucked everything up. Quite literally, I watched the news say, this is a mostly peaceful protest as a building is burning down. And then in my city, when that black cop got shot, it was during the George Floyd riots. And then there's this, okay, it's okay to protest now, but, you know, COVID's not spreading amongst you guys now. But, like, if you want to go to church or to school or to have a job, you know, it's not safe to do that. It's like, that's not how virology works. It's like, y'all allow, like, and then black folks is the main ones to be victimized. There was even like black people straight up turning on me about my opinions, and I ain't doing nothing but spreading facts. I'm presenting PDFs. I'm presenting Pew Research stuff off the FDA's own websites and the CDC. And you mean to tell me you rather listen to some person who's playing you like a fool, then go out there and do the knowledge yourself. But yeah, stay woke, my brother, as you fucking like down some cocaine. Spend $300-$400 on a damn t-shirt because it's a designer, you know, mixed dope smoke. That's kind of the reason why I don't like smoking weed, is because it became a fad because everybody wanted to do it. Everybody's screaming like, oh yeah, I know about this research, I know about that research, but when you start asking them about at what point should you stop, how do you know your body has developed a resistance to tetrahydrocannabinol, which is what THC stands for? What are the long-lasting effects if you did all this research?
Yeah.
You start
So,
talking,
real quick,
you start talking to black people about, you know, all this stuff in depth, and then they got a problem with it. It's like, dude, no, I'm not trying to be racist, but like, you're not that intelligent.
now, real quick, there is, and I know this is gonna set. There is another song by Tom McDonald called "Welcome to the System." It literally talks about everything he just said. If you get if you want to or have a chance to play it, that would be a good one to play. That one and Me Versus You about all this.
All right.
It literally talks about all that.
All right, no problem. I'm trying to do Christmas songs only, but all right now.
I know. There's a Christmas song in Gen Chat for you from last year.
Was it really? Actually, you know what? There was a one song I wanted to play, but I wonder if Daniel Castro, if he's listening. It was this one song that you played. What was it called? It was like this one dude singing to this one girl outside of a window, playing the piano, something about Santa Claus. Son of a, I cannot remember. I know Daniel Castro knows it because he's the one who suggested it.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
All right. Can you play the song I recommended in Discord? I didn't provide the YouTube link, but I provided the song name and author.
All right, sure. What's the song name?
Second to go in my Discord.
Gotcha. But I agree with y'all on that. Now, I know somebody's like, damn, bro, it's Christmas. Chill out. I'm sorry, but I was thinking about this all
We
Christmas
would.
Eve, basically. And I'm just like, God damn it, man. My community
We
low-key disappointed me. I mean, the fact that you can't even speak out about Christians dying in Africa, of all places, Africa, without getting called a white supremacist is absolutely insane.
Yeah. And we tried to chill out. You were trying to have a nice kind of a nice live tonight. No one wanted to have a crash out or get pissed off or have to deal with stupidity.
Yeah, that's true. But what can I say, man? People will come in here and plug their stupidity all day.
Mhm.
Let's see here.
And then when they get called out for it, they move their freaking goalposts even further away.
Mm-hmm. Man, or they try to switch to a topic where they're right. It's like, okay, bro.
And they're still wrong.
Every time. Every time. But hey, man, shout out to the Dems. Shout out.
Hey,
they make it fun. Yeah, what's up?
It's called President by Casey McGrave.
Wait, what?
Yeah, you cut out a little bit there, hon.
Oh, Present Without a Bow. By Casey McGrave.
All righty. Let's see if I can get that up. Oh, Casey.
And to address one more elephant in the room, black fatigue isn't started by white people. Actually, black fatigue was coined by black people who are sick of other black people.
Facts. A lot of people don't understand that though. It's like the white people are trying to pretend like it's the black fatigue came from us. No, actually, it was us. No, it's us being tired of the reckless behavior in our own community.
Yep.
So, and then check this out. Kevin Gates said it the best. He said, you know what's the worst thing in the world that'll fuck up everything for you? And the interviewer he was interviewing was like, what? He goes, niggas. He said, you know what's worse than a nigga? 2 of them.
Now, my grandpa
ain't wrong,
did teach me. Yeah, my grandpa did teach me there was a difference between black people and
nigga.
Enners. Yeah.
Come on, say
then we're
no. I'm giving you the card. I'm giving you the card, Toe.
No, whoa. Let's not take it down that route tonight. But
yeah,
I would say this.
Come on, Toe.
Like trust me, my uncle said the same thing. It's like there's black people and then there's niggas. It's like,
and technically I kind of already have the card because my dad's half brother, my uncle, is and my grandmother was half Nigerian, half European, and her first husband, my uncle's dad, was Nigerian Egyptian. And he is my dad's half brother. So I have an entire side of the family that is they're married here in America, obviously, at this point, but they are black. And I have some African heritage myself through my paternal grandmother with the Nigerian.
But you know what's crazy about all this race stuff is like there are more white people in this nation with a lot of black background than most people lead on. And like I just found out a couple days ago, I forgot the richest black woman in like the 50s or 60s. That's my wife's dad's great grandmother.
wait, Madam C.J. Walker or different?
Madam Susan Walker.
Oh shit, the hot cone.
I didn't know that. I was like, wait, are you serious? She was like, yeah. And they showed me a picture. That's where they come from. It's like, damn, you can say the N-word then already.
Well, that's what people don't realize is there was a lot of
our grandparents
interracial during the times of slavery and stuff. There were a lot of white people having obviously there was forced relations, but there was also consensual in love relationships between slaves and slave owners or slaves and other white people in the community.
Well, shoot.
And those
I'm not even
babies were given to the white partner after they were born so that they could at least have some kind of
freedom.
normal life. Yeah, freedom.
And
So
all right,
we're not
guys.
even.
Hold
Okay.
on. We're gonna go ahead and switch to a musical interlude. Then we'll be right back.
And I will be right back because I gotta let the dogs out real quick.
All right, guys. Shout out to my man Gaming. All right, Presidents Without a Bow. All righty. All right, now that was a President Without a Bow, Casey Musgrave. Musgrave? Yeah, Musgrave. All right. That was a nice song. I ain't never heard that one before. All right, let's go ahead and get into this. Let's see what's going on. Let's see what all the hoopla is about.
Imagine being the guy running on wanting to see trans kids. Haha, not even a trans adult would run on that. Normal adults wake up and think they want to see healthy, safe, happy kids. Not Gav. The Gav knocks. Gav not in. Gav out. Send in the next guy. I'm bored.
So I'm just going to let you riff. Like, I want you to say whatever you want to say to Mr. Newsom.
Dear Newscum, we don't have a problem cleaning up the scum if we have to. Please tread lightly. That's what I would say to Gavy Poo.
So with regard to the current administration, what has been maybe the biggest surprise for you, or something that you just really has been put on your heart that you've learned about our president and our vice president?
Well, I have the utmost respect and admiration for our president.
And that is where she fucked up.
I know, how dare a black woman have respect for a white president who's actually trying to help?
Yep, the only president you're allowed to respect is Obama. I'm like, wow.
Or
And
Biden.
he caused the 2008 financial crisis and gave the government more power than they ever had in world history. Oh, did I say that?
I'm weak. I would say this, man. Look, first off, it's okay to celebrate Biden, that white man who made life more unaffordable for black people, but it's not okay to praise the guy who's brought down pricing or brought down gas, brought down inflation. It's not okay to, respect that guy, but it's okay to respect the guy who caused the most who caused an unaffordability crisis, who caused an immigration crisis. We can respect that guy, but we can't respect the guy who closed the border. Okay.
People who say that Biden was better and that are playing this identity politics, just remember that on a live speech, this actually happened. During the campaign, Biden said, and I quote, rich students are just as smart as black students are just as smart as rich students.
Which was hilarious.
It's like, what you mean by that?
Like, why even say that?
But didn't he also say, if you don't vote for me, you ain't black?
True.
That also happened, which was crazy because I didn't know he had the right to revoke my melanin.
Right.
Hey, I'll say this. At least Nicki Minaj wasn't no damn fence sitter. She chose a side. I gotta respect that.
Yeah.
And hey, look, and shout out to this little clip, because this is what happens to fence sitters.
There's this analogy of a man. He says he had a dream, and in his dream, he was in an open grass field, and the grass field was split by a fence. And on one side of the fence was Satan, and on the other side of the fence was God. And Satan looks at him, and he says, which one do you want? You want God or you want me? He's like, if you come over here, I'll give you all you want. I'll give you everything you want. But if you go with God, you don't get everything I'm offering you. And so this guy's contemplating. He's like, oh, man, Jesus, like, you're there. You're so good. But, man, Satan, there's some things that I really enjoyed. So he laughs at both of them, and he sits on the fence. He says, I don't have to choose either of you. I can be on both sides of you at the same time. And as he's laughing and scoffing at Satan and God, it goes black. And out of the darkness comes Satan. And the man goes, no, Satan, like I didn't choose you. I sat on the fence, so I got a little bit of Jesus and I got a little bit of you. And Satan grabs him by the arm and grips him really hard and says, the fence belongs to me.
Yep.
Yeah, so I
Yep.
can always respect people who choose a side.
And I will apologize. I don't know why, but for some reason I'll mute myself, but it'll pop back on sometimes. So I do apologize for that.
Oh no, you're good.
You're good.
But all right, though, let's get right into it.
He has, I don't know if he even knows this, but he's given so many people hope that there's a chance to beat the bad guys and to win and to do it with your head held high and your integrity intact. He's from Queens, New York, like me. So, but what it's
I mean, I guess you can kind of see how they'd relate character-wise and how, you know, Donald Trump's brash attitude really wouldn't faze Nicki Minaj because she kind of got the same attitude. That's damn near all New Yorkers. Well, Brooklyn, New York.
You know what really gets me though is that if Trump had come down as a Democrat, how much you want to bet that they would be all for him today?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Well, he knows all their secrets.
Well, not even just that, but everything he's doing was Democratic talking points and Democratic promises before he came down that escalator.
Yeah, but
He
like
has
you
not
understand, he's a
changed.
90s Democrat. These Democrats today are like straight up socialists. The old liberals, the old Democrats were actually capitalists, but they wanted fair capitalism. They hated the crony capitalism, and I agree with them on that. The problem with these guys is that they're so sick of capitalism, they don't even feel like we can fix the crony capitalism. They just want to go straight to socialism.
Which would be stupid.
Yeah, it would be the end.
Well, a lot of people don't see it that way. Like everybody keeps trying to sell this idea that socialism worked. And the only time that socialism worked was under a very specific condition, and that was in Nazi Germany. But when we say that, then we're saying we're not telling the truth. No, that's historical fact. BMW, Volkswagen, and there's like one other German, Audi. Those were actually cars produced under socialism, but they were actually meant for wartime efforts because socialism only functions in a wartime status. It does not function in everyday society, and people don't get that.
They also don't get that if you, based off of World War II politics, yes, Hitler was a, I can't remember, but if you look at what he wanted to do, what he planned on doing, the way he ran his government, that is all today's liberalism. Social, free healthcare. Oh my God, my brain just kind of stopped working for a second there. The women's, the feminism and everything. What the lady that started the feminist movement, I can't think of her name. That a lot of, I think so. The one that a lot of the liberal feminists look up to for women's health care and all that. That was fighting for abortion and all that.
Margaret Sanger.
Thank you, Margaret Sanger. Hitler was a fan of hers.
He gave her
Hitler was also a white
German
supremacist.
eagle.
Yeah,
he gave her a German spread eagle.
Yep, because she was also a white supremacist as well.
Yeah.
Her grandfather, I think her grandfather was a grand wizard of a clan.
Yep. Yeah, everything that he wanted to do and was implementing is the same thing, is the same stuff that they want to implement today. So by today's politics, he would have been a liberal. I'll have to go and double check, and because it's late and my brain just kind of, but I do 5 kids today, Christmas, not fun for me.
Yeah.
But
But
for
all right,
them,
all right. So we're gonna go ahead and get back into it. All right.
yeah, sorry.
You're good.
Me personally is sometimes, even in the worst feeling times in your life, you think that you're never going to come back from it, but you do. And our president shows that. He's been through every single thing a person could be through publicly. Having to constantly be lied on. It's not really that funny. Until you are in that person's shoes that's being lied on, you'll never understand what it feels like. That person is a human being. They have a family who has to read those lies. And that's not, and it's just not fair. But this administration is full of people with heart and soul. And they make me proud of them. Our vice president, he makes me, well, I love both of them, but they're both powerful men, smart, strong, all of that, but both of them have a very uncanny ability to be someone that you relate to. I can relate to them. When I hear them speak, I know that they're one of us. Like, I know that they're not. Don't you guys agree? They haven't lost.
I'll say this. Now that's true. Donald Trump's relatability is trust me, it was better than Kamala's. I'll say that right now. It's crazy, but then again, both of them grew up from rich backgrounds, but Donald Trump was way more relatable than Kamala.
We can undo the things that were to prevent the things that are.
We will be unburdened by what has been.
Yep.
Just like, bro, what are you saying right now?
Yeah, the word salad was amazing, though. You got to admit, she has some really good word salad.
Question: can you play the video I sent you in the chat? It's the most recent one.
All right.
I sent one.
They haven't lost touch of the world. They're still connected to the world and what's happening in the world, with the younger people and older people, with the richer people and not so rich people. They have the ability to still connect and be real and make us feel proud to be American.
So why now have you?
Is she wrong though? Because the Dems want you to be ashamed to be an American, ashamed to uphold border policy. I'm sure ashamed for you to actually want a spot for yourself in your own country. They want you to be ashamed of yourself for wanting more as an American. They want you to be ashamed of yourself for what?
I was actually more ashamed under President Biden for even being in the military than I was under President Trump, because under President Biden, like, we were pretty much neutered, and the only wars we got into were stupid wars. Like, there wasn't anything legitimate about the wars that we quote unquote gotten into, and so we just look like a laughing stock.
And you're not the first person I've heard say that, the first vet or the first active duty. And I've heard quite a few say the same thing about being under Obama as well.
All right, then. I'll get back to it.
Especially when
have you been involved with speaking about politics? What was kind of the turning point for you? Yeah.
What was the turning point? Well, I just got tired of being pushed around. Sometimes you just get tired of it, and then you realize, wait a minute, I have something inside of me that's stronger than what's out there. That's right. So when you've had enough, you realize, wait a minute.
Oh, okay, then this is why they attacked her. All right, this is one of the main reasons they attacked her. She pretty much is kind of saying, without saying it out loud, like, yo, I'm tired of getting pushed around in my own community, in my own party, and I'm bringing problems to them and I'm getting ignored. Or they're telling me, oh, you're tripping, or gaslighting the hell out of you. When you just want to make your community better, just want to make your area better, you go talk to your Dems or go talk to your local Democrat and they just gaslight you about, no, that's not really going on. And you should just ignore what's in front of you.
Yeah.
And I mean, because think about it. Think about it like this. Don't you think that she lives in LA, I believe, too, and she's from Queens? Don't you think she probably went to those Democrats and been like, yo, what's going on in this area? Like, there's immigrants taking over. People aren't living as well. It's dirtier. Don't you think she'd have talked to these people and they just told her piss off? Don't you think she'd have talked to people like Gavin Newsom and what's the mayor of LA? No, it's not Lori Lightfoot.
No.
We're gonna call her Beetlejuice or whatever. But yeah, that
Maxine
lady.
Waters.
Nah, that's not Maxine Waters. It's the mayor of LA. I'm trying to remember her name.
That's
by the
how
way,
unappealing
Maxine
she
Waters
is.
is another St. Louis politician.
Karen Bass. Yeah, Karen Bass.
Yes.
Yeah.
I thought you were gonna say Baskin.
No, I was
Yes,
thinking
Karen
about
Bass
when you
is the
said that, I
one.
was thinking fish.
And like, to be honest, don't you think she went to her and tried to be like, yo, like, it's the crime is kind of crazy, things are getting out of hand in LA, and I live here. And I mean, Leslie, we're talking about the same lady that was letting ICE get attacked by rocks and then complained when the National Guard came in to protect ICE. Talking about that lady right there. Don't you think that normal people sit around, look at leadership like that and be like, yo, what the F are you doing?
Oh yeah.
Why do I even
Seth.
care about these
No,
people and what
you
they
got
think?
it wrong.
What's up?
You're just assuming. You're being a racist bigot again.
Yeah, just to assume that, a black Democrat leader is just, a bad leader. I'm like, well, I'm gonna be real with you. Yes, the black Democrat mayors are terrible. Most of them are terrible.
Are they? They don't even know who they are. So I'm not going to back down anymore. I'm not going to back down ever again.
Can the students in the room raise your hand? Wow. This question is for you guys. So you guys are very courageous and bold on your campus. Nikki, I know our students feel this way, but why do you think speaking your mind has become so controversial?
Because people no longer are using their minds, their brains. So right now, just imagine we're not allowed to have a different opinion anymore. We're not allowed to think out loud anymore. We're not this is not what the world used to feel like. And especially for the young people, I don't want them growing up in a world where they feel like that. They deserve for their voices to be heard. They have valid feelings and they're thinking about things, and it deserves attention. We should listen to what they're saying. And if you're growing up in a world that tells you it's taboo to say something that the masses don't agree with, that's not okay. And we're not gonna have it. And I love this. It's giving the younger people confidence that they will need later on in life. You guys will need it, and you will have it. So I'm rooting for you.
Amen. Amen. Again, Charlie would always say, it really does not take skill to be courageous. It takes a choice. It takes a decision. And I want to say again, thank you for coming and being courageous and being able to share your heart with us. And the reason why that also holds true sentiment-wise is because I know that you are getting a lot of backlash from your own industry. What is your reaction to that?
I didn't notice.
Amen. I feel the same way. When people are like, what do you think about them? I'm like, I don't think about them.
Now, what was it? Now, Nicki Minaj is no longer on Instagram, I believe. Now, she says she was kicked out, but the way the media is framing it is that, she deleted it because she lost 10 million followers on Instagram and all that good stuff. I mean, but hey, she's over here on Twitter having a good time, though. I mean, she's over here on Twitter literally trolling people. I mean, trolling the news reporters, trolling the media hit pieces, all of them. Respect.
I think it's fun to troll people.
That many.
Well, she's a worldwide popping rapper and R&B singer. So if she didn't have that many, I'd be shocked.
Bro, she had like 20 million. Now she has 10.
Oh.
And do you think that woman is losing? You know what's crazy? When these liberals be like, I'm unfollowing you, or I'm not buying your product anymore. It's like, bro, you realize that I've made all the money that I ever want to make in my life? It ain't nothing to me.
Literally.
Well,
it's like, bro, go ahead.
As I said, I also know some people from my mom's church even went and said, well, I don't listen to it. I was really happy with what Nicki said. So just to kind of show my support for her, I went and bought some of her albums and her merch. Not that I'm not listening to it because I don't agree with the music, but I agree with her. So she's getting support she's getting more support or other support now too.
I would say this: all black conservatives should low key just huddle around Nicki and defend her. I would stand on defending her, and I'm low key willing to debate anybody who said that Nicki Minaj should be ridiculed. I don't think it should even end like this. Why? Because it just shows that the black community has a cult mentality that we cannot accept any way of thinking. And guess what? We don't debate. We just ostracize. We demonize with no debate. Because guess what? These black liberals can't win the debate because they're the main reason why our communities like this. They're the main reason why we have low birth rate, high crime, and low economic opportunity. They're the main fucking reason, and that's why they won't never debate. And they'll just sit there and call you an Uncle Tom.
Sad. What I tell you about telling the truth again? Oh, that video that I sent you. That video I sent you is it's some history in that video.
Versus Malcolm X.
Hold on.
Martin Luther King versus Malcolm X. If one of them had to be a symbol for Black Americans or for America today, Malcolm or Martin?
I would put Malcolm in a very slight first, but I reject both of them. I reject the Nation of Islam that Malcolm represented, and I reject the social gospel that King represented. Yes, it's true that Malcolm X was more focused on building up your communities, stop begging white people to get into their
closer
places.
to Booker T.
Right. He was much closer to Booker T.
Yeah.
However, there's a third person that nobody recognizes, and we'll talk about this in the film as well. You didn't see this part. But Joseph H. Jackson. Joseph H. Jackson was born in 1900, which would have made him 15 years old when Booker T. Washington died. And he died the same year that I was born in 1990. So he lived a very long life. During the Montgomery bus boycott, he initially thought that this was a good thing. So he offered to donate some buses to Martin Luther King. Martin Luther King said, no, we're not interested in the buses. King was more interested in using the boycott as a jump off point for what he was really trying to do, which was pass legislation to implement some degree of socialism into America. That's what he was really interested in.
Yeah.
He wasn't interested in this kind of build up your communities and pull
No,
up.
that's actually true. No, like Martin Luther King was a Marxist socialist. Like,
most people don't like to hear that, and they like to paint him as a martyr. He was a Christian martyr. No, he wasn't. Bro,
I'm be real with
the
you.
rest of the stuff he said.
Like there was just like this black historian that was on Tucker Carlson. He was going over the history of Martin Luther King, and I was like, God damn! It's almost like they didn't slander this man's name, but they was just telling the truth. Like, yeah, he did some good things, but let's be real. Like, people try to sit there and paint a pretty picture for him. I'm just like, nah, let's just tell it what it is. Like, let's be real. He wasn't doing it honestly for the black community. He was mainly doing it for his social idealism.
We're not even going to talk about the cocaine and hookers.
Yeah, of course, white women, cocaine, hookers. The FBI called him in. which is tough. But
Wasn't, I was gonna say, wasn't there something also with Rosa Parks with that too?
Yeah, her husband had a car.
I mean,
Yeah.
Yep. And actually, you know what's crazy too? Rosa Parks, I mean, it's kind of funny how nobody ever get mad at, like, I don't know. Wait, was Rosa Parks married to a white woman? I mean, a white guy? Or was that Maya D'Angelo? That's
Maya D'Angelo.
Maya D'Angelo is married to a white guy. And I remember I brought the point up. I'm like, hold on. If we hate all black people, or we just going to call them all coons who dated white people, I mean, all right, then cool. Are y'all ready to call Maya Angelou a coon then? Because y'all won't fix y'all mouth to do so. I bet you won't.
Right.
All right, then. So then stop calling black people who date white girls coons. Stop making black women who date white guys, stop calling them stuff, because you won't say that to Maya Angelou. You won't use that towards the women of our past. So shut the fuck up. All right. Let's get right back into this, though.
He offered to donate some buses to Martin Luther King. Martin Luther King said, no, we're not interested in the buses. King was more interested in using the boycott as a jump off point for what he was really trying to do, which was pass legislation to implement some degree of socialism into America. That's what he was really interested in. He wasn't interested in this kind of build up your communities and pull up your own bootstraps. In fact, he besmirched the pull up your bootstraps philosophy. Hey, how can a bootless man lift up himself by his own bootstraps? Said MLK.
Bootstraps, and many Negroes, by the thousands and millions, have been left bootless.
Joseph H. Jackson.
Oh Lord, so he's the one who sold this bootless victim mentality.
Yep, exported it to the black community.
And this is why these people, oh God. All right.
He was the president of the National Baptist Convention, which was the largest Negro church convention in the world. He was a student of Booker T. Washington, to be sure, but he was also a proponent of the biblical gospel. He believed that the Bible was the inerrant word of God. He followed the Booker T. Washington program in that when white people don't let you into their spaces, don't fret it. Build your own thing. An example of this is there were some sharecroppers in the South who were constantly being cheated by farmers. He bought 400 acres of land here in the South, and they allowed these Negro farmers to work the land rent-free, encouraging them to pocket their money, save their money so they can go and buy their own farmland, not beg the white man to let them in. Or beg the federal government. He believed that the answer is in what you can do with your hands, what we can do creatively with our own resources. Ebenezer Baptist Church was under the umbrella of the National Baptist Convention.
King's church.
His dad's church.
Yeah.
And the reason why that's important is because Martin Luther King and his contingent tried to oust Jackson from his leadership at the National Baptist Convention. So they built up a little army and they...
Oh, no, you got one guy trying to unvictimize black people, and then you got the other victimizing them.
Yep.
And bro had the realest strategy. I'm like, what? Like, bro, work on this farm. Look, bro, you gonna stay here rent free, but man, stack your pockets and then go out into the world, bro. That's damn near what the immigrants do today. That's like what Mexican Arab families do. Like, what?
Oh,
now
it's
we
gonna
got
blow
this
your mind
defend
some
for
more.
yourself mentality that honestly is destroying our community.
Keep going. It gets crazier.
Tried to elect a minister by the name of Gardner C. Taylor, who was also a proponent of the social gospel. There was a fight that broke out where they tried to grab the microphone from Joseph H. Jackson. A minister was pushed off the stage and died. Joseph H. Jackson kicked Martin Luther King and his friends out of the National Baptist Convention, and they went on to start the following year what was called the Progressive National Baptist Convention. So anyway, Joseph H. Jackson was the most well-known Negro minister in the world in his day. Today, he's relegated to a footnote. And the reason for this is because when you look at somebody like Martin Luther King, who had as his handler Stanley Levison, who was very well connected. He was the #1 financier for the Communist Party in America. He had connections in the government. He had connections in the media. He was, for all intents and purposes, MLK's publicist. He would arrange MLK's schedule, telling him who to go meet with on this day, on that day, what church to go preach at, which magazines and newspaper journalists to sit down and interview with. The relationship between Levison and King is you had the kind of making of a giant in real time. And it worked. The historians picked up on it after he was martyred. Washington, D.C. erected a 40-foot monument paying homage to him. Reagan signed the bill that made MLK a national holiday. And we've all but forgotten about Joseph H. Jackson. So he's relegated to a footnote. Nobody knows what he is. So they have the power to build somebody up and in so doing, completely erase their opponents off the face of the earth. And it gives us the impression, especially my generation, because I was born in 1990, gives us the impression that Martin Luther King, not only did he have all the answers, but who else could have done it? It gives us this impression, this kind of very black and white impression of the past, and they take all the nuance out of it and they just teach. That's called indoctrination. So they are indoctrinating us to believe that, for one, life was just so bad for black people. We needed to do something about it. And here along came Martin Luther King. He's the only one who had the answers. Nobody else is doing anything. Well, meanwhile, you had people like Joseph H. Jackson and Malcolm X, for that matter. I disagree with his religion, but at least he had a better message, in my opinion, as it relates to what you must do socially than did Martin Luther King.
Yeah, that's when people ask me, who do you like more, Malcolm X or Martin Luther King? Even without knowing the full details of Martin Luther King, I always chose Malcolm X. I said he had a more proactive approach. But
Joseph H. Jackson, boy,
that was the realest man. That was a real one. He was the real one.
Wow.
Huh.
And they destroyed
him. We'd have just listened to him. We'd have been in a better place.
Nope, because what did Malcolm X warn? He was like, he said, I'm more susceptible to listen to white people who just straight up say they don't like black people, because you know what he's gonna do. But white people who pretend that they like black people, them the ones you gotta watch out for.
Agreed. All right, let's go ahead and get right back into it.
Unless they marry you, then
after this, shoot, I'll go ahead and give you guys a special. I was gonna go ahead and throw on the new Dave Chappelle comedy. Well, yeah, new Dave Chappelle comedy in the Discord. So I can do that for you guys.
Yeah.
Real quick, I was gonna say that with that thing I was talking about with the liberals and Hitler, there is a video on Gen Chat. If you want, you don't have to, obviously, but if you want to show that, that explains it a lot better.
All right. Well, actually, we'll go into a musical interlude real quick, and we'll get right into it. And oh my god, I finally found a song. This man Daniel, shout out my man Castro, bro. He sent this in like last year. It's funny. All right.
What the hell is
bruh? I don't know why, but I actually like the song. I don't know why. Castro put me on to that.
It kind of reminded me of the. Oh, I can't think of the song now. Old song.
But hold on now. I do remember. Hold on here. I actually got your video up. Got your video right here, Tove. Don't worry. I got you.
No, you're fine.
Here it is. Well, there we go.
Sehr gut.
I'm a time traveler from the year 2025, and I've come here to kill you, Hitler.
Oh, not again. I'm never gonna have enough time to finish these paintings with all of these time travelers trying to kill me.
Well, I'm going to succeed.
Before you pull the trigger, can I just ask why? Why do all of you people want to kill me?
Isn't it obvious? I'm a progressive, a liberal, a fighter. And you are a fascist who implemented a reign of terror. And while the effects of your policies devastated the world for decades, soon we will be able to take back the White House, and we will be able to use the government to force people to follow our great ideas.
You want to use government power to force your ideas on the populace. Me too! That's fantastic!
What? No. Ugh. You and I have nothing in common. What I'm saying is there are people in our time with dangerous ideas, and we need to silence them.
Silencing those who disagree with you. I do that too! Oh, wunderbar! Oh, the Nazi movement will not die with me.
Don't give me that! I'm enlightened, and you're as bad as Hitler. Listen, what I'm trying to say is we are very close to implementing a utopia, as long as we can get rid of some certain undesirable people groups.
Yes, like the Jews.
Yes, like the Jews. Oh.
So in the future, you also do not like the Jews?
Well, No, but we don't believe in segregating all the races like you do. I mean, except for like graduation ceremonies and dorms and hiring practices. Oh, and admissions policies, that sort of thing.
I too am a fan of the segregation. I'm sorry, I have to ask, is this a real firearm or is this some kind of toy for kinder?
It's a flare gun. I'm trying not to support America's toxic gun culture. I'm a firm believer in gun control.
Gun control! This was one of my ideas too. Ban them from the undesirables. Yes, look here. Oh, and your shirt. This is an organization founded by Margaret Sanger. Yes?
Wait, you know about Margaret Sanger?
Jawohl, of course. Oh, she's such a lovely person.
No. She's a fighter for reproductive rights, for women's empowerment,
and the eradication of undesirable populations by means of eugenics. Brilliant lady, very inspiring. I must use some of her ideas in our socialized healthcare system.
Socialized healthcare? That's not your thing. That's our thing.
Oh no, it's very much my thing.
Oh, yeah.
Did you know that Nazi means National Socialist German Workers' Party? Nazi is just more catchy. Nazi. Just rolls off the tongue.
No. This can't be true. This has to be some sort of mistake. We are nothing alike. You're Adolf Hitler, evil right-wing fascist dictator, and I'm a feminist restorative justice advocate. And a vegetarian.
You're a vegetarian? Me too!
You know what's so crazy? People didn't know Hitler was a straight up socialist. Like, the man literally built a socialist economy off labor. And he built the Autobahn, and he started up Volkswagen. So he did some decent things, but yeah, he was a straight up socialist. Built it all on socialism. And
That's why I said socialism can only work in a very particular climate and nowhere else.
Bro, the only way he made it work was off labor. And then, of course, he was out here giving out free houses depending on how much kids you had, thus promoting, well, family.
You know what's crazy is the people ended up hating it anyway, because there's only so long that people are willing to tolerate having their ideas controlled before they decide to look for freedom, which goes to show that no matter what you do, people will never be satisfied.
Facts. All right, let's finish this one.
And a vegetarian.
You're a vegetarian? Me too!
Okay, I am so confused right now. I came here with a clear goal in mind to kill the most evil man to have ever lived. Besides Ronald Reagan. But now that I'm meeting you in person, you're not at all what I thought you were. And your painting is actually really good. What do you call it?
I call it Ein Reich ohne Juden.
Empire without
Wow.
Jews.
I don't know what that means, but it sounds beautiful.
All right, that's funny.
It does. Doesn't it?
Now, if they did that with a black man, he'd probably immediately kill him.
Bro, an empire without Jews. Oh man. No, it is funny though. A lot of, like I said, a lot of liberals don't even understand. I'm like, a lot of what y'all preach is a bit fascist. But all right, I mean, go ahead, bro. Cook, my fascist friend, cook.
Cook it yourselves. You're not cooking anything on any points.
Oh man, that was funny. That is funny.
And I know it's satirical, but it was satirical, but it was it's very much true.
It is. Like, if you don't know, yes, Hitler ran a socialist country. Like the Nazi Socialist Party, yes, it was socialist. And the people were pushing that for the same socialism in the United States. The same people put for socialism also wants to censor speech. I don't know. Also, believe in identity politics, just like Hitler, just like that, just like your boy Hitler.
I find it kind of ironic that the group of
he would be a liberal.
I
find it kind of ironic that people that go around screaming, "You're Hitler, you're Hitler, you're Hitler," believe in his ideas.
Yep. But they call Trump Hitler.
Boy, and they practice a lot of Hitler as well ideology. That's so crazy. So imagine practicing all of Hitler's ideology, but then Donald Trump's the fascist. He's the Nazi. But you basically believe in almost everything that the Nazis stood for, besides the eradication of Jews.
Yep.
Well, actually, hold on. Never mind. I mean, let's be real. You do believe that, well, what? The conservatives, like, I guess they think that, well, the conservatives are an undesirable group. I guess you are like Nazis. Huh.
They believe anybody that thinks differently than them is a undesirable group. Who are we kidding?
Bingo. We don't even think about them.
We don't have time to. We're too busy building, right?
Yeah, we're the cool kids.
Okay.
The other people, they're the ones who are still just disgruntled, but really they're just disgruntled with themselves. They are angry with themselves, you guys. So you can't wake up and think about somebody who is determined to just stay mad. I literally tell them, stay mad.
Amen.
Stay mad. Because we're going to stay joyful, and peaceful, and iconic, and smart, and we're going to stay thinkers.
Wow. I mean, I ain't gonna lie, she kind of speaking like how I was. It's like, yo, the black liberals, bro, they just stay upset. They stay mad. It's like, especially when you mention Trump, bro, it's like they're mad for the rest of the day. And they have no reasonable take on Trump. Everything is just like complete TDS. And I just wish it wasn't like that. I wish I could have a sensible conversation about Trump with most liberals. Most, because I can only do with a few.
Keep wishing.
Yeah, it's instant. It's instant. You mention him. It's an instant crash out. There is no in between.
Nope. So I hear what she's saying. It's like, yeah, they just stay mad about everything this man does, even if it's unreasonable. Like, he's locking up immigrants. Yeah, they were rushing the border
So did Barack
for 4 years
Obama.
straight.
And
Just tell
what's
him, like,
crazy? Go ahead, David.
The tariffs. Have you not seen the hollowing out of our manufacturing base, or are you just now catching on, or you just choose not to address it, or you just don't know about it?
No. But no, what I was going to say is they're talking about how inhumane alligator Alcatraz is, except they completely ignore what's going on in our own prisons to our own American people.
Literally. Oh, yes, the little C-Cot thing. It was hilarious. Yeah, I remember when I was reacting to that, I was like, are you serious? Like, oh, they're getting tortured and sexually assaulted. I'm just like, I'm sorry, but this happens in our own prisons to our own people. Why the fuck am I supposed to care about what's happening in El Salvador to them? Like, hold on. Why would you do this in our jails and try to fix that? Why are you having a whole 60-minute like documentary on El Salvador? One, because you're trying to sow outrage. And once again, the left cares more about what's happening to immigrants in another country than what's happening to their own freaking people.
And if you count jails and prisons, right now the majority of people being SA'd is men. If you count jails and prisons.
Yep, that's true. So they're sitting here wanting us to cry about, oh, these El Salvadorians are getting hurt in this in ECOT. I'm just like, I'm sorry. My heart is hardened from all the Americans that's also getting hurt in our prisons here at home. I'm sorry. I can care less. All right.
A world that doesn't want us to think, we will think. By ourselves, on our own. We will continue to think.
This is something I know that's really important to you and on your heart. And I personally want to know what inspired you to speak out for the Christians that are being slaughtered in Nigeria.
Well, and that brings me back to our great president and this administration and our great country. That we take for granted that there right now in this world are people who cannot worship God as they please, where they please. We take it for granted because we have it. We can't even imagine not having that right. But every time we pray and fellowship, we have to remember the people that are right now in this world hiding to pray and fellowship. And we have to pray for them. And first of all, Nigeria is a place I've always loved. Someone very dear to me, my pastor, is Nigerian. I have lots of Nigerian barbs. And so hearing that people are being kidnapped and while they're in church, people.
Oh no, I'll go a step further. They're being kidnapped, lynched with their women are being lynched with their children. Guys are being ran over by trucks, arm by arm. So they roll over one half of their body and then roll over the other half. These people are hiding in ditches and they are being actually burnt alive in those ditches because they're, instead of just trying to, drag them out, they're burning them alive in the ditches that they're trying to hide in. And there you go.
So
That's what's gruesomely happening in Nigeria.
And you know what else is crazy that's happening? These people of the women of these Christian pastors and men or whatever, they'll kill the entire family of these Christian women and then just leave them for dead.
Yep. Exactly. I mean, do I really need to? Let me see. Do I really want to do this? F it. I'm doing it. So let's get into it. So because apparently the black community must be dumb because they're, sorry, I'm being a bit too facetious right now, but it is what it is.
They're retarded. Call it what it is. They're willfully retarded.
Our tradition to open cups. But we have to do it to show the world. To show the what is happening in Jesus' name.
In Jesus' name, we don't open coffees normally, but we had to do this to show the world the gravity of the Christian genocide going on. This is a mass burial of Christians who were massacred just 4 days ago by Islamist barbaric animals in northern Nigeria. They are called Boko Haram. Just 4 days ago.
You know what's crazy? They're only covering, I forgot that other country that's close by it. All major news outlets are covering that horrible atrocity, but they're silent on Nigeria.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
No, literally, they had to push mainstream media to cover this.
Mm-hmm.
So,
and all they get is and all Christians get is a footnote. So if you guys ever wonder why I be so passionate about,
for us to try and get a better.
Sorry.
If you guys ever wonder why I'm so passionate about, standing up for Christians and trying to be so gung-ho, this is why. This is an actual atrocity that's going on right now, and nobody knows and nobody cares. And you have a literal pop star who's coming out and saying something about it and getting all types of backlash. Instagram, Snapchat, Facebook, even TikTok and Twitter are actively suppressing it.
And check this out.
My fellow brothers, I will challenge you on this. If you say you are a Christian and you refuse to do something about us, you have committed suicide, you have killed us, you have assassinated us. Our blood in Nigeria is crying in heaven, and we are crying, who will God use to deliver Nigerian Christian? Are you the one?
I went to Plateau State, Nigeria, an active conflict zone where Christians are being killed every week. What I expected to find was a relatively simple conflict over grazing land between farmers and herders. What I actually found, though, fundamentally changed how I understood the situation for Christians in Nigeria. It's very real in this area, I think, more than maybe any other area I've ever been to. Plateau State sits in Nigeria's Middle Belt, a Christian majority area bordering the Muslim majority north. For years, predominantly Muslim Fulani nomadic herders have been moving further south, clashing with Christian farmers over land and grazing. That's what I thought this was before going. A resource conflict with religious fault lines. In the north, groups like Boko Haram and ISWAP have always been more obviously targeting Christians, killing and displacing them systematically. But the situation in the middle belt seemed less clear-cut, and yet right now it's the region seeing far more fatalities. That's why it was important for us to try and get a better picture of the situation from the ground. We left the capital, Abuja, early on Saturday morning. The road to Plateau is known for banditry, kidnapping, ambushes. Security forces are everywhere. At this point, I still thought these forces were trying but failing to protect those being attacked. My view on that particular point was to change later on. Our first stop was in the community of Bindi. Remember this viral clip?
I'm tired to be outside performing burial every day.
We were about to stand exactly where this massacre took place.
We've just been invited into a local community. As we're coming on the road, they're pointing out to me places where attacks have happened recently, and it did become very real.
In Bindi, we met with Reverend Yakubu standing in the wreckage of his home. 9 members of his church were killed in that very building. Damn. In one night.
Before the attack, we are very peaceful, no problem with, even with the Fulani, we didn't have any problem with them. Around 3 a.m., the security personnel, they left us. Then the attackers come. We were here, gunshot, thinking that the soldiers were here. That is why that people, they enter one house to another, killing people, slaughtering people.
This is one of the greatest shock in our community that we have received as people. Recording 27 lives in one night. That's the greatest.
Driving further that day, we met 3 pastors who had actually traveled from other communities that were too dangerous for us to visit.
The people that have been killed every week, we almost buried 2-3 people, almost every week.
Yaran mu makaranta da na jama'a duka makaranta ya zama da wahala domin an je harbi nan.
Na yi kusan shekara 12 a wannan kuma tun da muka fara wannan aikin babu zaman lafiya har ila yau.
That night, I started to realize that this isn't just about land and tribal warfare. These Christians are being targeted almost separately for their faith. Day 2 was Sunday. We left at 6:30 a.m. to visit churches across the region called Mangu. At the first church we visited, we found the congregation worshipping in a school 2 kilometers away from their actual building. Their church had been destroyed. This time not actually led by invading herders, but by local Muslims.
Muslims that even live around the community. They were people, we knew them. We've been together with them for a very long time.
Which really made me question the wider dynamics. If nothing else, this was evidence that this was not just about grazing land. When we visited their old church, the floor was covered in feces. When I got there, I just assumed that animals had been inside the building. I was so wrong.
They came and filled the places with feces again.
The attackers had actually defecated inside their buildings to try to stop the Christians from coming back.
Army came and they asked us to go away, that they are going to protect the church, that nothing is going to happen to the church. As soon as we left, they said if they see anyone around the church again, they may shoot anybody. So we had to leave. So as we leave, shortly, we just saw fire coming out of the church.
This is when I understood the security forces are actually right here, but for some reason are not trying to stop the attacks. Something's clearly broken. At the second church, we found them worshipping under the open sky. No roof, just faith.
Just like today, we finish worshiping under the sun. So no matter how hot it is, we will endure. No matter how cold it is, we will endure.
On day 3, we visited Pastor Ezekiel Dachimo, the pastor whose viral video at the mass burial in Bindi brought global attention to what's happening here.
We just arrived at Pastor Ezekiel's house, and there's, I think we counted maybe 4 or 5 security guys already.
Our photographer. A good shepherd must give his life for his flock. A good shepherd must surrender all in all. To die is gain to me. I will see Jesus. I will meet Jesus. And I am ready to speak for my brothers.
We just left Pastor Ezekiel's house. This is a guy who's clearly really valued by his community.
From there, we swapped cars for motorbikes and rode 40 minutes into the bush to reach communities that we could not reach by road. At the first community we visited, we met a lady called Tafusa. Her husband had been the pastor. When the Fulani attacked, the family fled and hid. But
Shout out Tori G. Appreciate the Merry Christmas. And also, you're right. Yeah, it was a breaking. President Trump designated a deadly attack on ISIS in Nigeria as a Christmas gift in response to their attacks on Christians. So yeah, we've already struck them. Already. I ain't gonna lie, I'm actually happy. Because these guys are ruthless. Like, From what I'm hearing right now, they deserve every bit of it. Because I don't like not even think about not even the locals can understand why they're doing this. They're like, whoa, we used to chill together. What's this radical hatred towards the Christians all about? Like they thought it was about land, but it's not about that. It's just that they just do not like Christians for some reason.
And here's the thing, and this is what I was telling you earlier when you couldn't really understand like the point of why I was getting mad. This is everywhere on the globe. And when you say, oh, well, they're just not hard and they don't take it serious. No, this is systematic. Nigeria is just one example. It happens in China. It happens in South Korea. It happens in Japan. Their governments have gotten really good at covering up when it comes to Christians. It happens in Mexico and South America.
And a lot of it a lot of it gets worse around Christmas.
Mm-hmm. Like in
religious persecution like in Europe, both Muslims and the Christians in China.
No. Like in in China, because they hate any religion. Like in Germany and in France and everything, there are news articles over it. Bunch of radical Islam. Not saying not even just radical Islam. We're talking about atheists and stuff. Bunch of radical transgender people burning down Christmas trees, attacking churches, setting them on fire. And it's like whenever we try to stand up and say something about this, then all of a sudden it's you need to chill out or you need to ride harder or this, that, and the other. I ain't gonna lie. I ain't trying to be rude set, but like, when you say you need to ride harder, you're contributing to the problem because you just don't know.
I'm being real because you do need to ride harder because that's exactly what. Think about it. You guys are riding harder for Nigeria. That's why it is being looked at. Like you guys weren't riding I'm being real with you. You guys weren't riding for the Christians in China. You weren't riding for the Christians in Japan, nor in Germany. But Nigeria is now a special case.
Hold up. We are riding hard for the Christians in China. The problem is, one, we got the Great Firewall. Two, it's the CCP. And most of those Christians that do get caught up, they're usually executed or killed. So a lot of those Christians are underground. And if you're going to sit up here and tell me you got to ride harder for the people in China, China's going to look at you and be like, this is not happening here.
I'm thinking, hold on now. You're kind of making a case out of China. I'm saying
I'm not making a special case. I'm using that as I'm addressing each one as it goes along. China doesn't even want to acknowledge that they're killing the Uyghur Muslims, and they don't even want to acknowledge that they're killing the Christians. So that's just a different thing. They're a communist nation. They don't want God in any way, shape, or form to usurp authority from the machine. We can both agree to that, right?
Yeah.
But like everywhere else, when we ride. Like, think about it like this. You say we're not riding hard for any of these other nations. What happened in the UK? They passed a law to where if you pray, you're getting prison time. And people are going to jail. Churches that deem the government can arrest you for things that are deemed offensive to the government or to other people. So that eliminates over 90% of the Bible. In Australia, they banned the teaching of the Bible in schools and stuff, but they make them pray on Muslim mats. And I'm not saying that if we're going to do it like that, then we should ban all of it. But they're picking and choosing. And then when we say something about it and we protest, locked up, labeled as terrorists, or arrested. I done already told you about the GoFundMe that got shut down. Oh, yeah. By the way, pastors who help homeless people and they get GoFundMe started, the money is actually mandated to get sent back to the people that donated it. So it never even reaches the people that it's intended for.
Yep.
But it's covered up and it's blanketed away from everybody's face because they want it to seem like, oh, we're just complaining without actually doing anything. No, we're taking steps. It's a very systematic and methodic approach to pushing down this. And when we try to call it out, nothing gets done about it. Think about the leader of that video I showed you over the third. I forgot his name already. But the pastor. He was a footnote. All his work got suppressed because it was rooted in biblical theology.
All right. Well, like I said, I don't really think there's like an attack on Christians. I would say I think there's just an attack on God at that point. Because if that's the case, then yeah, they just don't want God or anything but the government's speech or the government's scripture in the heads of the people.
If it's an attack on God, then why are other religions able to freely abound and pray? I'm gonna use Toe for an example because she's a different. I'm gonna use Toe. Hold up. I'm gonna use Toe for an example. I know this because my wife's dad's girlfriend is also the same religion as Tove. Freely practice. Some of their druids are government funded, like they have special funding for the programs. They have special meeting places. They're allowed to do that stuff in public or in private. Muslims can pray in public or in private. Government funded buildings. I'm not joking. In a few cities I looked up, the government is actually building mosques on behalf of Muslims. The same thing with Hindus, with Buddhists, they're building like Hindu statues or Buddhist statues or whatever. Almost every church, like for example, the church I'm going to, they tried to reach out for government assistance, got denied. This is not the first church I've seen that happen to. In San Diego, all of those churches are really just self-funded.
Yeah, even my mom's church, they have tried. They had to build a new church because the one that they were at was it was a hastily built structure. It was supposed to only be temporary until they could get enough money to buy land and build. All the money that they got for both the land and the building was donations from the local community. Now, here's one other to what Gamer was saying. A few years ago, I went for a mental health facility for 2 weeks. I was allowed to go outside and build my fire, to do my own prayers, but we had men and women there that when they asked if they could go to a church or something, go outside the facility to a church or something, they were denied.
Yep.
They were told they had to do it in their rooms. But I was allowed to go outside in the courtyard, which was outside of the gated area because it was like a resort kind of setup, but it was really weird. And they set me up with a little burn pit. And I could go out there by myself to perform my prayers. But they couldn't request a bus to take them to church on Sundays. They had to do it in their room. They couldn't even do it together. They had to do it individually in their rooms.
Hold on now.
Now, I will tell you one thing, and this is true. In the military, if you are on a certain shift, so like Muslims who are in the military, if I know because I've built watch bills, if it's your turn for watch and you're a Muslim or you're a different religion like Tobe that requires you to exercise, that requires you to do something at a certain time of day, and that's your religion, I've built watch bills around these specific times. Like we can't. I forgot what it was. What article it is, but
so y'all can't gather in mass prayer.
We can, but here's the thing: there's no special time permitted for it. It's nowhere in the books. I'm trying to dance around my words carefully because there's some other stuff I can't say. But we can gather in prayer, but there's no time allotted for it. Not unless it's on your own personal time. And if you're fasting as a Muslim, you have extra rest time. They're not allowed to put certain give you a certain amount of work or whatever. Or during Ramadan, they usually will send you off on TAD for Ramadan. For other religions, if you have to do like
accommodations for religions, I get that, the workplace and all that.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
there's
but
none for there's none
I know
for
because the Christians
Christians.
don't
And
really. I mean, let's be real. Do the
we
Christians really
try
demand any?
actually yes. In 1947, there was a guy who went to the army and he had a religious conviction. He could not touch guns. They tried to do everything to get him kicked out of the army.
Whoa,
Literally
but
everything.
why go to the? Whoa.
Hold up.
Okay,
Because
go
he
ahead.
went in as a medic, and
Okay.
he was good at like helping people and fixing them up.
Okay.
But every medic in the army went had a gun, but he was like, I can't touch it. They literally sent this dude out on the front line, whole bunch of other stuff. Towards the end of his service, he ended up because he didn't have a gun or whatever. In his little interview, they said that what saved him was not because they were on Japan, like the actual shore, and they were fighting a cliff face, trying to get a foothold. He said what saved him was not having a gun in the first place because he was able to move quickly in and out of the little holes made by the grenades, and he was able to rescue everybody from his platoon. And he worked for 2 straight days nonstop getting people out of there.
To be honest, I don't think Christian has too many. Like Christianity doesn't, kind of force too much accommodations on y'all. Like, all right, like think about it like this: the Muslims have to pray 5 times a day, and yeah, you're right. The workplace accommodates that. Yeah, I've seen the workplace accommodate Christians. The only time I've seen it was a couple guys I used to work with who are devoted Christians who just said, "Look, don't ever schedule me on a Sunday. Like, don't ever do it." And then on
Most
this
jobs
day,
don't.
don't schedule me on this week on Saturday. So they had accommodations, but there just weren't as much as
Most
the
jobs.
Muslims. So I would say this: Christianity is a less needy religion. I'll tell you that.
Well, here's the thing: multiple, and there's actually whole forums on this, and you can pretty much go to any like real church, going Christian, and they'll tell you the same thing. Most of the time, so we actually aren't supposed to be working 6 days a week, 7 days a week. We're actually supposed to only be working 6, which is something that the Jews did say. Yes, that's one of our long-standing commandments. That means every single day throughout all of history until we die, we're only supposed to be working 6 days a week. Any Christian that goes to a job and they're Christian, jobs typically will not hire them. They won't say they won't hire them because of their religious practices, because then they can get in trouble. They'll usually say things like, "Oh, you weren't a good fit. You want to get this. We went on with somebody else."
I don't know about that. I've seen Christians get hired over Muslims just because they don't have so much accommodations.
That ain't been the typical Christian. That ain't been the typical Christian lifestyle. Because most Christians, especially I know a few at my church, they go to church and their job is
think
already
about
kind
it. Think
of
about it.
blowing
An
them up
employer
to
rather
get
deal
back
with
to work.
somebody taking 1 day off a week than somebody who's like Ramadan, bruh. Like, you know how much days he gonna take off for that?
Most
And then how much
Muslims don't
time
get
they call
Ramadan
in
off.
sick just because of fasting and all this good stuff. Trust me, I know about this, but I know how much. I would say this: Christians are way easier to work with on the job and like in manufacturing and all that good stuff than Muslims because they require less accommodation. Now, if they would ask for more accommodation, they'll get it, but they don't. And power to them.
There's also the ones that there's also the ones that practice the Sabbath on Saturdays and not Sundays, and a lot of, especially like in entry level, they want you working Saturdays. So if you can't work on Saturdays, they are less likely to hire you than someone who's willing to work on Saturdays.
I have been turned down.
Yeah, but then
so
again, but
many
let's be
jobs
real.
over that.
I mean, any religion could hold you back from employment, to be quite honest.
Well, but real
So
quick,
that's fair. It's fair across the
soldier,
board.
the soldier that Gamer's talking about, the movie Hacksaw Ridge is about him.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's based off a real story.
Yeah, but in my opinion right now, it does seem like, well, it's kind of fair when it comes to that. But I mean, if you guys don't get hired because of your religious values, yeah, it's mainly because there'd be too much accommodation. Like, I believe there's more accommodation, you're right, for Muslims in the workforce than Christians. But then it's only that way because, well, Christians don't require that much accommodation than Muslims do.
But the point that I'm saying is it's not spread out evenly or fair. So like think about it like this.
Well, it kind of is because, like I said, if you guys required the psychs more and you weren't getting it, then yes, but you guys don't require more.
So all of this is leading back to the point, and what I'm saying is like, yeah, religions get the short end of the stick, and like I said, worldwide there's only maybe, and this is according to the Jews because they really don't like Christians at all. They want us dead. 2 billion Christians. That means that in the United States, there's people that identify as Christian, but actually real Bible believing Christians that take the word of God seriously, there's only about 15 million of us. And it goes beyond, for example, in some schools in the United States, this is on the books. Kids are being taught the Quran. Kids are being taught about other religions. In high school, when we were growing up, we could learn about the Odyssey and the stories of Homer, and we got to explore different religions. But in the history textbooks, when we talk about Roman history, Christianity is a huge part of that, believe it or not. And Christianity is completely erased from there.
Yeah, it's usually about. I honestly only remember hearing about Roman Christianity when talking about medieval England and the Catholic Church.
And the Catholics aren't Christian.
They are Christian. Come on, bro.
No, I'm historically speaking, from a historical point, they are not, because they actually killed off.
They worship Jesus.
So no, they don't.
Yeah,
they believe in,
bro. They worship Jesus, bro. You'd be hard pressed, bro. I ain't gonna. We're gonna have to get a Catholic on here one day for this debate, because I don't think you can convince a Catholic that they do not believe in Jesus. They're gonna look at you crazy, bro.
No, it's not saying that. That doesn't mean that they don't believe in Jesus, but they also
pray to him.
Worship.
No,
yes,
they don't. They pray to Mary.
No, they pray to Jesus, bro. I talked to the Catholics.
Okay, so
today,
my
whoever told you that, they're tripping and they don't know Catholicism. So I would have to get an actual Catholic on here and have you debate that one, because to be quite honest, they're not in alignment with you. They don't even know what you're talking about. They're like, what do you mean we did pray to Mary? We pray to Jesus just like you guys. They consider themselves Christian.
They go
just like
no,
you
they
guys.
go. Hold up.
I mean, bro, even everybody in the chat's going like, bro, you for real?
Hold up.
Go ahead.
They go through Mary. They do confession of sins to men. And in the Bible, Jesus says you can't confess. Let me put it to you like this. This is a real verse out of the Bible. So after Judas betrays Jesus, he feels guilty about it. And then he goes and he throws the money at the feet of the Pharisees. And he tells them what he did. And they basically said, why are you confessing all of this to us? Like we can help you. Talk to God. And Jesus even said, you have to come to me to get forgiveness, not men. And in Catholicism, they go to men and not Jesus. They also pray to Mary. They also pray to Paul.
You've been to confession,
bro.
What's the first thing they say in confession, bro? Father, Lord, forgive me for I have sinned. And like that's the first thing they say, and then they say it out loud. So they do talk to the Father first, and then they have a personal counsel or a human counsel. They've talked to the Father first, then they talk to the pastor. Like, have you ever been to confession? I'm just saying that's literally how they do it, and I'm pretty sure people in the chat agree with me. Like, I don't know, dog. I think you might have the wrong idea about Catholicism on this.
It's not the wrong idea. I'm looking at the history on it, because if I'm wrong, then why did they attempt to kill Martin Luther on 3 separate occasions for saying the exact same thing I'm saying?
No, I think there was more. I think there was more with the Pope than the worship of Mary, actually.
No. Their gripe, Martin Luther's gripe, I know because there's a documentary, and I will gladly have my brother give it to you, because I basically got that stupid documentary memorized because we watch it so much. His gripe was about the Catholic Church, why he enriches himself, why he tells people that basically you can pay.
Yeah, there was a beef with the Pope because the Pope was telling people that they could pay their way into heaven.
It's also some doctrinal issues like why don't you print? One of Martin Luther's theses was why don't you ever print the Bible in the language of the common man so that he can read it too? Because you're supposed to be reading it all day and all night. Not literally, but he was basically getting to the point where they're also supposed to read it for themselves. How do we know that you guys aren't changing stuff around? Why do you preach this theology instead of this? And it was a lot of his theses actually were not based off of money, but mostly based off of why the Catholic Church was preaching things that were not in the Bible. And what happened was they sent a battle. They were supposed to kill him when he went to have a debate with them. But instead, some people that believed in what he was saying staged an abduction and got him out of Germany. I'm sorry, not Germany. They got him out of somewhere, and then he was pretty much in exile, but he still wrote to other Catholic churches, and he had to correct a lot of the false doctrine and the false teaching. And basically, at the end of it, he was basically like, no, the Catholics aren't Christian because their doctrine is not the same doctrine found in the Bible. And historically, people believed what Luther was saying, because eventually when he started, actually Martin Luther was the very first celebrity, because when he nailed his theses to the door, one of the inventors of the printing press got a hold of it and started sending it out en masse. And so a lot of people that ended up believing in what he was saying ended up reading the Bible more, following some of his teachings, and that's how you got the denomination of Lutheran.
Okay. All right. Still, they're Christians, bro. They pray to Jesus and all that good stuff, just like you do, my brother. I don't think trying to separate yourselves from people who think just like you, who believe the same thing you do, is a good idea, and trying to ostracize yourselves into just 15 million.
So I got a question. Real quick question. I got two. I need you to answer them straight up. No other workaround. All right.
All right.
What did Jesus say about himself?
Well, he didn't call himself the God, I'll tell you that, but somehow y'all got that translation. Let's see.
He did. He equated himself. He said he was God because God.
No. He said him and God is one, and we all have the divine spark within us. So therefore, we are all one with God. That's how Christians interpreted it.
No, what he said exactly, which is why the Jews killed him, was before Moses was, I am. And on Mount Sinai, when Moses said to God, what shall I tell the people your name is? God said to Moses, tell the people that I am have sent you. And Jesus directly said, before Moses was, I am. So he directly is calling himself God.
No, I don't think so. Actually,
that is a quote for quote.
Trying to keep himself from calling himself God, and that's what the Muslims have with you guys. Is that think about it?
That's a direct quote.
Was debating you on that, and he was like, "So hold on. Me and my wife are one. Does that mean I'm my wife?"
No, that's not what. But
he was explaining his relationship with the Lord, meaning the God are one.
No, he said before, quote for quote. I hate when people do this. You give them a quote for quote, and then they try to find a workaround. It says exactly what it says. He said, before Moses was, I am. There was nothing else behind that. When Moses asked God, what shall I call the people? What shall I tell the people your name is? Tell them my name is I am. Jesus and God both said the same thing.
So the song,
that doesn't mean he was equating himself to Jesus.
He literally did. That's why the Jews killed him.
Bro,
if that's not
the Jews killed him because he was going against their traditions, and he was calling out the usury and the animal sacrifices.
No, actually, the Jews killed him because he was doing stuff that was against, quote unquote, against the 10 Commandments, when actually he was fulfilling the law, and he was calling out the hypocrisy, and he was forgiving sins. Which, to quote one of the Pharisees, to quote Jesus' response to one of the Pharisees, who can forgive sins but God alone? Every person that he said, go and sin no more, they were healed. If what you're saying is correct, that disproves every healing and miracle he did. That
No, it
disproves
doesn't.
every
No, it
prophecy he
don't.
ever fulfilled. And
Bro.
that makes the reason why the Jews killed him stupid.
No, you're connected with that idea. So that's what you believe. It just because he's not the son of God, or just because or people don't see him as this son of God, doesn't mean that none of the miracles were real. You could separate the son of God and also be like, okay, yeah, he was a Messiah, he performed miracles, but son of God, he was not. Because
so I got a question. If that's the logic, then that means that every single prophecy in the Old Testament about Jesus Christ is also a lie.
So can I?
Because they referred to Jesus as the son of David.
So here's something both of you to think about on this whole thing. The song "Mary, Did You Know?" When they are, I can't remember when it's written, but one of the lines is when you kiss your baby, you kiss the face of God. And the very end of the song, it says, he is the you'll meet the great I am. So think of it when you're with what Gamer's saying with the him being one with God, and the song. I'm not explaining this right at all, but if you think about it, God, I'm just gonna shut up now because I completely lost my train of thought.
Oh no, you're good.
I was
But
going
all right, let me
somewhere
just
with
explain
it.
this then. So because I'm going to go ahead and also like feed into my man's point here. So Jesus doesn't walk around in the gospel saying the modern sentence, I am God. And, of course, Gaming touched on that in so many words. But the New Testament portrays him claiming things in Jewish context belonging to God alone. And that's why many Christians say, yes, he did, while some critics say more indirect or later developed. So places Christians point to as Jesus claiming divinity, especially in John. I am and the Father are one in John 10:30. His opponents immediately talk about stoning him for blasphemy, which shows how they heard it. All right. And then there was before Abraham, which, like I said, my man brought up, before Abraham was I am. Now, all right, this is John 8:58. Again, they reach for stones. Many Christians connect I am language to God's self-identification in Exodus 3:14. Then there's Thomas calls Jesus my Lord and my God, and Jesus accepts it in John 20:28-29. Jesus speaks of sharing divinity, of sharing divine glory before the world existed. Now, let's see here. Places in the earlier gospel that are more implicit, but still big. Forgiveness and sin in his own authority. Mark 2:5-7. The scribe's reaction is, reaction is basically, and only God can do that. Calling himself Lord of the Sabbath in Mark 2:28, and using Daniel 7, Son of Man imagery as a heavenly figure receiving eternal dominion in Mark 14:61. Now, this is why people disagree. Christian readings, Jesus' words and actions are a divine claim. The earliest church understood that way. But let's see here. You will see that clearly in John and also in creeds. Now, here's the speculators. Jesus is presented more as God's agent / Messiah. The more explicit divine language is concentrated in John and could reflect later theological development. So pretty much is all over the place when it goes about, oh, well, did he really call himself God, or was he just speaking in that language?
So I'm gonna ask
from the translation, did it just translate over to make it sound like that?
No. So I will ask you one thing. When John was on the island of Patmos, and there's a verse in there that at the name of Jesus, every knee shall bow under the earth, on the earth and under the earth, and every tongue shall confess Jesus is Lord, which Lord is a pseudonym for God. Was he making that up? Again, Christianity is too tied into history for it to be false. And then for people to say that
Yeah,
Jesus
but
is
there is a
not God.
translation
Hold up,
problem
hold up.
with
I'm not done. I'm
Christianity
not
as well.
done. I'm not done. I'm not
Go
done.
ahead.
I'm not done. The main issue that most people have is if Jesus wasn't God, or he claimed to never be God, the greatest miracle that Jesus, God, did was raise himself up from the dead. And lawyers, doctors, and multiple biblical scholars from Rome, including the Emperor of Rome, have eyewitness accounts or direct firsthand testimony from eyewitnesses stating that Jesus was not in his tomb and they seen him after they crucified him because his crucifixion was public. And to discredit that is to basically say that Jesus isn't God when multiple eyewitnesses say he resurrected himself from the dead and his execution was public, and multiple scholars, over 3,000 different people say that they saw Jesus after his crucifixion. His crucifixion was guaranteed death. You were going to die after that.
Oh no, for sure. But wait, hold on. What was that last point you said before that? Something. Oh, okay. No, actually, like I said, people actually do believe that Jesus came back without, like I said, the whole Son of God connection. That's the main problem. And this is why, not me personally, but this is why the Muslims and the Jews kind of look at Christians crazy, because they're like, the Jews just don't like Jesus at all. The Muslims actually do like Jesus. They just don't think he was the Son of God. And
I don't care about what the Jews have to say.
And they do believe that, he resurrected from the dead, but he's just not the Son of God. So it does seem like they're able to separate his miracles from, I guess, the divinity of being the Son of God.
Yeah.
I mean, the Holy Spirit, when he was talking to Mary, the Holy Spirit, when he's talking to Mary, said, you're going to name, he said, see, the virgin will become pregnant, give birth to a son, and they will name him Emmanuel, which directly translated, even from the Hebrew language, means God is with us. So quite literally, in his name, he's also claiming divinity. But it ain't the modern day version of Jesus.
Yeah, but I mean, shoot, we don't even call Jesus by his original name, but hey.
The Jews don't.
Sure. I don't think we do either. But all right, now let's get right back into it, guys. I know we spent a while on this conversation.
Nah, it's good. Yeah. It's healthy. It's healthy. It's good to talk about the gospel, because any religion where you can't have a good debate and argue your points effectively, it's a religion you have to question a lot.
That is
true. If you aren't willing to fully defend your religion, then you need to really look at your own, how strong your faith is.
Boom. She said it, not me.
Yeah, it's true. You do have to question your faith if you can't defend it. But man, these days, who can't defend their faith?
Even trans and kids.
I mean, yeah, okay, yeah. I mean, yeah, like if you want to count that as a faith, then you're right.
It's a cult, bro. It's a cult. It's a cult that needs to be burned with fire.
Nah, facts.
And honestly, with them using old religions to justify it and twisting even my own religion to justify it, and now they're trying to do the same thing with the Christian religion. Yeah, it pisses me off.
It's like, y'all realize that in the Bible, God killed people for harming children. Like he destroyed Israel for human sacrifice. Just so we're aware. And Jesus even said while preaching to people, saying, if you make even one of these little ones stumble, not sin, not do anything to them, if you make them stumble, it'd be better for you to tie a millstone around your neck and throw yourself in the sea than to have to deal with me.
Mm-hmm. And on my side of the thing with the LGBT, they're trying to say that there's trans and LGBTQ positive in the Greek and the Norse religion. No, when the gods change someone from a gender from man to woman, it wasn't a gift, it was a punishment. If they changed them from a human to another species, it was a punishment. And they're trying to say that Loki is the god of trans people. No, if he was anything, he was the protecting god of intersex people, because he was born with both genders, and there was intersex people born back then. Intersex and transgender are completely and wholly different things.
And all intersex is actually a birth defect.
Exactly. And I don't even think they've actually found out why it happens yet.
They do, but the media suppressed it. It's from the same genetic condition that causes gynecomastia, which is the growth of female breast on a male. It's that same gene segment.
I remember hearing someone mention it, but they keep saying, but then I was hearing that they hadn't figured it out or whatever. Either way, they're twisting everything to try, and this is why when I say that there's a difference between people who identify and people who practice. Those that actually practice, they twist and bend their life to fit the gospel. Those that identify twist and bend the gospel to fit their life. Sorry, I studied a lot of. I was Christian, a practicing Christian at one point in my life, and I ended up, when I was younger, switching to the family religion, all that fun stuff. So
hold up, so people keep bringing up the Crusades. I'm gonna go ahead and crush that with some more historical fact. So the Crusades, and I know you don't want to hear this, Set, but the Crusades were actually the Catholic Church's response to the hostile takeover of Italy by the Muslims. That's exactly why the Crusades.
Yeah, I mean, look, whoa. It's not that I don't like hearing it. It's just that the rationalization behind it is like, okay, so you guys can kill for your religion, but when other people do it, oh my God, the radical Muslims. Like, really?
No, I'm not pushing that sentiment. You already know I'm doing this from a wholly fact-based perspective.
No, you're right, though. You're right.
When Italy was hostily taken over and they overthrew the government, the Crusades happened to basically push them back. So the Crusade, and that's why I said, because at the time that the Crusades were happening, they were also killing like Bible-believing Christians. Those two things happened in that same time period. The reason why they created the Catholic Church, the Pope, created the Knights of the Golden Order or the First Order, which is now tied up in all that Illuminati stuff, was because they wanted to stomp out both religions and institute Catholicism as a worldwide religion as a whole. That's what the name Catholicism means. It means universal.
They start with taking over other when they were converting other people from their religions. They started taking some of the, like with mine, they were with around the Yule, what I celebrate, the Christmas tree, the gifts, the feasts that happen. That all started with the Yule. Part of Christmas trees were to protect the village. Well, depending on which clan you talk to, Christmas trees were decorated and lit up at nighttime from December 21st until December 31st because of Odin doing the wild hunt during the Yuletide. So that because when the wild hunt came, it usually came with some kind of great blizzard, winter storm, what have you, and villages would get buried from avalanches. So they would light up the trees to let Odin know that there was a village here, and then they would host great feasts. So that way, if Odin and his hunters wanted to partake in the food, they would be able to be gracious hosts and allow to a god in their presence. So there was drinking, feasting. The trees were lit up so that Odin would bypass the village, go around it so it wouldn't get damaged during his wild hunt. and then came Old Man Winter, which later turned into St. Nicholas, which later turned into Santa Claus, and then Slept Near, the Horse of 8 Legs, later turned into 2 horses pulling a sled, and then turned into 8 magical reindeer that could fly and pulled the sled for Santa Claus.
And then on top of all that, Catholics originally, I can't remember exactly what time period, but Catholics actually got the idea, if I'm understanding, because first of all, Catholics originated with Constantinople, and Constantinople was pagan.
Yes, because it also came from the Merovingians.
Right. And Constantinople had the little dream. Y'all know the story. He had.
I mean, wait, hold on, bro. You know the Crusaders were fundamentally Catholic, right? But they weren't Christians?
No, because they were actually killing off the Christians. I told you. There were 2 crusades.
But you said they were pushing back Islamism. Or my bad.
They were fighting. No, they were fighting both.
So they were fighting both Christians and Muslims. Okay. Well, that makes sense. All right.
Yeah. I wasn't saying like, no. Catholics historically were trying to purge the Christian and here's how it actually happened. After the death of Jesus, the fall of Rome, Constantinople was having fights, and of course, we all know the infamous story. He had the dream where he seen a cross in the sky, and so he ordered all his knights to paint a cross on their shield and basically go into battle, and they end up overthrowing the battle. And then he liked the fact that he had that dream and that he felt like God spoke to him so much, he started adopting Christianity into the religion, but he also mixed Christianity with with all those other holidays, and that's how you get Catholicism, which is why if you speak to any actual scholarly Christian, they will tell you at its core, no. And then the Pope is a stand-in for God. That's how it's actually always been set up, especially during the 2nd or 3rd century after the death of Jesus Christ. And then, you got, fast forward a little bit, you got Martin Luther, and then Christianity started cropping up. People started getting baptized in the river instead of getting sprinkled on the head. And then,
in your opinion, then who's the real Christians?
Who's the real Christians?
Denominations or?
Actually, no. It's the real Christianity, according to the Bible through and through, is basically Romans road. If you give me a second, I can just walk you through what a real Christian is.
Well, all right, everybody, listen along because you're about to find out that you're not a Christian. Go ahead and cook.
Hold up. I gotta go get something because I don't.
All right.
Especially in recent years.
I don't have it memorized through and through yet. So give me a second.
All right, I got you. Sure, we'll just play the video real quick.
Hours later, her husband went back. She told us that the last time she saw him, he told her that if he ran away and was saved, he might come back and have no one left to preach to. He would rather die with his community. They shot him on the road at 4 a.m. 7 people died in the attack, including him. This is not collateral damage from attacks on farmland. These pastors and churches are apparently being attacked first. As I talked more with those in Plateau, it became seemingly clear to me that the extremists in the north have taken advantage of the pre-existing land tensions, radicalizing, riding up, and equipping the Fulani, motivating them in an eradication of Christianity in the Middle Belt. Experienced extremists join them in the attack, and any security forces that might come in their path are simply paid off. And the security forces gladly take the money, not only because, relatively speaking, they're offered huge sums of money, but also because they're terrified of a group of people that have proved themselves not afraid to be violent. And the peace-loving Christians do not, in general, fight back. I really wouldn't say this without thinking about its conclusion a lot, but what I saw and heard in Plateau State, to me, seriously resembles a Christian genocide taking place in the middle belt of Nigeria. But we didn't go to Plateau just to document it. As a nonprofit, Global Christian Relief, we have pledged to rebuild many of the pastors' homes and churches across the region. On day 2, we actually visited a 3rd church. This is what happened when we arrived.
Today I experienced the biggest welcome I've ever experienced going anywhere. It was really wonderful. It really touched me. It really moved me. Clearly,
this means a lot to them. I think the gratitude that I've seen here from people, from believers, for the projects that we're going to do rebuilding their churches, it exceeds almost anything that I've seen in other countries for the projects that we're doing. The pastor's home isn't just the house. It's where people come for refuge, for transport to the hospital and emergencies, in some cases even for water. The church and the pastor are the anchors of these communities. Rebuilding them means rebuilding their community's heart.
Yo,
All right, what's going on?
all right. So you asked what makes a real Christian, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So first is understanding. I want to lay some groundwork before I just start telling it to you.
Mhm.
Okay, so first is understanding that your salvation is an ongoing process, and your salvation doesn't look like the salvation. I'm sorry, sanctification is an ongoing process. It is the process by which you go from being sinful and not understanding the ways of God and how you sanctification in so many words is to like get you in the mindset both by your actions and spiritually to live in heaven. And it also teaches you that your home isn't here on earth. You're just passing through, but you're trying to get other people to go with you to eternal life. Also, another foundational clause in Christianity is God actually doesn't want to destroy any humans whatsoever, but because he is who he says he is, and he is a just, righteous, and merciful judge, he has to judge people and give to them what they deserve, good or bad. It's not something that he really wants to take pleasure in. He wants everybody to turn to him, but he'll do it anyway, just because it's required. Is that making sense so far?
Yeah.
Additionally, the lake hell, like Hell, that's actually a holding place. Heaven, that's actually a holding place. The lake of fire and brimstone is the final place. The reason why Satan and all the angels that followed him are going into the lake of fire is because they made a decision outside of time, and because it was outside of time, it had permanent, long-lasting consequences. Not just that, but they had full knowledge and understanding of who God was, and they chose to do something different. The lake of fire, the reason why humans have the option to choose God at any point in time or not is because we are within time, meaning our time is limited and we don't have really a full working knowledge of who God is and what he's all about. Making sense so far?
Yeah.
All right. And the last little bit of groundwork that I'm going to lay before I explain Romans Road is that the lake of fire and brimstone, it explicitly states it in Matthew that it was prepared for the devil and his angels. It was made only for Satan and the angels that followed him out and the angels that rebelled against him. It was never intended for humans to go there, but it can be used for that. It will be used for that purpose also, because at a certain point, your actions have shown in your heart posture. Oh, I know I said this was the last little bit, but now this is the last little bit. Christianity isn't a works-based religion. There's nothing you can do to impress or earn your way to heaven. It's by faith alone in Christ alone. So it's about heart posture, which brings me to the first thing. So Romans Road, this is how you become a Christian, and it's an intensely personal decision, which means I can't tell you what these mega corpo churches do that are really just trying to make a buck, because believe it or not, a lot of other churches will call these churches out, and we will tell them like, nah, you're not a Christian because you really you don't even understand what you're saying, and there's no evidence of change or what Jesus would call fruit. You're not bearing fruit. So Romans Road is I'm saying this and then I'm going to read it, is an intensely personal decision that you have to make on your own, and you have to settle it in your heart, mind, and spirit that this is what you want to do. Baptism is just an open confession. It's the very first command you get as a Christian, and it's an open confession. So even people right now on live, they decide that they really want to be a Christian, and they make this decision truly, and I mean truly and personally, they would be considered a Christian. But now they need to get baptized, and they need to start actually taking in the Bible to understand what God wants. The first step in Romans Road is to understand, like a little bit of what I was saying. For all have this is Romans 3:23. All have sinned and come short of the glory of God. That's everybody. That's not some people. That's not a little bit of people. That's everybody. Doesn't matter if they were a good person or a horrible POS. That's the way God sees it through and through. It's pretty. It honestly is kind of fair because it starts everybody off on the equal playing field.
Yeah.
The second step is Romans 3:10 and Romans 3:10 through 18. It compiles Romans. I'm sorry, it's not the second step. It's just an add-on to Romans 3:23, just to give you an idea of what that looks like. Your second step in Romans Road is Romans 6:23. And it teaches it kind of tells us what the consequences of sinning are. And it says directly, for the wages of sin is death.
Hold on. Now, is there a way? Hold on. Is there a way you can kind of like, shrink this down so we're not going through all the Romans? Like, what actually makes a Christian? Like, what's a real?
No, there's only 5 steps.
All right.
So I only got a couple. Yeah.
All right, cool.
So it basically says, for the wages of sin is death. And furthermore, in Romans 5:8, it says, but God demonstrates his own love by telling us that while we were still sinners, Jesus Christ died for us. So he paid the price for everybody. All you have to do is place your faith in him. That's important groundwork. You have to say it with your mouth, believe it in your heart, in your spirit, in your mind that this happened. And the fourth step is, if you confess with your mouth that Jesus is Lord and believe in your heart that God raised him from the dead, you will be saved. That's why I brought up that tomb thing earlier, because that's Christ claiming divinity. And to back this up, it says, for everyone who calls on the name of the Lord will be saved. So that's to make sure you get that point through your head. And the final step, so those last two was Romans 10 and Romans 10:9 and Romans 10:13. So it's basically like the same couple of verses. And then the final step is Romans 5:1. Since we have been justified through our faith in Jesus Christ, we have peace through our faith. We have peace with God through our Lord Jesus Christ. So basically, what this is saying is, if you realize that you're sinful and that your sin, whether no matter how we think we're good, if you realize that in the sight of God you're sinful and that you are in jeopardy of the death penalty, basically, because he created everything, so it's only fair that he gets to set the rules, kind of like you with your house. It's your house, so you get to set the rules. Am I making sense so far?
Yeah.
So what this is saying is, realizing that you're sinful in the sight of God. By realizing you're sinful, you also come to the realization that the wages of sin is death. However, because Jesus Christ died on the cross and God raised him from the dead, if you believe that in your heart and confess that with your mouth that Jesus is Lord, then you can be saved. Then you will be saved. And if you call on Jesus' name, he'll save you. He'll show up. So Christianity, true Christians, it's all faith. Little work, all faith. That's why I brought up that's why I laid the groundwork of sanctification. That's kind of why this is actually why Jews hate us. Because they believe in works, and there are multiple, actually Saul lost the kingdom. God stripped it away from him because God straight up told him through Samuel, don't you know that the Lord God loves obedience rather than sacrifice? So the faith in Jesus Christ, when you get that, sanctification is getting you to start learning how to walk in his ways. You start off as a little baby Christian, and then you end up as an adult, and hopefully by the end of your life, you've had a 180 change. And this is what we call fruit, because it's something you can see from start to finish.
Okay. All right, then.
And that's what makes a Christian.
A Christian. All right. So those 5 steps right there, from pretty much deciding to be a Christian, accepting Jesus Christ, of course, accepting original sin and understanding the basis of it, and then living it out. Of course, living it out is what makes you a Christian. But then, damn, I don't think too many people would I think a lot of people would fit into that. Like, where do people not fit into?
So I'm glad you asked this question. So a lot of people don't like it because this requires you to leave behind certain things that we didn't. For example, so there's something called the fruit of the Spirit. I don't have all of them memorized. Again, I'm not claiming to be perfect. I know my word, but I can't recall everything off the dome, One of the fruits of the Spirit is gentleness, patience, love, joy, peace, mercy, faithfulness, and there's like 1 or 2 more I'm missing. What this looks like in practice, for example, James 1:19, it says, "Be quick to listen, slow to get angry, slow to wrath." In practice, on paper, that sounds great. In practice, it's gonna try your patience. Basically, you got one person in here. S.E.T, for example. S.E.T, I'm gonna relate this to you. That one dude, Matt, he was talking crazy to you. James 1:19, how that would fit in there is like being patient, drawing back, drawing back, drawing back. This doesn't mean be a victim. Okay, that's not what I'm saying. Because at a certain point, you have to drop the hammer.
Oh no, I get it. You don't always have to. I mean, you don't have to get aggressive all the time. You just gotta know when to get aggressive.
Or like the verse in the Bible, where it talks about, so a lot of, this is going off of a lot of feathers. So the role of a man and a wife, it says that men are should be acting like Jesus, and wives should be acting like his bride, which is the church. And what that actually means is Jesus humbled himself. He is God, and he came down in human flesh, and he tied a rope. He tied his clothes around his waist and washed the feet of others. He had all power and authority, yet he healed people. He ate with people that otherwise wouldn't have been eaten with, and he cured people's illnesses, and he gave people food. Like the Sermon on the Mount, he fed 4,000 people that followed him.
And
right?
if I remember, if I remember correctly, this is one of the reasons why they tell women your body is a temple, keep it pure.
Not just that, but it also says in the Bible, for example, that a man is a servant to his wife, but it also says that a woman is to submit to her husband, which means that he's the leader of the household. Translation, you can influence his decisions to a degree, but ultimately the yes or no is the final say goes to the man, and you have to be okay with whatever the man decides. And if you're not, and you genuinely have concerns about it, you pray, you go to God, because God will correct him. Now, this is pretty light stuff. Sounds pretty good, right?
Yeah.
This is now I'm going to explain to you the main parts where people have an issue with. It says that if you love yourself more than you love Jesus Christ, you shall not enter the kingdom of heaven. It says deny yourself. Basically, anything that would pull you away from Jesus Christ. And that in today's day and age, I get where there's some friction at, but they're talking about if you overindulge, such as homosexuality, sexual immorality, having sex outside of marriage, drinking to get drunk, like absolutely plastered, overeating, being ruthless and rude to people.
So 7 deadly sins, basically.
Actually, no.
Yeah, basically, you kind of name most of
No,
them.
the seven deadly sins were actually a Catholic thing. These things,
Yeah,
if you
but
notice,
you kind of named them. It was lust, pride. Like I know they're Catholic, but you can still relate them to each other. You don't just have to deny it because it's Catholic.
Because there's also additional stuff that goes along with it. And if you notice what I'm quoting the 10 Commandments from the Bible.
Yeah.
Like covet means to like take something. You can't steal from people. Be it a couple dollars or a whole house. You can't mistreat people just based off of skin color or things like that. There are two, and also you can't murder. It didn't say kill, it said murder, because there's justified killing and then there's murder. Murder is senseless and needless taking of human life. Killing is when either A, you're going
it's
to
that.
war.
So it's not thou shall not kill. It's thou shall not murder.
Yeah.
All right.
So think about it like this: if it was thou shalt not kill, the Israelites would have never went to war. No, he said you shouldn't murder. It's in Deuteronomy. You can't kill somebody senselessly over something stupid. However, if somebody breaks into your house, armed robbery and invasion, and you blow their lungs and colon outside the door, I mean, that's a justified killing because you're protecting your house, you're protecting yourself, you're protecting your family. Remember what I said. The Bible is based off of true Christianity is based off of heart posture, not actions. Your actions are a direct representation of what's in your heart. And if you don't have Holy Spirit in your heart, who's going to push you toward the things of God, then if you don't accept Jesus, you don't get the Holy Spirit, which means that you will never be pushed toward the things of God.
So if you don't accept God, what? You can never be pushed towards greatness or pushed towards to do good things?
So Holy Spirit is God's spirit. When you get baptized, after accepting Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior and being baptized, you get the Holy Spirit. The Holy Spirit is
so you don't got the Holy Spirit until you accept God.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know about that one, but okay.
Hold up.
Go ahead.
So I'm saying it like this for a very specific reason. Jesus Christ said that he was sending a gift, which is God's Spirit, which is the Holy Spirit. Holy Spirit is the power and the action to make you want to do the things of God. So in order to get the Holy Spirit, you have to accept Jesus. Otherwise, you'll never be in line with God's will for you.
All right. Now that's where things get complicated then. That's what will get complicated. Because then, like, all right, well, what would be God's will for you? To what? Accept this.
God's will is that none should perish, number one. Number two, that you love God with all your heart, soul, and strength, and you love your neighbor just the same. Which means that this ties into the first point, which is he doesn't want any of his creation to perish.
So you can basically be like a Muslim and have the Holy Spirit if that's the case. But you're saying only if you accept God. I mean, only if you accept Jesus.
only if you accept Jesus and that God raised him from the dead. You have to accept him as your Lord and Savior. It's very
And
clear on that.
so basically, you're rocking without the Holy Spirit at all, unless you accept Jesus.
Yep.
I'm sorry, that just sounds ridiculous to me. But only because I know a lot of people who are more godly than people who accept Christians, who do more godly things, and I feel like it's closer to God than people who accept Jesus. But that's just
Remember
a
what I
case
said.
by case scenario. So
remember what I said. Remember what I said. Things of the heart. How many? I'll put it to you like this.
Things
Just
of the
to
heart.
prove.
Well, how do you know their heart? Because they don't accept Jesus, so they have a bad heart.
No. Let me answer. So, how many times have we seen people that turn out to be good people, and then you find out some stuff and you're like, bro, what? He did what? She did what?
Yeah, you find out about both Christians and regular people.
No, I'm saying that.
Sure. All right.
How many times have you seen that?
Man, damn near every day.
That's why God, Jesus, and the Holy Spirit make it clear they only focus on issues of the heart. Because out of the abundance of the heart, the mouth speaks.
So you can be a good person, not want to kill and all that good stuff, without accepting Jesus, basically. So you can do what the Father wants you to without accepting that Jesus is God. I mean,
Okay, let's say you're doing. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
so you can't exactly. No, it's not even you can't exactly. You can't do what the Father wants you to do and still get into heaven, because one of his wills is that you accept his Son as Lord and Savior. That's how you start saving other people.
Well, where did
It's a
God say that
prerequisite.
at?
Let's see. Exodus, Deuteronomy.
Like
we also
specifically,
have-
God said, "Look, man, you gotta accept my Son. You just ain't walking into the gates."
Oh, let's look in Revelation real quick, if you're willing to give me that much.
Please, because this is kind of one of my main gripes with religion. It's kind of like well, I believe in Jesus, so I'm better than you, so I'm gonna go into heaven, even though you're a better person than me in every way, shape, or form.
No. If you listen to everything listen to everything that I've been saying, have I ever made it seem like I was better than you?
No. I'm just saying what you're saying. What you're saying. You're not. You're just going off of your words, what you believe. I'm just decoding it and from what I'm hearing.
So exactly what you're hearing. This is why Jesus said, "Whoever has ears to hear, let him hear. Whoever has eyes to see, let him see." And Jesus also said, "I also came to separate people out." And part of the separation process is it's uncomfortable. I'll just say it like that.
So it is somewhat of a supremacist thing. Well, I think I'm better.
It's not a supremacist thing, because I started off with, and I laid the groundwork, and it even says in Romans, all have sinned and fallen short of the glory of God. And you even agreed to it. So if you ever roll this back, you did agree to it. I said,
what did I agree to?
I said all have sinned and fallen short of the glory of God. And then I made a note saying, I said out loud, I was like, well, that puts everybody on equal footing.
Yeah.
We're all starting off from the same baseline. So if any Christian or anybody comes to you and tries to be like, well, I'm more holier than thou. No, you're still sinful. It is only by the grace of Jesus Christ that you're saved, and nothing that you did.
So even if I'm just the best person in the world, because I don't believe in, or I don't accept Jesus as the Son of God, it just fuck it. I might as well just be a complete ass because I don't accept Jesus. Fuck all my good deeds. I don't accept Jesus, so I might as well just be a complete ass.
That's why a lot of people don't want to become Christians. However, so my question is this.
Okay.
Every religion requires some form of delineation, meaning something to tell them apart.
I would
Christians,
say this.
Hold up, Christians' delineation is you have to accept this person, not because they're being mean because Jesus's blood that he shed for you wipes every bad thing you ever did in life completely out of God's records. That's why you have to repent. So when God looks at the end of, when God looks in your book of over your life, and he says why, and he looks in your book before making it, asking you the question, okay, why do you deserve to be in heaven? He doesn't see anything in there. He just sees his son Jesus Christ in there. Or in another way, Jesus Christ can vouch for you. He even says, my sheep know my voice, and the voice of another I will not follow. You have to accept Jesus. You have to accept Jesus to know his voice.
I can accept Jesus as a prophet, as a Messiah, and I believe in all his teachings. But you're pretty much saying, and I'm gonna be real with you, I could see where, all right.
I
ain't gonna lie.
Hey. Can real quick. So from the way I'm understanding it is because, and you, as you said, it's a deeply, very personal decision you have to make. It has nothing to do with anybody else. It's all about your will and your intention and your belief and your personal relationship with with Jesus and with God and with the Holy Spirit. That's what it's sounding like to me.
But
Toe hit it right on the head.
But I can kind of see,
about.
I can kind of see why, I can kind of see why the Muslims kind of separate from the whole Jesus idea, because be real with you, it sounds like God is more accessible through Islam to everybody than through Christianity. Because if you question Jesus' divinity, you're saying that I can have no access to God.
No,
the Muslims don't say that.
That's not what I said. It's not found nowhere in the Bible. Actually, hold up, Seth. Let me explain something to you. You having questions right now is actually spoke about in the Bible. It's the parable of the seed. There's 4 types of soil. Good soil is where the word is, the Bible, the word, whatever you want to call it, is dropped on the soil, and it takes roots, and it gets down in there, and it's strong, and nothing can pull it up. Rocky soil, you throw it on there, and it gets picked at by birds, or it grows really, really slow because the root system has to look for nutrients. Sandy soil, it gets washed away. And then dry desert soil, it basically shrivels up and dies. So Jesus gave all these parables so that way we could understand it. We could understand more of what he's trying to say. And additionally, no, me personally, if you have questions about Christ, like what you're doing, you're asking questions, you're being like, okay, I can understand why some people might be turned off or driven away. That's the point. Many are called, but few come.
Then y'all got a problem. I'm like, and I love the message. Actually, I like the message, but I think I can see why Islam is the fastest growing religion we're right now. Well, used to be actually. I can see why they're kind of gaining in numbers, because when you lay it out, brother, I'm gonna be honest with you, and you laid it out perfect, and I completely get where you're coming from. You're not coming from a supremacist point or anything like that. Of course, you don't think you're better than nobody, because it goes with your religion. But when you sit there and you say that, okay, well, you can't have access to God's light without accepting Jesus, I think that's where a lot of people kind of like shun away, where they're just like, okay, well, I'd rather just deal with God. And the way I'm translating it is that, oh, well, I don't translate it as Jesus God. I see him as a Messiah, and I believe that I can get to God by just following Jesus' word and not believing that Jesus is God.
So here's the thing. Jesus said directly, I am the way, the truth, and the life. No one. Statement. No one.
But Jesus also said the Father is greater than I. Jesus also says, why do you call me good? No good except God alone.
You got to look at the context of why he's saying that, though.
I know, but you ain't give me the context for those sayings.
So the context for those saying was that people were coming up, they were basically trying to flatter him. And so that one, they were trying to flatter him by getting in his good graces. It wasn't genuine. So when he said that, he was basically shooting them down with their own religion and not, he was shooting down the religion that they were trying to flatter him with and not actually giving him genuine praise.
So when he says the Father is greater than I, or Jesus says about the day/hour of the end, no one knows, not even the Son, but only the Father. And that kind of proves there's a bit of a separation there.
Yeah, I will tell you, there are some things that are not known, but only to God. Only to God. The day/hour. It doesn't mean the intent is different, and that's where people get a lot of that stuff confused. Just because the particular details are only known to God, that doesn't mean the continuity of intent is disrupted.
All right, but in John, so what about John 17:3? When Jesus says, calls God the only true God while speaking of himself as the one the Father sent. Now, what would you say to that?
What'd you say it was?
It was John 17:3. Jesus calls the Father the only true God, while speaking of himself as the one the Father sent.
All right, let's read it in full context, shall we?
Please, because I'm just free shooting at you just to see.
Nah,
you're doing really well. I'm not even gonna lie. You answered all my questions, to be quite honest with you. I'll be real with you.
Let's see. Jesus prays for his disciples. I'm trying to get, because you also with certain, especially in the actual like gospel, like the apostles, you have to read at least some of the chapter before to get a good hone in on what they're talking about. But I'll try with this because I'm on laptop and not. I have my Bible sitting right here.
What's funny is when I was studying the different religions with my cousins, we were younger. One of the very first things that we were told from the jump is when you decide which religion you're gonna live your life by, it has to be and can only be your personal conviction decision. So everything you're saying is a lot of what we were taught when I was a kid in our family.
I don't know. My personal opinion, look, as long as you find God, I don't care if you're Muslim, Christian, like as long as you find God and you believe in doing good to your neighbor, not killing and all that good stuff, I don't really care how you find it. I really don't. As long as you find it.
Oh. This one's a bit of a messy one. Now that I got the before context, I ain't gonna lie to you. I'm not well versed enough to give you a good answer on this particular chapter. I haven't made my way to it, and it's because before then he's talking about. I don't want to. It's all right if I read it in context.
Oh. Yeah, go ahead.
All right, Jesus Christ has overcome the world. These things have spoken to you in figurative language, but the time is coming when I will no longer speak to you in a figurative language, but I will tell you plainly about the Father. In the day that you will ask in my name, I do not say to you that I shall pray the Father for you. For the Father himself loves you because you have loved me. He's directly making an equation to being God.
No, come on now. I'm sorry. He just said, look, man, if you follow my word, that you like, hold on.
No,
I didn't
this
get
is
that,
direct
but
context.
go ahead. I'm sorry. I didn't get that out of that saying, but go ahead.
This is the direct context. In the
I
day
know,
you
but the translation that you gave, I didn't get the same, but I'm
hold
sorry.
up. In the day in that day you will ask in my name. This is Jesus talking about himself. And I do not say to you that I shall pray the Father for you. He's saying I shall not pray to the Father for you. For
showing
the Father,
separation. Hold on, showing separation, because if he's the Father, why can't
listen, stop doing that. Stop doing that.
Right,
because This is why a lot of people end up having more questions, because they jump in without listening to everything. Open your mind a little bit and digest it.
All right.
I do not say to you that I shall pray the Father for you. Next verse. For the Father himself loves you, because you have loved me, and have believed that I came forth from God. I came forth from the Father, and I have came into the world again. I leave the world and go to the Father. His disciples said to him, See, now you are speaking plainly and using no figurative speech. Now we are sure that you know all things and have no need that anyone should question you. By this we believe that you came forth from God. Jesus answered them, Do you now believe? Indeed, the hour is coming, yes, has now come, that you will be scattered, each to his own, and leaving me alone. And yet I am not alone, because the Father is with me. These things I have spoken to you, that in me you may have peace. In the world you will have tribulation, but be of good cheer. I have overcome the world. Jesus spoke these words, lifted up his eyes to heaven, and said, Father, the hour has come. Glorify your Son, so that glorify your Son. Keep losing my place. That your Son also may glorify you, as you have given him authority over all flesh. That's him saying, as you have given him authority over all flesh, that he should give eternal life to as many as you have given him. And in his eternal life, that they may know you are the only true God, and Jesus Christ, whom you have sent. I have glorified you on earth. I have finished the work which you have given me to do so. And now, O Father, glorify me to it's cutting off in a weird place, sorry. Glorify me together with yourself. So this prayer that he's saying is, it literally says you have given him all authority over all flesh. So he's saying that he has authority over everybody. As many as God wants to, God will reconcile to himself. And so now he's asking God to glorify him, and the only one that can get glory is God. So he's asking him to do this. And now, oh Father, glorify me with yourself, with the glory which I had with you before the world was. So he is directly saying in here, and now, O Father, glorify me together with yourself, with the glory which I had with you before the world was. So he's directly saying he had the same glory as God.
I don't know about that. The way I translated it is that he pretty much just admitted that God sent him and he's separate from God. He just speaks for God. That's what the way you read it. The way you read it, he said, bro, you literally said God himself, which he was delivered from, aka separating him from God. Like the way what you read, I'm be real with you, it kind of read into the point that they're saying, like, all right, well, maybe Jesus did separate himself from God a little bit in that speech. And I'm going off the whole God sent me, basically saying, well, I'm not saying that I'm God and I sent myself. I'm saying that God sent me to deliver this message to you. Then okay, then he's admitting, in a way, he is admitting that he's separate from God.
Oh, okay. I thought you were saying like a different point. That's why I was like, no. But in terms of him saying like he's God, only God has glory. And he even says, glorify me with yourself to the glory I once had. So you also got to remember, in John, this is, if I'm not mistaken, this particular chapter in John is when it's either after he died or just before he was getting ready to get crucified. And I believe this was this is after he died, because that last chapter was about him overcoming the world, and he was resurrected from the dead, and he was talking to the disciples and instructing them.
All right.
So that's what this is about.
Okay. Well, I ain't glad you answered my question on that one. Okay. So all right, you rounded back around to relating him to God. So I will give you that one. So all right. Oh no, I'm just saying what you're saying. Actually, like it makes sense. I can see how you got there, or how anybody can get there, to be honest. So I get it. But all right.
And like I said, any Christian that'll push you on. There's a difference between wanting to get you to get on the path to life and righteousness, because when you get sanctified, you do have that heart for people. There are some things that you no longer enjoy. Like there are some Muslims who became Christians where they'll talk about how they used to enjoy like going out with friends and eating certain foods or drinking, and it's just like they no longer have a desire for it. Or gang members that used to love getting high or whatever, and they have no desire for being affiliated with the gang, or in some instances they don't even have a desire for weed. I can honestly
come on
say,
now. I've heard the same thing of people turning to Islam. I mean, trust me, in Islam, you're not allowed to smoke or drink.
Again, that's works based. Like I said, I preface this by saying, quoting the Bible, this is the works of the heart.
Yeah, but those are all fake. Even Christians, I mean, let's be real, even Christians still drink and smoke.
Yes, I'm not gonna lie. That's what's called backsliding. But how you get over that is repentance. There's no certain number of good deeds you have to do. You have to repent. And there's also instruction on how you can overcome things. However, in order to overcome said things, it requires you to deny your flesh. The entire purpose of fasting isn't to be more holier than thou. The entire purpose of fasting is actually to deny your flesh the basic things it needs for a time, so that you can sharpen your ears to the voice of God and Jesus Christ. That's the entire purpose of fasting.
And there's some health benefits as well.
Oh yeah, tons of health benefits.
Tons.
Oh, by the way, it's biblical to sleep with your wife. I should not have to say that, but it's 2025 and I've seen some things.
I mean, bro, it really is. I mean, bro, what isn't it biblical for your husband not to be able, for a wife not to be able to deny her husband?
That is a caveat.
Okay.
There are some caveats with that.
Well, as long as you're not beating her or you're treating her well.
Yeah, right. You can't be throwing her up against the wall and then being like, I want it now. Like, absolutely not. She can't hit you with a frying pan and then try to go for your junk.
Yeah.
Because then
it gotta be within the context of, does he hit you? No. Does he pay the bills? Yes. I mean, he treat you right? Yes. Okay, then open up them legs. What you playing?
Nah, it's not even in that. It's actually to draw you closer to one another.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course. So, bro, sex is the glue that holds a relationship together.
It's actually supposed to be God. And this
and hey, bro. Sadly, it's
sex is pretty close, but it's God overall.
Man, look, brother. I wish.
And the only time you're not supposed to be having sex as a married couple is when you're giving yourselves over to fasting and prayer. But you can't do it for too long, because then temptation and cheating and lust comes in the door. So you're only supposed to do it for a certain time, however long God tells you or leads you to do it. And then it's back to doing it like jackrabbits until she's on her period.
Or pregnant.
And there's been a lot of studies that show that the more intimate a couple is, the stronger their family actually is, the stronger their relationship with their core family, you know, their children, their what have you.
I heard mommy doing stuff to daddy. Why is daddy choking mommy?
Because of that, y'all never got a divorce. They're keeping a family together.
That joke was inspired by a door that wasn't locked when I was 10.
Oh, Lord.
You know what I'm saying is the intimacy in the bedroom correlates to affection outside of the bedroom. And the more affection you show each other, your husband, your wife, the more your children see that love between their mom and dad, and that love is then put onto their children, the familial love is put onto the children, the more the children feel that love, the stronger they become, the stronger the bonds become. Does that make
But
sense?
all right, guys, we're gonna go ahead and move on to the next segment here, which is closing the show and getting to the Dave Chappelle that I'm probably about to play. I could get away with it on Rumble. I mean, if you guys still want to watch it with us, you can go ahead and go in on Rumble, and you can go ahead and watch the Dave Chappelle. We're gonna go ahead and view the new Dave Chappelle special. So if you want to go ahead and join that, you can go ahead and switch over to Rumble. Actually, let me go ahead and put that Rumble link in the chat real quick. So for some of y'all want to come over,
Do we have to do it, or do we have to join Rumble, or do we just stay on here?
I mean, you can stay here if you want to.
Okay, I thought
Yes,
you were ending the stream.
Yeah, because I mean, this is the way I don't got to end the stream if I just keep it up on Rumble, and we don't got to end the stream because I can't play it on YouTube, Twitch, X, or Kick, but Rumble I can.
Oh wow!
Now I can do anything on Rumble.
Did you still want to do any Christmas songs, even though it's 1:30?
Actually, yes, I do. I did have one Christmas song that I did want to play. Where are you at? Because here it is.
I did put an oldie goodie in the Gen chat. If you want to play that, it's Grown Up Christmas List.
All right. Well, let me play this one, and then I'll play yours. So we can go ahead and end that on that one. All right, guys. Once again, happy holidays. Well, it's the end of the holidays now, but hey, still feels like it to me.
Right. It was good sharing some of my religion with you guys.
I ain't gonna lie, you was cooking, bro. You was cooking. I'll be real with you, dog. You're probably one of the few Christians that I know that are actually able to defend their religion. To be honest with you, because usually when I poke at guys like that, they kind of just fall apart and get mad at me, bro. I respect how you're able to low-key keep it calm with me and explain your point.
Yeah, my only thing is, and I'm sorry if I ever get like rough with people that overtalk me. I'm dealing with that coming out of the military, so it's not coming from a bad place. I'm trying to get used to civilians over talking you whenever they have stuff to talk about, because I'm used to the whole shut up, say nothing.
Yeah.
No, I get it.
But and if anyone ever has any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer.
And all right, guys. Well, I mean, everybody should remember this one.
I'm coming.
But
I'm today years old when I realized that song was actually meant something completely different. No wonder the teachers didn't want to sing it.
Yeah, I know, right? I was like, what is one of my favorite Christmas songs? And then I realized, oh, okay, it's that type of song. Okay. Still a good song, though, regardless. But, all right. We're going to go ahead
that one and the Hippo one are my favorite songs.
And all right, then. All right. Well, we're going to go ahead and close it down on YouTube, guys. I went ahead and posted the Rumble link I went ahead and posted it on my main page in the post tab where you can find the call-in link. And I also went ahead and posted it in, let's see here. Let me see if I can actually.
Wait, so we can call in on Rumble?
I mean, yeah. Well, you're on Rumble right now.
Wait, really?
Yeah. Yeah. You're on 5 different platforms. You're on YouTube, Twitch, X, Rumble, and Kick.
Oh, dang. Look at that.
All right. It's like you don't even know yet. But yeah, let's see. Actually, now that I think about it. I mean, yeah, we got a couple people watching on X as well. But all right.
That's what I say. I don't know when I'm on stream.
That's why you don't what?
That's why I don't go on any of the other platforms when I'm on stream. If I can see what's going on in the chat, it kind of stops me from. I get uncomfortable talking because, yeah. Anyways.
I know, I get it. I get that. But all right, went ahead and posted it. Just posting it here as well. And all right, guys, I'm about to go ahead and close it down. on YouTube. All right, guys, make sure y'all go ahead and double tap the screen on the way out. This is Set with Set Media. I will catch you guys over on Rumble. Appreciate the support. Go ahead and knock it out there.